Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rock. And hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are. And welcome to today's live stream. It is Thursday, the 13th of August. And what a wonderful day it is, baby. Oh, yeah. How about Joe in the house? Yo, yo, yo. Let's hit that bird, man. Oh, man. I saw you post something in Discord. Like, he has been revealed. Ravy baby in the house. Hello, hello, hello. What's going on here, then? It's good to have you. It's good to have you all. I'm back from a break. You may have noticed. I was unfortunately struck down with the illness over the last couple of days. As Voltaire said, they tried to take me out. Big Pharma tried to take me out. Big government tried to take me out, but I'm here, man. I'm back. Mamupa in the house. Howdy. Howdy. Oh, yeah, dude. We are. I've got to watch this thing, man. The illest. We back, baby. Oh yeah, a pimple on your ass has more relevance than NSAID, dude. Savage, savage. My God, fully sick, bro. I was fully sick over the last couple of days. Only the sickest. So you might hear me clearing my throat a little bit today. I know that offends some people, so I hope Saint G isn't watching. It doesn't mean I'm about to say something stupid. It just means that I am dying over here. Do it directly into the mic. Senchi, can you hear me? This one's for you. I feel that. I'm off sick today. Sickies for the boys. Man, I used to get paid for my sick days. Not anymore. Not that I get paid, but like, hey, you know what I mean? Nah, he left for good. Really? It's real this time. I mean it. It's really over. I swear. Whatever. Until he creates another account and comes back again, we'll find out. So, as we've already alluded to, thanks to Ben Man, we're gonna cover. No, he said goodbye to me. Oh, that's serious. That is really serious. Not to you, Ravy. Hill Divers while sick winning. I'm assuming that's Hell Divers, not that I play games, but I'm assuming that's what it is. Yes, as I have said before, I was about to start saying, we're going to cover, yes, New Zealand politics, even though it has as much relevance as a pimple on your ass, according to some. We're going to cover New Zealand politics today. Apparently, Christopher Luxon, who is the Prime Minister, barely, had a leadership challenge over the last couple of days and survived. So we're going to have a look at that. But like, first of all, we're going to get into a public service announcement by none other than your friend of mine, Mamupa, who has brought to our attention the increasingly scary surveillance state that is operating in New South Wales. I wasn't really across this, so thank you, Mamupa, for bringing that to our attention. My missus has misophonia. She hits me if I make annoying mouth noises. Is that like a real thing? Okay. Oh, lucky you. Lucky you. We're gonna look at the increasingly scary state of affairs that is New South Wales policing, and the increasing use of artificial intelligence in that surveillance state kind of stuff. So we're going to check that out. We're going to be looking at, what else did I have on the list today? I'm still really out of it. I'm sorry. Oh yeah, Trump and the secret flight drama that happened when he left Turkey. Like, I don't know, what was it, a few weeks ago he was there for the NATO thing, and it came out that like he was hiding in a catering truck. Everyone else stayed on the plane, despite the fact that it was like there was some imminent threat that Iran was going to take out Air Force One. So he saved himself by going into a catering truck and left all the other people on board. So we're going to check that out. And then we do some North Korea glazing again this afternoon. Everybody loves learning about North Korea, and North Korea is on the rise. So we're going to learn about North Korea today. And then we're going to go into Theory Thursdays later in the afternoon. Made me laugh so much, like he was doing a magic trick. They should have hid him in a big wooden crate and wheeled him off, and someone comes out with a saw and cuts him in half. Trump is like Taylor Swift being snuck around in a box. So good. Or like in a sarcophagus for dramatic effect. Oh man. Was it a taco truck? Is the question. Dude, that is hilarious. That's good. That's good, man. Oh no, the saw trick failed. Damn. Whatever will we do? Uh-oh, it's JD Vance's turn. We didn't see that one coming. All right. Before we get into it was a catering truck. There so could have tacos in. There could have been tacos in there. Could have been a taco opportunity in many ways, figuratively and literally. So anyway, let us get into the scary state of affairs that is the New South Wales surveillance state. New South Wales is an actual surveillance state now. It would appear. Oh, Captain Bucket's in the house. No way. It's been ages. How you going? Unless you just lurk these days. It's good to have you. JD Vance has fallen from an unfortunate sickness. We now welcome our new leader, Rubio. Oh, could you imagine if that's how he ascended? I've been working. Oh, whoa. Calm down. There it is. The tales of the working class in here. It's good to hear you have employment. Hope it is serving you nicely, my dear friend. And you are an upstanding employee. Unlike you jobless plebs. I'm working on it. One day, I will call this a job, as opposed to whatever I call it at the moment. Not sure. I'll get back to you on that one. All right, let's get into why New South Wales is turning into a police state. I'm really actually interested in this one, and I'm scared. So thank you, Mamupa, for bringing this to my attention. Why is this not working? Whatever. I'll figure out my mouse later. All right. Let's listen if we can. It's really quiet, this one.
Well, it's my pleasure to be here this morning to let the people of New South Wales know that the Minns Labor government will be investing hugely into digital applications.
Actually, 2 jobs, both casual. Oh, man. Okay. Such is the state of affairs in the economy. That's a bit unfortunate, but hey, I'm glad you've found some employment. Good on you.
Well, it's my pleasure to be here this morning to let the people of New South Wales know that the Minns Labor government will be investing hugely into digital application for the New South Wales Police. I've been saying this for a long time, but
digital application? Well, they're going to be uploading forms to the intranet now. No more paper? Or are we talking about something else? Digital applications. This is fucking dystopian stuff, seriously.
New South Wales policing is much different today than it was in yesteryear. And digital applications make up a really large part of smart policing and future policing. We as a government are completely aware of this. We have to remain agile, and that is why we are making this investment this year into the New South Wales budget.
Yesteryear? Yeah, no, what the hell is that? Come on, you don't have to sell it. You're just rolling it out anyway, like you care. I'm always smiling, hoping that my good side is pictured and recorded whilst being facially pinged. Yeah, tell me about it. In before everything they upload gets leaked because cybersecurity in Australia is terrible.
$26.2 million straight to the New South Wales Police and the Crime Commission, our 2 law enforcement agencies here that do
future policing sounds like some total recall type shit. Yeah, I know, right? Doesn't it? Future policing brought to you by Palantir.
Do the hard yakka day in, day out, keeping our streets safe. And
I hate this rhetoric. Like, this is how they sell this stuff to the plebs as well, or pretend to sell. It's like, it's the police. They put themselves, their bodies on the line. So that's the least that we could do is help them out by giving them access to artificial intelligence to incorporate in policing so we can surveil the world's populations. It's just to help the cops. It's got nothing else to do with general population control. Honestly, it's they do the hard yakka. Come on, as if you give a about individual coppers on the beat. Come on, they sell, but we buy it.
Crooks behind bars. $108.8 million to the New South Wales Police, and that will be an investment in technology, making sure that we have that cutting edge technology that keeps this community safe. A couple of examples of that are New South Wales's Blue Link. That is a direct link to from a crime scene to police.
Are we A-cabbing? Dude, we are A-cabbing. New South Wales Police style. Apparently, we are watching something courtesy of Mamupa, who has put out a public service announcement in relation to artificial intelligence integration into New South Wales policing. And so we're listening to these people in glaze over the fact that they are allowed to provide digital applications in policing. They're just jerk circling each other hard on this one. Oh, this is so good. Oh, it's going to help police so good. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's right. Surveillance, more surveillance. Yeah. They already have a us versus them mentality. They're already abusing flock systems in America to stalk exes and others. Don't give them ability to abuse more power. Well, this is why Australia is such a good place to do this, or anywhere like that, outside of the US or a similar country that might have a constitution where you can't have the state encroaching apparently on your rights, even though they do it anyway. But it's like a constitutional nightmare. Here, no constitution with rights and protections of that nature. Too easy. This is a great practicing ground for these bastards. My favorite pastime, A-cabbing. Went to the pub for a feed with the fam last night and noticed a small sign on the way out saying they use facial recognition on the premises to identify banned patrons. Sad. It is. It is sad. New South Wales Police takes 3-hour lunch breaks. They couldn't catch a cold in Antarctica. Savage. Savage. Dude, we covered Flock last year. Shit has expanded so much. It's insane. Dude, I get so many like Flock camera videos in my feed now. Like about, oh my God, did you realize that Flock's doing Flock this, Flock that? It's crazy. Isn't it? Sad but necessary? What's necessary? Which one? The surveillance you're talking about? And the integration of artificial intelligence? It's not going to be for public safety, that's for sure. Sad but necessary. Oh, maybe you're talking about the pub thing. Graphene is installed on your phone. Allows you to put different passcodes on your phone to completely wipe it. Just a PSA. Yeah, wow. Another public service announcement. They were apparently trying to work a deal, have flock cameras in rideshare vehicles. Spying on people is necessary? Dude, I don't know with you sometimes. You'll have to just confirm whether you're being facetious again or not. Really can't tell. Spying is necessary. For what? For like all out control? Just look at you, mystery. Shifty, shady. Yeah, well, you can surveil me 6 hours a day between 10 and 4 p.m. AEST. You know where I'm at. You can watch me for 6 hours.
You can call 000, get a link from police, connect to that, and you have a direct video link to police at the crime scene. This is extraordinary technology, first in the world, and let me tell you, it has been absolutely essential when it comes to being able to upload videos as well, giving police evidence that they need to ensure that we get those arrests on the street.
Dude, what the hell is that? What is she talking about? Is she like telling people that you can upload when police open up an investigation and investigate a crime scene, you can upload your own documents to it to help solve the case. Upload your Instagram reel and help the police capture the bad guy. Oh my God. Is that what they're talking about? We're just listening to an announcement by the New South Wales government in relation to a digital application called Blue Link that the New South Wales police are currently using. Are you able to briefly describe what this is? Not that authorities can't circumnavigate it, but I have a pin on my phone, no thumbprint, etc., because I can forget a pin. We got the Patriot Act 25 years later. It's the other 18 hours that you should worry about. Okay. Well, the police have to worry about. Help police identify who saw the crime so they can easily manipulate data. More like blue stink, am I right? Hey, anyone? Yes, the New South Wales police system that you're hearing about is Blue Link. Okay, with a capital L. All right. And it is essentially a secure web-based communication tool that lets police receive information directly from someone who called 000. You call 000 in an emergency. If the operator needs more information, police can send you an SMS containing a one-time Blue Link link. Opening the link will allow you to share things such as your GPS location, live video, photos, and other files with police. It also provides a text chat function, which could be particularly useful if you are unable to speak safely. For example, during a threatening situation. Messages can be translated into 100 languages, more than 100 languages. You don't install an app. It operates through your phone's web browser. New South Wales Police says the link is designed to be accessible only to you and police, and the platform is powered by Good Sam. The hell is Good Sam? There's so much like Orwellian talk in here. Thank you, Good Sam. Do you do good things, Good Sam? We can only hope. So the important distinction is Blue Link isn't really a police surveillance app sitting on your phone. It's more like a secure digital extension. Oh, that sounds lovely. Eh? Remember to like the stream. Blaz in the house. How you going? Whoa, also vertical? This is a TikTok live? No, it's not actually, but welcome. If you are in the vertical realm and you want to go back to horizontal land, there are two streams going on. If you're on YouTube, there's two streams going on. So if you want to go to horizontal and you don't want to be on the vertical stream, here's the horizontal YouTube link. I got videos for you tonight. If you have time for them. Han in the house, how you going? Well, potentially. Not right now. You can check in later. There's a few things I want to get through. But like what type of videos? Are they just like 10-second clips from movies or something else? Sam says, allow administrator to change personal files. Yeah, I know. Thank you, Good Sam. My God. Uh-oh. Better watch out. It's not bad, Sam. Jet B in the house. Ah, here it is. Phew. Yeah, apologies again. If you want to go over to horizontal land, then check it out. There is the link. All right, let's let this nefarious speech continue.
Evidence.com is another.
Now, union sucks and billionaires are decent people. Now, unions suck and billionaires are decent people videos. I don't know, man. Billionaires are decent people and unions suck? Come on, Han. I thought you said not all billionaires are evil and now billionaires are decent people. Which one is it? Hey? They can't all be decent.
Example of where this money will be injected. Like, collecting evidence is so different today than it was just a few years ago, really. Our mobile phones now can provide an extraordinary amount of evidence. Like, my first mobile phone had 16 gigabytes. I bought one the other day. The minimum was 264, but we know that you can get phones with up to...
Would you believe it? When I first bought a phone, so good. Now, look, whatever we're talking about here, it seems a bit crazy, but like, is this self-incriminating stuff here? Is this what they're telling people to do? You call in a situation and you send us the information as well so we can use as evidence. I'm sure there's some legal problems going on there. You'd want to get some legal advice before doing that. Incriminating yourself. Here is state. Here's some more information on me and how I interfered with a crime scene. Unions are okay, but they're ultimately a stopgap to communism. Oh, that's an interesting take. I like that. They are a reactionary force, aren't they? A stopgap to communism. Remember the Domino's pizza delivery robot people kept kicking over? Can only hope future police drones are just as goofy. Don't count on it, bro. The AI at the moment is just about isolating individuals from vast swathes of information so they can bust your door down and take you away in the middle of the night. And then they figure out after the fact whether it was worthy or not. It's just to make their jobs a little bit easier, but not at the same time. In a world of the blind, the guy with a union membership at least has support to get the compo for industrial harm. Can't wait for full Robocop era. Bring it on. I mean, everything that you have within capitalism and standard working weeks that were good were won by unions. Yes, yes, yes. And are they a reactionary force? It's an interesting take.
Tetrabytes of space on them. So that information then is downloaded, sent on to police as evidence in a crime scene. And in Bondi, can I say that was just so critically important and helpful. But we have to keep that as the New South Wales Police.
Bondi is our October 7th, for sure. For sure. It's crazy, isn't it? And like Bondi. God, they can't get over it. But on the other hand, accelerations would probably have preferred things to be untenable with capitalism, that we moved over sooner. Remember, my dad reckons some of those tools are developed by the terrorist state of is not real. I don't know. Dude, let's have a look at the Michael West article you put out, because that's the implication from the Michael West article, I thought. Self-driving police cars. When the budget isn't there to imagine literally any other future than Blade Runner. Yeah. Is Thursday real? What does it mean to be Thursday? Today on Theory Thursday. We are actually going to do Theory Thursday later, so strap yourselves in. Why are people so scared of Robocops exactly? What is the issue? Harder to get away with shit? I think it's just the general intrusion into your personal life. Like, do you need to be fully surveilled to have a society where people don't, engage in criminal activity? Like, does that need to be the case? Like, fully AI-driven surveillance state. We are now. And has it fixed your crime problems? I return the question to you, sir. Well, regular cops make mistakes and kill people, and the system is set up to arrest people first and assume the worst. Do we really want to hand over the system to robots? It's the age-old question.
For 99 years. So we have to make sure that we have the platforms in place to ensure that we are able to meet our obligations and our legislative requirements. We'll also be providing $17 million to the Crime Commission. Now, that is to make sure that they can target those crooks and target their money. That's
all right. Thank you very much, Mamupa, for that one. Here's another piece for you. This is the Michael West article that discusses this. And like, is this like recent or from the 8th of August? So it's not that long ago. Let's have a look. Surveillance state, New South Wales police to seize mobile phone data without a warrant. This is pretty scary, I must admit. We've already proven over policing doesn't work. Why throw more money at it? Not like robotic pigs are going to magically make it work. Once upon a time, it was the community doing surveillance for each other. Now it's ones and zeros. So all those AI call centers that suck, yeah, it's the point. All right, let us continue, shall we? All right, legislation before New South Wales Parliament will allow police to extract mobile phone data without a warrant using technology developed by the Israel Defense Force veterans. Michael Sainsbury reports. On Friday, the New South Wales Minns government introduced legislation that would give police effectively unfettered powers to, including on roadside stops, to use military-grade Israeli-built mobile phone spyware known as Universal Forensic Extraction Devices, UFED, widely used by ICE and other border security agents in the United States. The move is the latest expansion in the use of technology built by Nasdaq-listed Israeli firm Celebrite across Australian state and Commonwealth, and mimics similar powers available to police in Victoria and Queensland. Celebrite, am I saying that right? Yeah, Celebrite, currently valued at US $3.9 billion, is one of a group of technology surveillance companies to emerge from the Israeli Defense Force Signals unit that also include Paragon Solutions, Cognate, and Vernit. Is that right? Verint. Celebrate has won Australian government contracts worth tens of millions of dollars since 2017 for its UFED software and military-style equipment from more than 24 agencies or departments, including police in Victoria, Queensland, Western Australia, South Australia, the ACT, and Northern Territory. Federally, Celebrite technology is used by the Department of Defence, Australian Taxation Office, and the Australian Federal Police, ASIO, and Border Security Force, the Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission, and Services Australia, and many more. Unwarranted seizure and rising jail terms. The legislation will allow police to compel access to citizens' phones during arrests, roadsides, stops, and other lawful detentions. That's pretty crazy. I didn't know they could do that when they pull you over, or like when they arrest you or something, but like, give us your phone. Like, they used to ask for your phone number. I've been like detained before where they just like, give us your phone number, and then they call you to make sure that they've got the right one. And you're like, oh shit. But I didn't know they could take your phone off you. They will also be able to take unredacted images from toll road cameras and New South Wales driver license photographs to the National Facial Recognition Unit database. It also doubles penalties for refusing to answer New South Wales Crime Commission questions to 10 years jail. The bill expands the Digital Evidence Access Order regime created by Law Enforcement Amendment Act 2022, which inserted Division 4A into Part 5 of the Law Enforcement and commenced on 1st of February 2023. Until now, an order could only be sought where a device was seized under a search of a crime scene warrant. Refusal to comply will now be an offence. That's interesting. Most people in New South Wales would be alarmed to know that the New South Wales Police, using data from an Israeli corporation, can access any message they have ever sent, any photo they've ever taken, their location at any moment, everything they have ever searched, and their biometric data about who they are. New South Wales Greens and Upper House member Sue Higginson a lawyer told MYM, Michael West Media. Please stop giving me the hardest positions to defend. LOL, Israeli police software now. Dude, it's so true, isn't it? Plus, if you're wondering what I'm like laughing at here, if you're watching Vertical, we've got a Discord server. And so that's where we do stuff and things. Like share memes, spicy memes and shit and stuff. Here's a link to Discord if you want to get onto it. And then you can come join the conversation. We share propaganda, all that sort of stuff. Dude, this is fucking mental. Like, honestly. What world are we living in? Like, could you imagine that? They're just like the cops pull you over, get access to your search history. Like, oh, jeez. So good. Any picture you've ever taken? Oh, God. Oh, jeez. Can you explain this, sir? Barely a week has gone by since Labor's Chris Minns came to power, where we haven't had some knee-jerk law and order measures introduced that have punished the community, bolstered the police force, and secured the Premier more personal power. Ho Chi Minh strikes again. Dude, so good. So good. Ooh, pen tester in the house. Trust me, she wasn't impressed either. Dude. Oh, man, that is so good. Uh, I don't know why I laughed so hard at that one. Uh, Man, Spandog in the house too. How you going? Oh my god. Oh, this is too much. These changes are a matter of concern for every single person that lives in New South Wales. While couched as targeting organised crime, they will apply to everyone. The face of every single person with a licence in New South Wales will be held up for sale to the highest bidder on the dark web if these laws pass. No, we've got great cybersecurity, don't worry. They are part of a continuing trend towards personal privacy being diminished in favor of extensive and opaque police powers, and a state that will soon have the right to permanently store your entire digital history as a result of relatively minor infringements. The government has promoted the new legislation as targeted at organised crime, the government's media release stating. The New South Wales government is today introducing new laws into Parliament to modernise the fight against organised crime, giving New South Wales Police Force and New South Wales Crime Commission stronger powers to investigate sophisticated criminal networks, disrupt their operations, and hold offenders to account. Oh, thank God. Eh? Thank God. Go after the real criminals. Eh? Instead of catching people that have got like what, a minor speeding offense or something like that. Surely they won't be targeting those people. You must choose one. I don't agree with his Israeli capitulation at every stage policy, but I approve of his no more privatization policy. Oh man, good luck. But also maintaining the position of not privatizing shit anymore. I kind of like him with a mullet. That Photoshop job gave him a sweet haircut. It kind of does, actually. It's the Min's mullet, the Ho Chi mullet. Ooh, dilemmas in the house. Where are you going? If we are going to do full digital ID, can we do it like Estonia? Cut heaps of the managerial class and we get firearms for self-defense. It's always tied back to that. So good. All right, fine. If they're going to surveil us, just give us weapons. Please, somebody. I want my guns. Come on. The Min's government has from here. Wait, what's that? That's a weird sentence. The Min's government has from here. In April 2024.
The Min's government has.
In April 2024, the government created a stricter bail test for 14 to 17-year-olds with a 12-month sunset that extended it to 3 years to 2028. In November 2025, it made it easier for prosecutors to, what the hell is that? Review Dolly N. Capax, which presumes children aged to 10 to 13 lack capacity to be criminally responsible. In February this year, councils were given power to cut water and electricity to unlawful places of worship. In June, organised crime laws lift the maximum for recruiting a child into a crime and extending asset forfeiture for 1 year to 5. This is the Min's government record, right? Okay, Celebrite and human rights. Celebrite has sold products to governments known for significant human rights violations, such as China, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Russia, Belarus, Serbia, Nigeria, Botswana, Uganda, Venezuela. And what about what about the US? Does it sell stuff to the US? Or is not rail? No, surely not. Celebrite has been at the center of numerous accusations and reports on this connection to human rights abuses, including the torture and dissent of a dissident in Bahrain. According to US Member of Congress Malinowski, Celebrite's defense devices have been linked to a military crackdown in Myanmar that has resulted in the deaths of over 750 people, while the technology was presented as a central to the 2018 trial of 2 Reuters reporters who uncovered evidence of a Rohingya massacre the year before. An investigation by Michael West Media has shown Tracking Celebrite contracts is difficult as a number of states, including New South Wales, Western Australia, and South Australia, have said police technology contracts are confidential and use a range of local resellers such as Fax Tech. Interesting. New South Wales residents remain in the dark. In response to questions on notice by Higginson, New South Wales Police and Counterterrorism said that New South Wales Police Force does not, nor has it ever engaged Celebrite to facilitate digital surveillance. Okay. So I wonder if this has actually come out yet. This is on the 8th. I wonder if they're actually going to do this. Mamupa. Will we ever know? Will we ever know? We'll find out shortly. What is this? Yeah, the Chris Minns Stormtrooper one? I don't know. It looks pretty funny though. Chris Minns Stormtroopers, guns for graffiti, silence for the dead. The New South Wales government is creating a heavily resourced policing unit of around 200 officers, prioritizing hate crimes above other violence. There you go. It's Minns and the Stormtroopers. Bad language and opinion. Straight to jail. Dude, straight to jail. So good. Yeah, Americans love Flock more than that. All right, let's have a look here. We have just read a Michael West media article that describes New South Wales government proposed legislation through the form of an amendment which would allow New South Wales Police the power to get access to your phone and all of its data if you were pulled over or detained, potentially for any reason. Are you able to clarify if this legislation has passed yet or not? The article is referring to the Crimes Legislation Amendment and its proposed digital evidence access orders. Dude, what a weird name it is. It looks so much like Dead. There's so much Orwellian stuff going on here. The New South Wales government says the proposed reform would allow police to seek an order requiring access to digital device that has been lawfully seized during an arrest, roadside stop, or other lawful detention without needing the existing and company search for a crime scene warrant. However, that is not the same as saying police can currently demand access to anyone's phone simply because they have pulled them over. So as of today, 13th of August, the specific expanded phone access powers described by Michael West has not become law. There's an important nuance to the Michael West headline. It describes the proposal as allowing police to compel access during arrests, roadside stops, and lawful detentions. That's broadly consistent with the government's own description, but it does not mean police would automatically have unrestricted access to everyone's phone during every traffic stop. The proposed mechanism involves digital evidence access order and is framed around devices connected with suspected organized crime. Well then, what's the go? Can they do it or not? So can they ask or lawfully take your phone under this new legislation if you are detained for any reason? ICE agents are taking people's phones and selling them? Hey, what the hell? Times must be tough, man. No, not simply because you were detained, but I want to correct and sharpen my previous answer. The New South Wales government proposal would expand the existing digital evidence access order system. Under the proposed change, police would no longer need an accompanying search or crime warrant if A phone or other device has already been lawfully seized during an arrest, roadside stop, or other lawful detention. You must first be lawfully detained, arrested, or otherwise in circumstances where police can lawfully seize the device. Police cannot simply demand to download your phone merely because they have pulled you over. What constitutes lawful detention or arrest that would allow them to seize a device? Give me a couple of examples, please. As a Labor voter, the digital ID laws concern me, not as part of surveillance, but on the measure that there are no steps to providing security to the data that they are storing. What do you mean? You don't trust their cybersecurity? Come on. How dare you? I'm sure it's very safe. Yes, the key is that detain doesn't automatically mean police can see your phone. Under New South Wales laws, example of situations where police may lawfully take possession of a phone include you are arrested for an offence and police have reasonable grounds to believe the phone may contain evidence of that offence. You're arrested on suspicion of drug dealing. Oh, God. Just an attack on the working class, isn't it? You are arrested on the suspicion of drug dealing. Eh? They got drugs on him. We got him. It's never been used against anyone before, I'm sure. You are stopped or detained during a serious criminal investigation and police have lawful grounds to seize the device. For example, police stop a person that they reasonably suspect is involved in an organized crime offense and have grounds to believe the phone is relevant evidence. Okay. Fair enough. He got drugs on him. If you're pulled over for something mundane, like speeding or a broken tail light, that doesn't automatically give police the power to take your phone simply because you were temporarily detained. The controversial aspect of the proposed reforms is what happens after police have lawfully seized a device. The proposed changes make it easier for police to obtain a digital evidence access order, allowing them to access the data without having to obtain an additional warrant that is currently associated with the DEAO. All right, protect your phones, kids. Protect your phones. But labor is for the working class, lols. Yes, they are. It's more of a scale, isn't it? I think we've talked about this before. But hey, if you believe the politician you are looking to support is more in favor of the working class, more in favor with their policy decisions, I'm all ears. Australia people first care about the working class. Australia people first care more about the working class more than Labor do. I don't see any other party caring for the working class. Get on my level. Yeah, police is just an occupying militia supporting the majority. Ethnostate, crime equals political activities. The majority ethnostate. That's an interesting take. We need cop drones, like we need shark drones. Yeah. Sometimes I watch vids of them getting ambushed just because they deserve it. Wait, I missed something there. Personally, I'm not. I'm more for karma for the cops. But put on that badge knowing that you're not really helping is unforgivable. Body cams are cinema. Who saw the pic of Trump with the missile defense truck behind him? That's security. All right, Mamipa, thank you very much for the contribution. I feel much more safer now. A lot more safer knowing that they have all these powers. This one's another nice addition. This is for the Western Australian audience. Spandonk, Larp Jeff, if you're watching.
Privacy experts and legal advocates.
This one's for you. It seems like WA is rolling out the artificial intelligence. What's the word? Experimentation in WA policing. And they're doing it through some type of trial to to scan everyone's biometric data. So they're just watching people in public, apparently, over in WA. I wonder if this impacts you guys at all.
Advocates have criticised an AI mass surveillance pilot program being rolled out in Western Australia. Since the trial began in June, cameras linked to facial recognition software have scanned more than 130,000 people in Perth and Fremantle, comparing their faces against a police watch list in real time. A national AI reporter, Cam Wilson, has the story and joins us now. Morning, Cam.
Good morning.
Tell us about this program.
Yeah, so WA Police has been trialling this program since June, and as you mentioned, it is a AI facial recognition software that is used.
Jordan, how you going? The king of jostling returns. Hope you're well.
Used to compare faces that are scanned using normal CCTV cameras against a watch list of around 4,000 people. WA Police say that the people on the watch list include those accused of serious offences, people with a warrant out against them, and people who are missing people, as well as people who've been identified as a risk to themselves or others. This has been now happening for a couple of weeks. It is a trial, and it's the first time an Australian police force has used this technology live. And WA Police say that it is something that they believe that other state police forces are watching quite closely.
Obviously, this has raised privacy concerns.
Yes, so facial recognition software and technology is well known for having potential racial biases, and that's because it's essentially, this is AI technology that's trained on thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of faces, and through that process, it learns how to recognise faces compared to other faces. Typically, this data has like overrepresented white demographic other faces, and so
I love when people jump on this one. It's just like overwhelmingly the facial recognition technology has been trained on certain demographics. So like it's been trained on certain types of people. Okay, so like Caucasian people. It just depends where you're deploying the technology and what server you're using. I'm sure the stuff that they use in China doesn't have the same biases for white people. I'm sure it has biases ingrained specifically for people that inhabit the mainland in China. Like people point this out like it's such a revelation. It's like, oh, whoa, no way. How could it have biases in it? Like, that's the worst thing about surveillance technology. It's just like, it could be racist, eh? It lets black people get through and catches more white people. It confuses black people or something like that. It's racist. It's like, hello, did you miss the fucking point here? This is surveillance technology. They're stealing your biometric data here. Should they be watching you in public? That is the question. Dude, no way is he playing golf with that thing in the background. Paranoid, maybe? Is that real? Is it just like one of those coincidental shots? Or like he's actually got some type of anti-missile defense system? That's mental. Emotional support missile defense system. That's hilarious. Facial recognition only tracks One Nation voters. So good. I knew it. Oh man, I knew it. Cool beans, make it about race, you dingaling. No, but like even if it's true, like it's got biases in it. Of course it does. They're data sets. They're only as good as the data sets they've been trained on. Like, come on, they're riddled with bias. Seriously, it's not the revelation that everyone thinks it is. Seriously. That just shows you that they shouldn't be using it. If it sucks, because it's not trained on how diverse, there's that word again, or how multicultural our society is, and it's not trained for a multicultural society, then don't use it. Don't use technology that sucks. It'd be like if they issued coppers with guns that were, I don't know, known to be dangerous. They misfired. And they were just like, look, all right, the gun's got biases. The bullets travel towards people they don't recognize properly, particularly people with darker complexions. All right, so too bad. Deal with it. The bullets just travel in that way because they're just not trained well. They're not good bullets. The missiles and camera DEI now. What's next? Space shuttles. Oh my god. Sir, you can't enter this establishment. This is my assistant's missile defense system, and he is working. It's the missile or the lobber to blame. It's the lobber. No, it's the missile. It's definitely the missile. It's not trained right.
Sometimes faces issues with accuracy when it comes to demographics that aren't as necessarily well represented in that training data. Now, the same technology trialled in the UK underwent official testing, and that testing showed that there was no statistical significant difference between demographics and gender in ideal conditions. But the issue that is raised is whether this technology is being used in those exact conditions as it is being trialled. For example, the conditions that were tried are, people going through a crowd straight on in perfect sunlight. Obviously, that's not exactly the way the world works. Different weather, different angles, and in particular, questions about how it might struggle with First Nations faces. That's because it seems very unlikely that this data has been, that this technology has been trained on a corpus of data that has First Nations faces in it. We asked WA Police, we asked the provider, and neither said that they did. And so as a result, there's reason to suspect, based on that it is unlikely that it would do as good a job as recognising those faces. What's the ramification of that? Well, if you're not as good at recognising those faces, you might fail to make matches, or you might make false matches. And so in this case, what might end up happening is people would get wrongly recognised and accused of being on that watch list. Obviously, as we well know, that Indigenous Australians face already over-policing. So there are real questions about what WA Police has done to prepare for this very well-known issue. We, of course, have put it to them, and they have declined to say, but they've just said, this is part of what the trial will be looking at.
Wow. This is what the trial will be looking at. Seeing how crap the technology is, and then using just wild justifications while it's necessary. But police on the beat, out there stopping real criminals, putting their bodies on the line. They need this assistance. But it fails to work at a level of competency that the public would expect. Like, you would at least expect that some type of technology would do better than any human in that scenario. That is exactly what humans have come to expect when it comes to technology and the implementation of technology, especially when it comes to something as serious as whether or not you are being put on a watch list. We're going to be monitored by the state because potentially you're some type of wanted person. You have to have technology that has better facial recognition abilities than humans. Humans are quite discerning when it comes to facial characteristics. Incredibly discerning. And if the technology is not better than humans, then you can't justify rolling it out. I'm sorry. We expect at least a machine to do as well as us, if not better. Mr. You heard of Barnaby's gayest party comment? Negative. I have not. JB, not trained on black people is because it's Chinese tech without training data. The racism is basically just white ignorance in implementation. White people using AI trained to think like white people equals death. Gay One Nation voters are the scariest genre of people. Neuralink now tested extensively. Why not get a chip if you're thinking nothing wrong? All right. I have partial face blindness. Is that a joke or is that a thing? You'll have to confirm for me there. I thought police do stop crime. No, apparently not. No, that's not a joke. Okay, right. Fair enough then. Well, maybe you should use some artificial intelligence facial recognition technology just in case. Eh? Who would have thought? Maybe you should go do some contracting. with the New South Wales Police. I heard they've got this covered. I know it would be really handy. ASIO became the first big recognition technology user. They've been doing it for years, to be honest. Nothing new, really. Nothing new. All right, that's enough of this topic. Again, thank you, Mamupa, for your public service. It's been very interesting. I'm going to stay locally. Ooh, KK Online. Huh, best install the latest update then. Yes, trust us. I wanted to touch on this. I wanted to know what this deal was before we get into anything else. Apparently, Australia has done defense deals with Vietnam. I wonder what the hell that's about. Very interesting. Interesting stuff. Oh, is this the thing about Barnaby Joyce? All right, thank you. Let's have a look. Posted Barnaby Kim. Please, it's worth a watch. All right, fine. You got yourself a deal. Let's watch Barnaby Joyce talking about One Nation being the gayest party. Do you remember when we watched the One Nation? Well, not One Nation. I guess it was just Pauline Hanson back in those days. But we watched Pauline Hanson from 1996 talking about gays. And she was like, they shouldn't be doing their pride events. It's gross. She doesn't want to see it. She doesn't want to have it thrown in her face. What they do in private is their business. These pride rallies are outrageous.
I don't want to say it, but I think we're one of the gayest parties in Australia.
In a clip posted by Jaski Singh, a Perth comedian and content creator, the candidate Parminder Singh described gay people as having a mental illness and argues animals are smarter than humans because he claimed they were not gay. What did you make of that?
Not much. Well, look, he obviously doesn't know One Nation because we've got a surprise for him. We have quite a large proportion of gay people and they're all the same. They don't want to be glorified. They don't want to be vilified. They just want to people accept and they go on and do a very good job. And to be quite frank, a comment like that is highly offensive in my office. I don't concur with his views and
this is what you have to do when you get into you become an actual party, right? You have to defend stuff that you're like, even this guy, look at him. He's like, man, I joined One Nation because I just wanted to have a free ride, have a bit of fun. Now I'm back to where I was at the Nationals, defending other douchebags, then having to play catch up. Like, come on, man. I just want to have a free ride with One Nation. Look at me working now. He's doing so much work for Pauline, for the Queen. I feel sorry for Barnaby. Poor guy. Can't I just yell at my dog and say that we're a gay party without being judged? Come on.
Quite frank, he obviously hasn't been around farms. So, it's just...
What do you mean in terms of gay animals?
Yeah. I don't want to say it, but I think we're one of the gayest parties in Australia when you actually go through...
Are you trying to come out to me, Barnaby Joyce?
No, I don't have to, but I know back in my office they're watching this intently, watching everything I say.
One of the gayest parties in Australia is quite the statement.
It's true.
So gay. Actually, the most gay. Oh, man. Seriously. Australian politics. Now it's a race to see who the gayest party is. Fucking hell. Thank you for sharing. I don't even know what to say. I'm not going there, honestly. Mystery, the cows are gay. Obviously never been to a farm and seen gay animals before. It's like Big A. What is his name? The guy from South Park. Big Gay Al's boat ride. All the gay animals on it. That's Barnaby Joyce. It's Big Barnaby's gay boat ride. Straight is the new gay. Isn't it true? Yeah, who's the anti-gay party then? Well, it should have been One Nation. Like, if you listen to her from 1996, my God. She stood up against this stuff. Degeneracy. Not that there's anything wrong with that. But that's at least having to get enough attention. Just having the same power pulling someone over is wild. All these sweaty big men tackling each other. Are we talking about footy here? I knew footy was just a cover-up. Yeah, I knew it. There it is. Yeah, Vietnam-Australia deal. A topic I know a bit of. Oh, well, maybe you can tell us then. Vote Free Palestine. Benneberry's back again. Wait, is this because of the The thing that what's his name? I can see his face, the douchebag. Fuck. Avi Yemeni. His party to redirect Palestinian voters. LOL Avi. That's the one. Thank you. Free Palestine. Hey, it's not immoral. I can make a party like that. If these stupid woke hippies want to vote for it, that's what they get. Stupid hippies. All right. Ozraeli. Like the Sack Dan Andrews party. Yes. Yeah, they've done it, so we can do it. It's fair game. 2 wrongs make it right. Economic and defense deal. This is interesting. Like I've always found that like I don't understand where Vietnam stands with all of this. Like Vietnam, communist country. I felt like their defense obligations would be like, we are with the communists. They're like, hey, signing a defense deal with Australia? She looks old. Oh man, I don't know if that's just funny or ignorant and funny, but I'm going to go with the former. Give you a break.
Australia and Vietnam have signed a host of new agreements after a meeting between Presidents To Lam and Anthony Albanese in Canberra.
At a time when the world is becoming more uncertain, resilient supply chains...
Does he have melons? Like, I don't get the melon thing. Like, he was kind of like, oh, I'm getting melons from the Japanese. Like, why is that offensive? Or, like, outrageous? Or whatever it is. I don't get the melon thing. Melon gate? I don't understand it. Vietnam is more like, leave us alone or else. Okay.
Matter more than ever.
Oh, shit. That's been incredibly high. I'm going to balance out the audio. I'm sorry. I forgot to do that before. It's the gestures? Okay. Fair enough. And that's offensive. Yes, please. Apologies. I got to balance out the audio a lot.
Whether it's food, energy or critical goods, both our countries have an interest in keeping trade open and reliable. That is good for our economies, good for our security and good for our region. Today we also welcome stronger cooperation across defence, maritime and border security, the digital economy, agriculture, energy, minerals, science and innovation.
Regarding regional...
It's only a little offensive. Crown melons are a big deal as a gift, and he used it to make a she bought 2 melons joke. Right. Okay. So it's just like cultural miscommunication, and people are upset about it. Literally get some melons in your life. Then he tried to cover it up by releasing secure documents to the media. It's like Kylie 2.0. Your mic is low. If you can increase your audio capture and decrease the audio from the screen capture would fab, but no stress. No, I had it actually balanced before, and like the first clip we watched was so low. I had to turn it all the way up. I'm hoping it's better now. It should be balanced better now. Let me know. Hi everyone, welcome our Vietnamese siblings. I too am a fan of Axe and black pajamas. Yes, thank you. Okay, cool.
And international issues, we agree that amidst the rapid and complicated developments around the world, countries need to bolster dialogue, enhance trust, ensure security and safety and freedom of navigation and overflight, and address disputes via peaceful means in accordance with international law, especially the UNCLOS 1982. Vietnam recently adopted the resolution on building Vietnam into a strong maritime country, giving priority to building a strong foundation for Vietnam to become a strong maritime nation.
Let's bring in Foreign Affairs reporter Stephen Jedgetts now. Hi there, Stephen. So what have the two countries agreed to do?
Look, there have been a host of agreements signed, Ros, but on the face of it, two look perhaps particularly interesting. The first, a joint statement on economic resilience. This is similar to some of the agreements that the government has signed with other countries in Southeast Asia and North Asia before, particularly when the fuel crisis looked at its most acute earlier this year. Now, there are no binding commitments, best as I can tell, but both countries say in the event of disruptions, they're going to consult with each other and do everything possible to keep the flow of essential goods between the two two countries. So the government would probably see this as part of its broader efforts to really shore up supply chains in the face of not just the crisis in Iran, but also anticipating perhaps future shocks to those supply chains. There's also a joint vision statement on defence and security cooperation, along with a host of other pacts on economic cooperation. Look, at this stage...
What are they? What are they? We're just having a listen to an report that Australia and Vietnam have signed a defense deal. What does this defense deal actually involve? Southeast Asia firing up. Indonesia and China popping off too. The fact that he didn't circle back and course correct in a diplomatically funny way is what is cringe. Because if it's edited thing, then that's one thing. But a long form podcast has awkward dead air. Yes, the announcement you're hearing about relates to the new defense and security cooperation arrangements announced during the Vietnamese President To Lam's visit to Australia this week. It's not a mutual defense treaty or an Australian commitment to defend Vietnam. It's just more joint military exercises and training between Australian Defence Force and Vietnamese People's Army, greater military education and personal exchanges, including Vietnamese personnel receiving training in Australia, maritime security cooperation, including cooperation between the two countries' naval and other maritime forces, peacekeeping cooperation, building on Australia's assistance with Vietnam's participation in the UN peacekeeping operations. Okay. Strategic dialogue and information sharing on regional security issues. It must be with the South China Sea stuff. Greater cooperation in transnational crime, border security, and maritime law enforcement. What it doesn't do. Importantly, it isn't like Australia's security treaty with Indonesia or ANZUS style alliance. Australia is not promising to automatically come to Vietnam's military aid if Vietnam is attacked. And Vietnam isn't committing itself to fight alongside Australia. Okay. That's a big nothing burger by the sounds of it. We're just going to be nice to each other. And like share. We'll do some training drills together and stuff like that. Lame. What? ADF collab with the Viet Cong? What? North China Sea is where it's at? Not the South China Sea? Yeah, it's the new battleground, isn't it? South China Sea tensions. The partnership comes as both nations navigate overlapping territorial claims and China's expanding military presence in the region. You need to understand, we need the trees. Spanok China like waving their D around being like your coastline. We own this, China. And the UN and maritime law and the world are just like, okay. Just imagine our diggers and Vietnamese soldiers building tunnels together. Good luck, America. You thought it was bad before. Lovely. So it just sounds like, yes, okay, they're just going to be friendly. No, that's lame. That was not what I was expecting at all. Lame. I think like at the moment Australia is systematically going around Southeast Asia and just signing up defense treaties with everyone, or like defensive negotiations and relations with everyone. This is a bit of a nothing one. But hey, Indonesia's in the bag. And who else was it? Fiji was it as well? We've got some defense treaty with them. Very interesting. All right. Out of the Indo-Pacific we go. Actually, maybe not. Yeah, dude, I want to have a look at this. Volta, are you here? If we have any of our New Zealand compatriots here, our friends from across the ditch, I wouldn't mind getting your opinion on this. So if you're not across New Zealand politics, then that's tough for you. I'm not across New Zealand politics either, but I want to be. And so recently they had a leadership challenge over there. Their coalition government is under attack. And the Prime Minister was potentially going to lose his spot. He's already had another leadership challenge this year, and he survived again. This guy, Mr. Luxon, who is former CEO of Air New Zealand, I think. The bourgeoisie, rotating door. New Zealand economy is in the toilet. Yes. But like, isn't that just what's happening generally around the world at the moment? Vietnam is rapidly building a modern military drone program. Well, they've got the productive capacity. Why not? That's the future, isn't it? Swarms of drones defending you. Germany sent out 300,000 forms of military enrollment. And if men were interested, only 300 replied. Interesting change of mindset amongst the men there. Damn. Dude, that's mental. Jordan, hey, we are so scared of evil China invading because not like our allies abandoned us. Right. We are also white. Please do not pull an Afghanistan. Damn. Vietnam had 5 million reservists. Has 5 million reservists. Damn. Got another date. Be right back. See you later. Have fun. Man. I need to see Chinese forces in battle before I worry about them militarily. Fair enough. I prefer not to see them in battle, But like, whatever.
New Zealand's ruling National Party has been meeting in Wellington with the leadership of Prime Minister Christopher Luxon again under pressure. With more on this, I'm joined now by our Global Affairs editor, Laura Tingle. So, Laura, what do we know about why the meeting was called?
We're looking at a Prime Minister who seems to have got into that territory of just continuing to make what they call gaffes, I think. He's never had a great political style, Christopher Luxon. He's the former Chief Executive of Air New Zealand, and he talks in business jargon, so he tends to call voters...
The rah-rah military mindset amongst the West's men, at least, has declined. Definitely declined. Yeah, and like, fair enough. Like, who actually wants to go into an occupation where death is like high, like a high chance? Like, honestly. And for what? Like, if it was noble, like it used to be, if there was an air of honor around it, like, I think people are fully aware of the fact that the state or whoever controls the affairs of the military really just like to feed people into meat grinders. Last time China was in battle was against Vietnam. They got their shit pushed in by battle-hardened Vietnamese troops. Yes. A lot of people have had. It's not just the Chinese. They had their asses handed to them by hardened Vietnamese troops either, is it? But everyone remembers it for the Chinese. But men aren't men these days either. LOL. Interesting. That's the measure of a man. Will you die for your country? Right? Oh, no? Ah, well then you're not really a man anyway, are you? Combat experience matters. Anyone can put on a cool parade.
Customers and things, which just sort of shows that he's got a bit of a problem. So he's not a great communicator. He leads this three-party coalition under the proportional representation system they have in New Zealand. The two other leaders of the two other parties tend to just break out and do whatever they want, so he doesn't feel like he's got much authority. So it's just led to his leadership consistently being under a bit of a cloud. Most recently, there have been a few gaffes about comments he's made to business people, but most significantly in the last few days, he suggested that he would like to have a referendum on that proportional representation system, which he hadn't actually discussed with his colleagues. So that sort of raised disquiet that had already come up once in April in another leadership meeting.
So tell us about the significance of this renewed pressure that we're seeing.
Well, the significance is this is only 3 months or a few months out from the country's next election. So it's a bit of a rerun of the events possibly that we saw when Jacinda Ardern became leader just weeks out from the election when she rose to be Prime Minister. But I think it does sort of show that there's the economy is not doing very well in New Zealand, a lot of dissatisfaction. Christopher Luxon's government moved a long way to the right and has been engaged in a lot of big spending cuts. So they need a good performer out there, and there'll be 3 or 4 contenders potentially in the party room today, seeing if they can get the numbers to replace him.
All right, let's hear it from the Kiwis then. What's going on with this Luxon guy?
No mai, haere mai. Welcome to 3 News. For the second time this year, Prime Minister Christopher Luxon has survived a vote of confidence. Luxon's just released a statement saying a leadership challenge was launched by his Defence Minister Chris Penk, triggering the national leader to hold an urgent caucus meeting at Parliament this morning. Penk's unsuccessful bid for the top job has seen him stripped of all his ministerial portfolios. Political correspondent Zane Small begins our coverage.
He arrived bright and early to pledge allegiance.
I have confidence in Christopher Luxon.
But Chris Penk, who serves as the Minister of Defence and the spy agencies, was launching a covert attack.
Oh, right. This is trying to limit the amount of Maori in Parliament? Always is. Really? Is that what this is about? I didn't get that vibe. Can you give us some more details on that one? I would like to know more.
But it failed. The Prime Minister issued a statement in the past hour confirming that Chris Penk launched a leadership challenge this week, which resulted in today's confidence vote. This makes his role untenable, and as such, I have removed his portfolios. Paul Goldsmith will pick up the Defence, Veterans, Space, GCSB and NZSIS portfolios. Simon Watts will become Minister for Building and Construction.
I'm not disclosing private conversations.
It follows speculation that he'd been working the phones last night for Erica Stanford to take over as National Party leader. But it soon became clear today that not all National MPs wanted a change.
Do you think Erica Stanford would be better at the job?
No, I don't.
Okay.
She's a good friend of mine, but she's not a Prime Minister.
Was Chris Penk calling around doing the numbers for Erica?
He never rang me.
The entire National Party team arrived at Parliament this morning after their leader called an urgent caucus meeting.
I back Christopher Luxon as leader of the National Party.
I'm supporting our leader. My hope is that he has got support inside the caucus.
I don't know what's going on. You guys probably know more than I do.
The party president, Sylvia Wood, tight-lipped.
Is this distracting for National?
Has Christopher Luxon made the wrong call?
The speculation fueled by Christopher Luxon's recent communication mishaps that saw him apologise to small businesses and his caucus in the same week.
So I am sorry if my comments did not properly acknowledge the challenges that many small business owners are facing.
National MPs spent 3 hours behind closed doors, the same amount of time.
So, this is just the same type of politics we had about a decade ago. Leadership spill after leadership spill after leadership spill. NZ does have the stupid European Parliament problems. Yeah, it sounds like it. We've been through this. But, their system is very different to ours, the way they elect people. And, their system encourages minority governments and coalitions. And so, the way that people get elected and parties get elected, they have to form coalitions with others. And so it seems to be a very precarious style of politics, I must admit. Very precarious. Han, though the last time I heard about Chinese in combat was against Indian troops on the border, both sides had no guns because they thought it would be too easy to pop shit off. Instead, 200 Indian men were beaten and drowned in melee combat. But killing Indian men in combat is like clubbing baby seals. Savage take that. JB, basically mixed member proportional means vote percentage equals seats in the lower house. People on right don't like it because if 10% of people vote Maori Party, then there's an increased quota for Maori Party members. Okay. But it seems like this is internal affairs, though. Like, this is the existing coalition that are stabbing each other in the back and trying to vie for the new prime ministership, or to get into the prime ministership before the election that's coming. But, like, their system creates a very, I find, unstable form of governance. Luxon, in a bit of shift to the right, is spooking the moderates and a lot of people like MMP. Yeah. Interesting. All right. That's enough of that. I just wanted to get across what's happened there. It sounds like nothing actually happened in the end. He survived again. He survived again. I wonder what the Kiwis say about this. I didn't realize you'll get fired if you challenge the current PM. Hakuna Matata. They really are dumb. Pink will be a PM. Love Christopher Luxon because I feel he is kind. That's it. That's all the comments this gets. 15,000 views and it gets like 5 comments. It's crazy. Very interesting. LOL. Voltateur. Do you have anything to add here? I'm trying to learn about New Zealand politics. Which sounds like, yeah, lame. Chris tried to take over from Luxon. Pink tried to take over from Luxon. Chris versus Chris. And like Luxon survived. And nothing changes in the lead up. Interesting. All right. We're going to go into other stuff now. National sucks. Yeah. Well, seems like they can't get their shit together at the moment. Let's do quickly the Trump thing. So, like, if you weren't aware, Trump, whoever's watching right now, if you haven't heard about this incident, recently there was the NATO summit that took place in Turkey, and on the way home, there was like a weird situation going on with the Air Force One, and people were like, why did Trump change to an old Air Force One plane and not use that hectic one supplied by the Qataris? And like people were speculating what happened. So it's come to light now. And there was some like weird security issue that happened when he was leaving NATO because there was a threat that Iran was going to try to assassinate Trump. It's like people have been kind of laughing about this situation for the last like 24 hours, I think. Taco is back. It's a bit of a taco situation, isn't it? And like a literal taco situation because Trump got moved out of Air Force One in some like security ruse in the back of a catering truck, which is likely to have had tacos in it. So it gives whole new meaning to taco and Trump. Of course, it's a food catering truck. Hey, quiet, piggy.
Next to a rather extraordinary story about an apparent Iranian assassination threat against Donald Trump. Last month, the US president flew out of Turkey on a secret military flight while the White House said he was on Air Force One. And indeed, footage shows Trump boarding the iconic aircraft. Among the details that have emerged, thanks to US media reporting, including that Washington Post story you can see there, was that Trump was hidden by his Secret Service team in an airport catering container before he was transferred to the smaller flight and left.
Yeah, no sympathy for Trump. Yeah, what's the point of this manufacturing consent story, do you reckon? Why are they making a big deal about this? Like, are people supposed to feel sorry for Trump, do you reckon? Like, it's a weird one, I must say. Like, he literally gave the order to take out the supreme leader in Iran. And so, like, it just makes sense that they would attempt to take out the American supreme leader. Like, they are at war. Like, it kind of just makes sense. Remember, mystery, USA is the good guy. But, like, are they trying to manufacture that sentiment. It's just like, oh my god, how could they have done this? Poor Trump had to hide in a catering truck to get away from the evil Iranians. Not forgetting that he literally gave the order to take out their leader and their family too. I'm pretty sure there was like kids with him and stuff like that. Oh, here he comes. Iran killed thousands of protesters. And so what? And so if they kill thousands of people on the streets, it justifies taking out their leader? Like, honestly, even if it is true, like, that's what, like, you're advocating here. Every time a country takes out its own citizens, their leaders should be taken out in an airstrike. There'd be a lot of world leaders around the world that'd be a problem. Why doesn't it? Because that would be fair game for everyone. Like, you could argue that the US kills thousands of its own citizens, directly and indirectly. Should the White House be hit with an airstrike? Like, if you're going to say yes, it should be hit with an airstrike, and then if the government decisions lead to the deaths of thousands of American citizens, then like, okay, then that's fine then. But like, if it's just a double standard thing, the US has killed protesters. No, but policy decisions have led to the deaths of thousands of Americans. Policy decision. And like, yes, they do crack down on protesters. We've seen the state kill people recently at ICE protests. Slippery slope argument. The US has absolutely killed protesters. But like, recently we've seen them kill protesters, the state, through various agencies. So like, it's not even equivalent. Okay, so it has to be thousands. Then it's okay. Accidental shootings is a bit different to what we saw live in Iran. Accidental shootings, bang, 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 bang. It was an accident. 10 times shot. That was an accident. So good. I love the scale here. The scale. Not even equivalent. All right, fair enough. Again, these people are so used to dishing out violent acts like surprised pigs when violent returns fire. Accidental. Should have been in quotations. Oh, man. All right, back to it.
To tell us a bit about this story, Ketavan Gorjestani, our international affairs editor, is with me in the studio. And Ketavan, it is quite the ruse that it seems the Secret Service team conducted to sequester Trump out of Turkey. Just tell us a bit more about the operation and what happened.
Well, look, according to the Washington Post, this decoy operation...
Her voice is crazy. All right, let's go to the Washington Post, actually, and have a look at this. Like, that has happened before in American history. We know that, right? Like, there were student protests in the 60s where the National Guard actually opened fire on the citizenry. So, like, as long as we're happy with taking out world leaders because military personnel attack citizens, like, I'm all for that. I'm all for it. You know, once you start that one, they're getting off that train. An Iranian assassination threat against President Trump. This is the original Washington Post article that set off all this discussion, and everyone's just bouncing around with the same information. An Iranian assassination threat against President Donald Trump prompted an extraordinary operation last month in which he flew secretly from Turkey in an alternate military aircraft while the White House said he was aboard Air Force One. The Washington Post has learned. The clandestine mission which has not been reported previously, was carried out but unbeknownst to journalists and some White House staff members who believe they were on the same plane as the president. According to material reviewed by the Post, a U.S. official familiar with the operation, another person with knowledge of the president's travel. These people spoke on the condition of anonymity because they were not authorized to talk about the matter. So good. So the people stayed on the plane when Trump got off, and they let all the journalists and all the other staff stay on the plane that could have been potentially shot down by Iran. So good. Wounded Knee. Yeah, there we go. Yes, E, but we don't generally prop that up. But yeah, it's also not an excuse for foreign intervention. I don't think you really should be justifying foreign intervention of that type. I don't know, man. Wounded Knee. What else have we had? What other examples are there? I have to think about that. Human rights groups have verified over 7,000 deaths from the Iranian regime's violent crackdowns, though internal links and medical staff warned the number may be 20 to 30,000. The Detroit uprising. I guess you're right. The USA should stay out of it. Like, but what's the answer to that, Ben and Berry? Your answer to the regime killing thousands of people is like, we should just bomb them then. So we should kill more of them to stop them killing themselves. I think we should stay out of it, or the USA should absolutely stay out of it. Like, that's the difference here. It's just like, oh, well, they killed a few thousand people. That's our turn to kill a few thousand people. It was a strategic strike. Yeah, but they've killed thousands. They've killed thousands of people as a result of this. They've displaced millions. I don't think that is commensurate at all. Waging war on a country. Strategic what? What strategic? The one where they took out the supreme leader, or the one that when they took out something like a girls' school or civilian infrastructure? I was raining down oil and acid rain on the capital city. Like, which one of those ones are fully justified? We've saved people by bombing them. Now they won't have any more people to kill. It's just, it doesn't seem congruent. People do know what occurred in Iran and was Israeli-backed event. Yeah, there was also interference that caused the unrest, which doesn't help either. But hey, it's almost like they was trying to destabilize the country on purpose. Not sure why the protest groups were burning hospitals with children in them. No, the people in the protest, they were Mossad. Like, because we saw, like, on stream here, we saw the Israeli state taking responsibility for that. I don't think everyone was, but there were Mossad agents apparently there. Like, they admitted to it. So I don't know why we would think that they wouldn't have operatives in the area or in the country. Anyway, shall we get back to the story at hand? In Ankara, Trump ordered an old Air Force One jumbo jet in view of television cameras. He was secretly shuttled minutes later onto a smaller plane, an Air Force C-32A, via an airport catering truck typically used to load meals and other supplies pre-flight, according to the U.S. official and cooperating material reviewed by the Post. So good. I hope there were tacos in that fucking catering truck. That made Air Force One a decoy, with media and some White House staff on board, the official said. So good. Trump has been in Ankara for a NATO summit with world leaders. Yeah, remember. The maneuver meant that Trump's actual location was concealed from the American public and many senior US officials for hours. Weeks later, it remains unclear how widely the administration has disclosed the operation. Why would they? Why are they even setting this out, to be honest? Like, what is going on here? For the manufacturing consent machine, like, why are they letting this out? There was already speculation at the time that something was going on because they were using the old Air Force One plane and not the new Air Force One plane. So there was already speculation that was security issues because that's what they were talking about at the time. But now it seems like they're manufacturing consent for, oh no, feel sorry for our supreme leader. We gotta be worried about our supreme leader here, or like the leader of the free world. Like, we're supposed to care for some reason. Like, if the president gets taken out after killing somebody else's leader, like, and they're at war, like, what do you expect? Like, are we actually supposed to start to be concerned about this? Like, as like the plebs of the world, should we all be waiting on bated breath to see if Iran takes out the president of the United States? Like, are we supposed to actually care about that in the sense of like feel really bad about that situation, or be surprised that they would even be considering taking some type of retribution out for their supreme leader to be taken out? Like, is this really something that they need to put on our radar? Oh, did you know that Trump's life is under threat? Okay, from Iran? Oh, God, say it isn't so, really? Should we really be worried about this? The new Air Force One is a state-of-the-art aircraft that has been fitted with high-level security protocols that ensure the safety of the president and his staff, Chung's statement said. As the president has said recently, there are many enemies of America who have their sights on him, and we use every tool at our disposal to address those threats. They need to keep reminding us of how evil they are so they can give the Department of War more money. That actually makes sense. I like that. I can buy that story. I can buy that. That makes more sense. It's just like, look how dangerous this is. Trump had to get away in a catering truck. We are under serious threat here, ladies and gentlemen. Here, quickly sign off on the $1.5 trillion military budget and additional funds, if you will. We are under attack. This does whip up a sense of like kind of heightened fear. Well, look at 9/11. America was like, oh my God, how could somebody do such a thing? Yes. So there must be manufacturing consent for something like that then. Do you reckon Chomsky was on the island when he coined the phrase manufactured consent? I don't think he actually went to the island, but like he was hanging out with Epstein, getting financial advice from him and giving him political advice, which is dirty. I don't know if he actually went to the island. I don't think anyone's made that allegation. But funny, nonetheless. I will celebrate the day Donnie goes. Don't care how it happens. Trump got the plane from a bribe. From Qatar, yeah. Publicly, the White House has repeated its account that the president left Turkey on the legacy blue-white Boeing 747 that served as Air Force One before Trump began using the former Qatari jet. Yeah, wow, they're even bringing up 9/11 here. Isn't it crazy? Like, we're supposed to, like, psychologically or subconsciously make the connection between all of these things. The manufacturing consent machine is crazy. I agree. A government is morally obligated to eliminate an external threat before it can launch a lethal attack against its citizens. Agree? A government is morally obligated to eliminate an external threat before it launches a lethal attack against its citizens. Yes? Yeah, fair enough. What source is this article? This is the original one that sparked this whole story. This is like the manufacturing consent machine right here. The Washington Post released this story, and like the same narrative was being coming. Like, we saw a French news site talking about this. This was the same story that's been like everyone's talking about, and it's all come from the Washington Post. And like the theory of manufacturing consent, if you go back and listen to Herman and Chomsky when they talked about it, is like one of the big news sources will drop a story, one of the big ones like Washington Post or New York Times or the BBC or some huge organization with gravitas of that nature. They'll drop a story and everyone else will be forced to talk about it because they don't want to miss out on talking about this story. And like, yeah, let Bezos tell us what to think. And like Bezos's people are now drawing the dots. In the first hours of the terrorist attacks on September 11, 2001, Bush's administration officials did not immediately disclose the president's whereabouts, saying only that he had been taken on to an undisclosed location. But they did not say he was somewhere where he was not. And within hours, officials revealed that he'd been flown to a military facility in Nebraska. The Trump operation unfolded quite differently, highlighting the depth of concern that US security officials had about his safety leaving Turkey amid hostilities with Iran. Turkey, a key US ally and a member of the NATO military alliance, shares a border with Iran. 4IS in the house. Yo. What's up? Benneberry, the US must stop any foreign threat that endangers global trade. Must it? Really? Hostile military actions in the Persian Gulf threaten global trade. The US must intervene to stop hostile military actions in the Gulf. Trade equals threat to citizens? Damn. I assuming you were sick, E. You better. I am feeling much better. Much better. I'm still not really there yet. But like, hey, I'm better. Oh, did I miss Trump's magic trick? Well, we're in the thick of it right now. So, Benneberry, like honestly, who created? Like honestly, answer me this, riddle me this, Benneberry. You saying that like Trump must eliminate threats to his citizens because Iran is threatening the Gulf. Was the Gulf open for trade before Trump killed their supreme leader? Simple question, yay or nay. Was the Gulf open to the world? The world citizens were getting the usual global trade situation prior to the US taking out the supreme leader, the Ayatollah. Yes, but nukes. Hey man, you brought up the global trade thing. Now you're bringing in the nukes. Like, come on. Like, this is the thing. This is what they did. They were just like, first, this is a humanitarian mission. We must stop them killing their own people. And then like that missed. And now it's like about nukes. Like, come on, man. It's crazy. They've changed the window on this one. But nukes is the best retort. So good. I love when people do that in comment sections. It's just like when someone does something against the US or whatever. It's just like this person 2 weeks away from developing nuclear weapons. So good. Shift. Goal shift. Okay. I think we're on the same page here. I'll let it go. A credible threat to Trump involving Iran set the deception operation in motion, the US officials said. The New York Times and CBS News reported last month that intelligence officials flagged a specific threat of an attack on the president or his jet, triggering additional precautions. There are decades-old concerns in the US government of Iranian terrorism plots against American officials, including Trump. Those fears have escalated recently as a result of Washington's role in the killing of the Iranian military and political leaders. Yeah, really? I wonder why. Completely unjustified, can I add? The operation, the Iranian threat, came days after the president began using the newer Boeing 747-8. I like how they just kept people on the plane as well, despite the threat. That's the best part. I think somebody put a mad like a meme. I think it was you, Blaz, if you're still watching. This one. I don't know if you guys can see this. It's pretty small. This one's pretty good though. Can you see that? Somewhere on a tarmac in Turkey. Why did President Trump get off this plane? He just thought it would be better off if we didn't all get killed by Iran. You see, he's always making sacrifices. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Not that anyone else knew that he was not on the plane. Sacrifice. It's a sacrifice. And like, you know, from what I understand, that's how it works. The president is the most important person in the United States of America and gets treated above all other persons. And they say we don't live in a class society anymore. Put a GIF in Discord of Trump getting triggered and hiding. Oh, is this one here? Some of you may die, but it's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Taco Tuesday. Well. Taco Tuesday. Finding out on Thursday. I don't know if there's much else in this. But I remember, yeah, someone quoted the secret security guy saying that, like, yeah, Trump's the most important person in America. And so, like, everyone else has to kind of die. If they die, so be it. Asked why reporters had been instructed to lower their window shades on the plane in Turkey, Trump said that it was because you're probably on a dangerous flight because of the sleaze bags that we have to deal with. Trump said that he has a threat all the time against his life and that he is number one on Iran's list. But if I go, you go, right? Trump suggested to reporters. Perhaps someday you want to change professions. Damn. What a mad take that is. Hey, if I go, you go with me. Am I right? We're in this together, my people. Fuck yeah. So the coward lets all of his staff on board a plane that could eventually have been targeted. Speaks a lot about him. Biden never hid in a catering cart. Trump is a villain cartoon character. Even the two Friends 24 TV presenters are trying hard not to laugh. Spoken like a true dictator. Taco in a food catering truck sounds just about right. I thought he was a lion, but he turned out to be a coward. Savage. I don't think people in France 24 like Trump. Biden was hiding in a coffin instead. Savage. Govan. In the house. How you going? Hey, I made that catering truck joke. Yeah, they stole your material, bro. What's going on? I laugh at the sight of Trump sitting in a catering delivery container rolled over the runway, I guess, to a third plane, LOL. How embarrassing for 70% of Americans. I get the feeling that these French people don't like Trump very much. The predator has now become the prey. Dude, savage. Savage. Oh, man. I still think that they should have gone all out and hid him in a cave for 3 days. Then say he was resurrected. First censored comment in a while. Yeah, you've been on a really good behavior. It's ever since you started modding. Your president needs to put your life on the line, son. Take that bullet for him while he golfs. Yeah, there it is. When he golfs with an anti-missile detection system watching over him. That's crazy. That's one scared superpower. Think about it. Does it really serve Iran's interest to assassinate an American president? If he lives, Iran continues to have a dolt opposing them. If an attempt is successful, then Iran brings opprobrium upon themselves from the world and angers a more powerful opponent, the US. PSYOP by US intelligence? I don't know. I think it's just manufacturing consent. I feel this is likely as if the threat were real. Air Force One would never have been permitted to depart with staff, journalists, etc. on board. Not to mention the loss of a very expensive aircraft with unique capabilities that are very hard to replace. Without AF for Air Force One, Trump is grounded. That's a fair point, I think. It's a bit of a ruse to manufacture some consent on something. I want him to take it everywhere, like the back of every presser, the back of every impromptu interview. I think the missile defense system should replace JD. Dude, that's so good. So good. All right, that's enough of that one. Now, we're going to do some North Korea glazing. All right. It's time. We did some last week. We were North Korea glazing, and we're like looking at North Korean society and everyone talking about how North Korea's economy is doing well. And we watched like people in North Korean society. Well, we watched people that were like kind of like travel vloggers and stuff going to North Korea and like boasting about their time over there. And then we watched a little bit of people going to see how North Korea really is these days, etc., etc. I've got some more of that stuff, and I wanted to do some North Korea glazing today. His ass is already a dump truck anyway. What's one more truck? As long as it's manufactured consenting adults. Well, we are all manufactured, that's for sure. Let's do this. Another Supreme Leader, another one. Quick, get him. Yeah, we're going from one Supreme Leader to another over here. All right. I don't know who I like more. Do you have a favorite Supreme Leader? Anyone? Anyone have a preference there? Trump is your favorite Supreme Leader, or Kim Jong-un? I guess we can find out after this. I know whose economy is doing better at the moment. Oh, savage. This is from Bloomberg. I can't believe Bloomberg are doing pieces like this. Supreme Pizza. Supremus the Merciful. Kim Jong-un, because Team America World Police. Also, activate the like button. Oh, yeah. Also, Albo. Oh, yeah, sorry. Supreme Leader Albo. Is that what they call him? No, I think some people call him Chairman Albo. But I can't forget about Chairman Albo. The irony of this story is Chud the Builder received the same bail for defending himself. What's this? Han. Is this very distasteful stuff? Poor guy. Not a very flattering picture. Yes, don't read it. Okay. All right. Well, thank you for sharing it and telling me not to read it. I guess I won't read that one then. I was going to read the headline. Ohio mum, her two trans lovers accused of torturing and killing disabled 7-year-old son. Okay. Is Han's content ever tasteful? I don't know. He put that one last week when we were doing Theory Thursday, I guess. And it was like, it's not, what are they called? It's not PagerU. It was something else. Something like PagerU. Like a libertarian channel. And they did like a hit piece on the DSA. That was tasteful. Reason TV. Thank you. Yeah, that was tasteful. Actually, on thought about that, I think Han's assessment of that piece was actually the most accurate as well. That it's not about doing a hit piece on DSA exactly, but it's like warning liberals about going to the DSA and like the weird socialist takeover of the Democrats. It's a pretty good assessment, actually. It's not specifically about dunking on socialists, but scaring liberals. This is what's coming. The socialists are coming to get you. Aren't you scared now? You should be. All right. Here it is. I can't believe. Again, this is a Bloomberg piece. What the a Bloomberg? Like these are the people that write for the bourgeoisie. Why are they North Korea glazing? Anyone want to? Did you read the comments of the New York interview I sent you? It doesn't look like liberals are too jazzed about DSA. Is this the one where there's that representative from the DSA and the first question she gets asked pretty much is like, what is democratic socialism? I haven't actually read the comments. I read about the New Yorker. I only read I only watched like 5 minutes of it to test it. I was actually going to keep it for Worker Wednesday next week. She fumbled the interview and the comments ate her alive. Interesting. I guess they don't need any scaring then, the liberals. They're already scared of the DSA and the communist takeover. Hot socialists in your area coming for you. That's how you get them. Do nothing wins anyway, North Korea now. Liberals aren't left. No getting sex sells. Same recruitment strategy as Manson. Depends where the liberals live. Yes. Our liberals are very different to American liberals, aren't they? Props to any country that bypasses sanctions. Yes, I know, right? Yeah. They can survive under that pressure. It's pretty good. Liberals are usually centre-left. Canada, US liberals. Usually. But our liberals aren't. Usually. And like that's the best they can do for a left-wing party as well. But they're not lefties. They're not like workers' parties, that's for sure. Truly uncanny. All right. Why is Bloomberg the lapdog of the bourgeoisie, the 1%, the moneyed classes, the financial sector of the bourgeoisie? Why are they writing positive opinion pieces about North Korea? North Korea leader Kim Jong-un has raked in as much as $22 billion in foreign earnings from 2022 to 2025, according to Bloomberg Economic Analysis. That represents a 400% rise in revenues from the previous 4-year period, despite sweeping global sanctions. So how did Kim do it? What's the trick, Kim? Tell us. While the West is dying, the economy, Western economies are dying. What's your secret source, Kim? How did Kim do it? And why is a richer North Korea an even bigger concern for the world? Find out now. Should be turning over cash instead of raking in. Lost so much to, Greens voters at heart who actually want to make change. No, slow down. You can argue Australian Labor are not leftists, but Labor has lots of leftists within it. Greens voters at heart who actually want to make change. North Korea project is showing out. The West hates this one simple trick. Dude, that's hilarious. That's a good one. All right, let's listen. I heard people start to describe Labor as centre-right now, mainly due to the whole easy riding of late. How do you feel about Pauline's easy riding? Does that make her centre-right too? Or like still far-right? No, surely it's far-right.
North Korea.
North Korea.
It's a bit of an enigma. A sealed-off society on the doorstep of a global superpower. a minuscule economy, but a nuclear arsenal that commands global attention. And despite a mountain of international sanctions designed to crush it, the Kim regime has begun to thrive.
The entire
Can we just capture that one statement there so we can use that every time somebody comes in and is just like, Cuba sucks. Cuba's failing because of its own internal problems. It's like they've said it here.
Has begun international sanctions designed to crush it.
A mountain of international sanctions designed to crush it. Like, this is it. Sanctions are a form of warfare. All right, let's just not forget this. It is a form of warfare. States will use sanctions against other countries to cripple them so they can come in and take over when the chips are down. When the threat is fake. When the threat is real. Dude, I wish I had seen that before. That is fucking hilarious. If you're wondering what I'm looking at here, we have a Discord server. And we go there to share propaganda, and Blaz goes there to drop all his spicy memes. The Kim regime sounds like a routine. So go over there. If you're watching this on YouTube and you haven't already, activate the like button. For God's sakes, do yourself a favor. Activate the like button. And if you're new here, yeah, subscribe for more. Follow for more on Twitch, etc., etc.
The Kim regime has begun to thrive.
The entire North Korean government is in stronger position than at any point over the last 35 years.
Following a brief surge in 2016,
you know the analysis is going to be good when someone speaks like that.
Crippling UN sanctions and pandemic lockdowns sent the economy into a prolonged slump. But by 2023, something changed and the regime oversaw rapid GDP growth.
North Korea's trade and overall regime revenue sources have shifted significantly. A rich North Korea has the potential to be a much larger threat.
If the world once viewed Kim Jong-un as the lonely dictator of a hermit kingdom, his recent schedule tells a very different story.
This is an amazing comeback story for leader Kim Jong-un. We are seeing Kim more powerful economically, militarily, politically than ever before.
His newfound cash is funding a massive military build-up and the Kim dynasty for another generation, potentially in the hands of his young daughter. So how did one of the most isolated, heavily sanctioned regimes on Earth pull off a multi-billion-dollar economic turnaround?
It's a fair question, isn't it? How, despite all the odds, did he avoid the sanctions and still come out the other side? Who would have thought? Maybe the current global order is starting to crumble, and this is just a sign of that. Your sanctions have no power here. Sanctions are a great way to keep the people angry at the government for future government takeovers. You think it's bad with one Australian billionaire pushing bullshit? Try getting AJAC in Oz, money and US Pentagon money involved. Bigger in general, physically, he fat. You know, it's interesting when we watched that documentary about like life in Pyongyang, everyone was lean. There wasn't anyone who had extra weight on. Like no one that we saw in that video had a bit of extra love handles, extra cushion for the pushing. Nothing. Everyone was lean as, except for Kim Jong-un. We already have our version of APAC here in Oz, and One Nation didn't have to get elected for it to happen. LOL. A female dictator, North Korea, the DEI kingdom. I guess she jostled. Hey ladies, it shows that you can make it too. Hey, just as long as you're from the right family, I guess. It's because they have commie universal healthcare and everybody's fit. It's not that they are starving. They're just fit. That's what it is. They're all just fit as commie universal healthcare. Oh man. Oh man, you mentioned an NK capital city name again. I can't take it seriously. Flatland. All right, back to it. Back to the, what do they want us to think about North Korea? Ask yourself. We've done some really good manufacturing consent analysis today. I'm really happy with everyone. People have been saying some interesting things about why they want us to think about this stuff. And what the hell does Bloomberg want us to think about North Korea? Yeah, low body fat is a sign of good health in the West. LOL. She got that NK waistline. Kim has thyroid issues, not extra macas.
It's quite easy to spot a lottery winner. That neighbour who used to take a bus to work now has a brand new Mercedes. And they've outsourced the steering. North Korea's capital city of Pyongyang has been looking suspiciously flush of late too.
There are more cars, there are more people who use smartphones.
The ability to call an Uber-like car, these huge leaps that seem to point to a more prosperous North Korea.
At night, North Korea is the dark patch between two economic powerhouses, China and South Korea. But over recent years, someone appears to have found the dimmer switch and been turning it up.
Do you remember we looked at a picture the other day? Spandog, check this out, man. Remember the picture that you showed? It had like just had Pyongyang and maybe like a couple of other places up the top there. Look at this one. Do you reckon they're embellishing just for this story? Because this one shows a much more vibrant North Korea than you. They showed the space shot, yeah, but like the one, remember the one you sourced it from? It looked like an official source you had. And Bloomberg, hey, what are they up to?
There has been a noticeable improvement in Pyongyang and some other major cities.
Starting in 2022 to now, we've seen a huge influx of revenue to the regime, almost 60% increase in the foreign currency that the regime has access to in the highest years post-pandemic.
Hey, it might even be better. Couldn't find one from 2026. Okay. I wonder what year you were using then. Because it looks like fucking 2025, North Korea's going gangbusters.
Compared to their pre-sanction levels.
All right, I have to continue the jostling. I got to go now. See you all later. It's good to have you, Jordan. Hope you're well. Good luck jostling.
Significantly percent increase in the foreign currency that the regime has access to in the highest years post-pandemic compared to their pre-sanction levels. That significantly changed the economic prospects.
Between 2022 and 2025, North Korea has raked in billions of dollars in foreign earnings, totaling as much as $22 billion, according to a Bloomberg economics analysis. That's nearly 4 times more than the previous 4-year period. Although, let's be clear on something.
We're still talking about a country that's one of the most impoverished in the world.
Estimates from the Bank of Korea put its economy currently, or GDP, at around $30 billion. And that is 60 times smaller than its southern neighbor, South Korea, which sits at around 1.9 trillion in GDP.
But I wonder what the economic situation actually is. 60 times different economy, but like what level of debt? Debt peonage do they have to the world's financial system? Are they embroiled and captured by the global financial system like the rest of the world? Or are they like a free agent who has a $30 billion economy but no actual strings attached? I wonder if it's better to have a small economy of only $30 billion but absolutely be disconnected from the predatory world financial system. I wonder which one's more beneficial at the end of the day. If you can start to make it work, do you want to be debt trapped like all the countries around the world are? How dare North Korea have an economy? I'd rather be an independent musician who controls the rights to my music than be signed to a major label with nothing to show for it. Yeah. It's crazy, isn't it? It's a good analogy too.
Last decade.
Do you mean for the individual or the collective? No, I mean as a nation, as a country. The collective. And for the individual. Being out of debt is huge. Hugely empowering. Better for the collective at the price of the individual seems to be NK. So we've been told, yes.
Has actually been a really pivotal moment for North Korea, not only its economy, but its entire political system.
A turning point was 2019 and a high-profile summit in Hanoi between Kim and US President Donald Trump.
Donald Trump and Kim Jong-un arriving in Hanoi.
They were discussing exchanging sanctions relief with dismantling Kim's nuclear program.
But talks collapsed. Kim left humiliated and broke.
Basically, they wanted the sanctions lifted.
It's a very Eastern way of thinking in general from what I've experienced. Yeah, there is a cultural difference there that I don't think fully appreciate in the West. Well, any state with a top-down power structure, really. Is there any state out there that doesn't have a top-down power structure, though? I would like to find out about this anarchist state with its horizontal power structure. We need to case study it immediately. At least North Korea don't outsource. Outsourcing is the privatization of human labor, after all. Interesting. The privatization of human labor? I would like to know more about that one, Dilemmas.
In their entirety.
Talks collapsed. Kim left humiliated and broke.
Basically, they wanted the sanctions lifted in their entirety, and we couldn't do that.
His economy suddenly hit the wall because of the sanctions.
And so Kim doubled down on his sole explosive leverage.
North Korea is actually accelerating its production of nuclear weapons and potentially is on track to have one of the biggest stockpiles out there.
Fast forward a few years, things look a bit different, economically and politically.
Chinese President Xi Jinping has appeared alongside Russia's Vladimir Putin and North Korea's Kim Jong-un at a military parade marking 80 years since the end of World War II.
I don't think it's something that we would have imagined when the talks collapsed in Hanoi.
Not least because China was also growing wary of Kim's nuclear tests.
That is all signs of Kim very strategically navigating this geopolitical landscape.
It is, right? All right, fine. No sanctions relief? Well, then we're just going to build more nuclear weapons. Explosive leverage. That's a good one. An argument could be made for Cuba or the more socialist democratic Norwegian model countries. They claim bottom-up democracy and seem to deliver better than ours, at least. Bottom-up democracy. Huge claim, though, isn't it? They claim. Outsourcing is externalizing your labor force. It can be privatized regardless. Yeah, I want to know what that actually means. I'm gonna have to go with the Blaz definition here. Outsourcing is just externalizing your labor force. Just going somewhere else to find labor, usually because it's cheaper, right? I saw that quote from Rennick in a live Q&A the other night. As soon as he said it, it struck my brain. So that's why I'm asking you, what do you think that means? Outsourcing is the privatization of human labor. I'm not sure that's for me, it's the epiphany that you've had there. Little Rocket Man does have some chutzpah, yeah. But importantly, externalizing your labor force means that you don't have to give a shit about the country your business is operating in, and your workers don't care about it either. Higher rate of exploitation, e.g. Norwegian consultancy firm that hires Indian and Korean workers doesn't give a shit about Australia.
So what happened in those intervening years? How was Kim able to find both power and relative wealth, despite the weight of sanctions and isolation? First, according to the United Nations and private researchers, stealing internet money.
North Korea has put forward the largest state-sponsored hacking units with a specific focus on crypto sources. That has reached astronomical levels, with estimates in 2025 putting their thefts into upwards of $2 billion a year.
Private researchers said that in 2017, North Korean hacking groups accounted for about 30% of global thefts of cryptocurrency, such as Bitcoin. Barring a bit of downtime during the pandemic.
The poor crypto bros. Yes, my heart bleeds. When North Korea does economy good, it's because they are economic pirates stealing from the crypto bros. Oh man, hilarious. So when you ask KPMG to come up with tax laws for Australia, it would help if all their workers lived here and if the business was fully Australian, etc., etc. It was a reference to government workers hiring consultants to do their jobs for them. That was the topic at the time. Okay. Like Treasury hiring consultants. Okay. So I think just any form of government work that is outsourced to consultants is privatized. We used to do that all the time in government. I used to hate it. Instead of using the budget to hire people in government who would have good government jobs with good benefits and good pay and like actual permanent employment, we just shifted off to consultants. And so like you privatize that element of government work. Government has a responsibility, I think, to do things in a certain way, and especially impartially. But like you outsource it to the private sector, you lose some of that function. And like we lose that skill as well. Like the private sector becomes the area that has that skill. The government should have it. It's a problem.
It's now thought to be in excess of 70%.
And
pandemic, cryptocurrency such as Bitcoin. Barring a bit of downtime during the pandemic, it's now thought to be in excess of 70%.
And eventually they cash it out into euros, dollars, renminbi, and then that money can be moved to bank accounts primarily outside of North Korea to purchase goods for the regime.
Greg Damone, remember Mystery Bone Spurs is a convicted felon. 17 US soldiers dead, a nuclear threat that didn't exist, a strait that was already open, $1 billion a day, money for war, no food for the poor. Damn. Savage take. Why do people call him Mr. Bone Spurs? That's the second time somebody said in the chat, referred to Trump as Mr. Bone Spurs. An interesting one.
Then there's China.
China is still the most important backer for North Korea's economy. It's where 98% of North Korea's trade comes from.
China remains the #1 destination for North Korean exports.
He dodged the Vietnam War because he claimed he had bone spurs. Right. Interesting.
And the #1
important backer for North Korea's economy. It's where 98% of North Korea's trade comes from.
China remains the #1 destination for North Korean exports and the #1 source for North Korean imports, and is incredibly important for the supply of critical energy resources for the North Korean economy as well.
Beijing supports its neighbour to the extent sanctions allow, partly because it wants to avoid North Korea's economic collapse and the refugee crisis and regional instability that may follow.
China is sometimes willing to tolerate actions of North Korea which are not actually popular in Beijing. They need a stable North Korea, and they're willing to pay for it.
But by far the biggest source of new money for the Kim regime came from this.
Russia launches an attack on Ukraine. The Ukrainian government calls it a full-scale invasion.
The war is profitable? Go on.
Emergence of the Russian invasion of Ukraine and Russia's need for North Korean arms completely changed the picture. Russia has been using munitions at a much faster pace than they initially anticipated and needed to find another source of Soviet-era artillery. North Korea is a rare place that had a huge amount in storage and also had the ability to produce it.
The Center for Strategic and International Studies estimates North Korea has earned as much as $12.8 billion from this arms deal alone.
It remains unclear how much of that is coming back just in cash or whether it is coming back in goods and technology. One example would be that the North Koreans have recently unveiled a new destroyer. And that destroyer is using, it appears, Russian technology, particularly for its air defense. That air defense equipment likely would have cost upwards of $20 million. And in this case, it looks to have been transferred from Russia to North Korea.
This has changed the regime's ability to ramp up its own economic and defensive plans.
Particularly as it seeks to build out its conventional military, which has languished as it's invested the majority of its money in its nuclear program.
The war in Ukraine may also have helped manufacturers test and improve weaponry based on real combat experience.
So even if they started off sending something not as sophisticated, we do believe that they've achieved a level of upgrade of these weapons, meaning that if it wants to, it can sell these weapons elsewhere in other countries. Kim Jong-un appears to be aware that the war could end at some point, and that is in part why we think that he's trying to restore this relationship with Xi Jinping. We just saw Xi Jinping visit Pyongyang in June, first visit in 7 years.
With China behind their backs, with their pockets full of money, I think the government can feel quite secure, confident, and I think indeed they will probably stay in power for many years to come.
This influx of capital demonstrates
So what are the three things? They're stealing money from the crypto bros. They've got good relations with China. So they have trade relations, and 90% of what they produce and what they import comes from China. And then the other one is the war between the Ukraine and Russia, and that is stimulating their economy. Those three factors combined, war, piracy, and trade with China, is what can turn your economy around. Just taking notes for when we start up our own state. We need these things. We need these three things. Look at those medals. Yeah, I know. Fuck. Eh? Highly decorated. This guy here. It even goes under the belt, the medals. Oh, this douchebag. Eh? Have you got any under the belt medals? I don't think so. How dare the North Koreans support Russia? We should put a stop to that right now. Countries helping and trading with other countries. What an evil mindset those filthy commies have. Yeah. Goddamn commies.
Jong-un's adaptability in finding new ways to safeguard regime survival. For 15 years now, the supreme leaders continued to uphold the totalitarian, military-first communist vision of his father, Kim Jong-il, and his grandfather, the founder of North Korea, Kim Il-sung. He may also be getting an early start on his own succession planning, this time with a daughter. Little is known about her, not even her name for certain, although she's believed to be called Kim Ju-ae, and in her early teens.
She is doing a great deal of military-related activities. Something like 2/3 or 3/4 of events where she participated are somehow related to the armed forces or military industry.
She also accompanied...
Someone already made that joke before. I think it was Jordan. It was like, a woman terrifying DEI in North Korea.
her father to his Beijing trip in September last year, which strongly signals that she is being groomed as Kim's successor. One reason why we are seeing Ju-ae more often in state media is part of Kim Jong-un's efforts to make sure that she's exposed to the state affairs. She is seen to ordinary North Korean citizens that there is a person to succeed this leadership in North Korea.
Number two, she is a woman. Unlike his father or grandfather, he is very open to the idea of appointing women to the position of power. He understands that not all people...
I guess they're going to start dropping bombs at least once a month now. Testing bombs, right? They haven't dropped any yet, have they?
In North Korean society share his, I would dare to say, feminist ideas. So they have to be basically trained. And the sooner you start, the better.
I think people used to think that Kim is a bit of a weird dictator in this isolated country, but what we've seen in the past years is that he's really emerged as one of the most unexpected winners of what is really happening in the world right now.
From the North Korean point of view, the US and Israel attack of Iran is another confirmation of what they have known. The nuclear weapons is the only way to guarantee regime security.
I think the story that we found.
Well, it's not a
when
bad
we looked at
assessment,
North
though, is it?
Korean Revenue generation.
That's pretty much it. Seriously, if you really want to defend yourself, apparently, and really stop someone from coming and just bombing you indiscriminately, then I guess you got to have nuclear weapons. That's the lesson here. North Korea was right. What a unfortunate situation. Love the framing. She's being groomed. Yeah, I know. They have a clear succession line. It's very obvious, and she's being groomed. But Joe, I just feel like a hug from the Supreme Leader would fix me.
Is one of the adaptability of the North Korean regime and how it is leveraging new and unique revenue sources to continue down its long-term objectives to both secure the country and eventually provide the tools to allow North Korea to assert itself on the international stage.
They would like to be rich, but in order to be rich, you have to be alive first. And they believe that if they surrender their nukes, they are dead. And they're probably right.
Dude, that sucked. Bloomberg giving away nothing there. Nothing. That wasn't a very deep analysis with all the resources Bloomberg has. We can smoke a bowl with Big Kim. Hey, that'll be the day. Yeah, North Korea understood the assignment. 1, get nukes. 2, never give up nukes. Oh, man. Funny how you'll never call Western governments regime. Man, who are these people? I bet he has some dank munchies. Oh, man. Why can't sanctions stop North Korea? Then who can sanctions stop? Iran, China, Russia? The US sanctions couldn't even bring down Cuba, but the government is still living in the fantasy of being a superpower. It's not 1945 anymore. This isn't the era where the US can do whatever it wants. Maybe. But they're going to make a good effort of it. And a lot of people are going to suffer in the meantime. All right. Next piece of Korean glazing, shall we? These people do...
Never let a good crisis go to...
I don't know how people feel about Economics Explained. They seem to be very popular. I'm pretty sure they're Australian. They have some interesting takes here and there, but very surface level stuff. I don't think they get the nuance on anything. But everyone's doing pieces on North Korea now. I wonder why North Korea is so popular all of a sudden. Maybe the algorithm is good for North Korea.
Waste. And from the outside, that seems to... Never let a good crisis go to waste. And from the outside, that seems to be exactly the advice North Korea is running with. From the outside looking in, it now seems like the Hermit Kingdom is home to one of the fastest growing economies in the world. Satellite data, which we can use to track overall output, shows that the country is now about 3 times brighter than it was 3 years ago. Pyongyang built more new homes last year than Chicago or Los Angeles, for what that's worth. And for the first time in its history, there seems to be a very real push towards modernisation and potentially even liberalisation. On the ground, reports have
they love showing the satellite imagery and the light that's coming out of North Korea. Look at the difference there. Eh? Who would have thought? What did you say before, Blast? They have light switches. Who would have thought?
Huge uptick in smartphone usage, food delivery apps, luxury residential precincts that share their name with intercontinental ballistic missiles, domestic smart TVs with inbuilt advertising, and so many new luxury cars lining the streets of the capital that the country is starting to experience a problem it has never had before: traffic jams. It really puts the dystopia in Mark Fisher's boring dystopia theory. But what's really going on here? North Korea has in the past been one of the most dysfunctional...
What is boring dystopia theory? What is boring dystopia theory by Fisher? Our current reality, that's all I could think about. Like a brave new world kind of existence. If you're referring to Mark Fisher, boring dystopia is a useful way of describing one of the central ideas running through his work, particularly capitalist realism. Basic idea, boring dystopia is a society that is dystopian in its underlying conditions, but doesn't feel like a dramatic dystopia that we see in science fiction. Instead of constant violence, totalitarian uniforms, and giant propaganda streams, you get precarious work and insecure housing. Oh my God. Enormous bureaucracy, big government, endless debt and financial anxiety, mental health problems treating as individual failures. Oh my God, it's just neoliberalism. Algorithmic surveillance and management, declining public services, increasingly sophisticated technology, enormous wealth along widespread insecurity. So yeah, it's just reality, LOL. Fuck, it's our reality. Oh my God. Yet everyday life continues to feel strangely normal and mundane. That's the boring part. How it connects to Fisher's capitalist realism. Fisher's famous argument was that contemporary capitalism has become so dominant that it becomes easier to imagine the end of the world than the end of capitalism. A boring dystopia is almost the lived experience of that condition. Ding, ding, ding. Dude, we need that on the board, man. The lived experience of capitalism. Your experience is I have to work another shift. My rent went up again. The website says my application is being processed. I need to see another psychologist. The algorithm rejected my application. Dude, mental. This is scary, isn't it? Why did they mention it?
Traffic jams. It really puts the dystopia in Mark Fisher's boring dystopia theory. But what's really going on here? North Korea has in the past been one of the most dysfunctional and impoverished countries on the planet, relying effectively on foreign aid and black market trade to keep the very few lights on. So, this recent boom has really only been enabled by Russia's invasion of Ukraine, alongside China as something of a plausible denial.
The Iran fiasco is going to embolden other countries to try similar tactics, as they now consider the US has exposed their weak spots. Will be rocky road, in my opinion. I'm looking forward to it. Like, try similar tactics to what exactly? Building more nukes?
Liability intermediary, the two heavily sanctioned states have formed something of a mutually beneficial arrangement. North Korea provides munitions and fighting men to Russia, Russia provides natural resources to China, and China provides essential components of economic development to North Korea. If it wasn't for the war of aggression and the authoritarian governments it was enabling, it would almost be an ideal case study of mutually beneficial economic cooperation. If the reports are true, this has the potential to massively increase living standards for some of the most oppressed and impoverished people on the planet, and that is worth exploring separate from everything else. But it's also worth finding out how stable this little arrangement really is, and what could happen if it all falls apart. So, how are we actually measuring this supposed economic miracle? Does it actually have the potential to benefit the people of North Korea long term? And finally, what happens to this relationship of convenience if the war comes to an end? Just as the rest of the world watches North Korea by satellite to measure its GDP, hackers and scammers can do the same thing with your online data. But instead of your GDP incognito directories ruling to do with anything, your data brokers find you. And that's time for the big disclaimer. Access to this very closed-off nation, and get your money back. Again, that's incogni.com/economics. Now, as always, before we get into things, it's time for the big disclaimer. Economic data from North Korea is incredibly unreliable because the major non-government agencies that typically collect and collate this data, like the IMF and the World Bank, do not have direct access to this very closed-off nation to produce their data in the same way that they would more integrated members of the global economy. Because of this, we will need to rely on what we can reasonably deduce from the outside looking in, which we will mention throughout this video, but is worth keeping in mind from the get-go. Now, with that out of the way, North Korea's economic boom is really being driven by two things. The first is the single largest export opportunity in the country's history, and it comes courtesy of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Since 2022...
Okay, so like Bloomberg and what is this channel called? Economics Explained. Very similar theories. I wonder if they'll cover the exact same three things. Russia, war, Ukraine. Economic boon, North Korea. What was the other one? Crypto bros getting raided by North Korean hackers. Economic boon. And what was the last one? China. Trade with China is economic boon. Like, it's not a boon for like everyone in the entire world, but hey, when North Korea does it, it's a problem.
Russia has become almost as exiled from global trade as North Korea itself, cut off from Western markets, suppliers and financial systems by wave after wave of sanctions. And it just so happens that these two pariahs share a border. A short 17-kilometre stretch of the Tumen River in North Korea's far northeast, crossed until very recently by a single ageing rail bridge. The two countries only broke ground on their first ever road link in 2025, which says a lot about how seriously they are now taking this relationship. Trade between the two has boomed ever since the war began, because Russia has found itself very interested in something North Korea has spent the better part of 70 years hoarding: artillery shells.
I sent wave after wave of my men at them. Show them the middle I won, Kip.
Russia's war has been consumed. Korea has spent the better part of 70 years hoarding artillery shells. Russia's war has been consuming ammunition faster than its own factories can produce it, and North Korea runs its military...
I think that's a bit of Western propaganda there. He was like, what did he say exactly? That Russia is using more munitions than it can produce? I think he mixed up the West and the East there. Tactics: porcupine defense and attack. The naval dominance that controlled sea trade routes, as well as military intervention to control resources. Drones have leveled the playing field to some degree. Yes, and someone brought up today that it's Vietnam who is doing massive drone production at the moment. You mean 70-year-old shells, no work? You joke, comrade.
On the same Soviet standard calibers, which it has been mass producing and warehousing for decades in preparation for a war that never came. South Korean intelligence estimates that since 2023, the North has shipped somewhere in the order of 6,700 containers worth of munitions across that little rail bridge, potentially containing millions of artillery rounds. At times, those shipments have reportedly accounted for as much as half of all the artillery ammunition being fired by Russian forces in Ukraine, which for a country of 26 million people with an economy smaller than Vermont's, is a remarkable market share. Beyond the shells, North Korea has also been supplying the one thing Russia is running even shorter on than ammunition: people. Since late 2024, it has sent somewhere between 14 and 15,000 soldiers to fight for Russia, mostly in the Kursk region, alongside thousands of construction workers and labourers to backfill the Russian workforce more broadly. Now, this trade is still difficult to actually carry out for two reasons. The first is a bit obvious. Fighting men are not really a commodity that...
Did they just say there that they not only send soldiers, but they send North Korean laborers to Russia to work in construction? Because Russia, I don't know, is occupied with the war at the moment? That's crazy. Imagine that. Imagine like rounding up people that are working in construction to go work in construction in another country. Controlling labor to such a degree. Like, soldiers are one thing, right? Sending armed forces somewhere to assist in some operation, some battle. But like sending groups of, rounding up your own laborers and sending them overseas as a cohort. Get your ass over there and lay some bricks. Yeah. What a control over labor that is. My God, the commies, eh? That's some real control over labor.
It's traded on international markets. Not that something like that was ever going to stop either of these two governments. The second is more practical. Both countries have extremely limited access to the international financial system, which means they can't just wire each other money and settle their accounts like normal trading partners would. When Australia sells iron ore to Japan, nobody ships pallets of cash across the Pacific. The payment moves through a network of international banks that both sides trust to keep score. North Korea and Russia have both been almost entirely cut out of that network. So the two countries have been forced to devolve into something closer to barter, swapping goods directly across the border instead of settling up in currency. In exchange for its munitions and its men, North Korea has primarily been receiving food, fuel, fertilizer and building materials, alongside, according to Western intelligence...
That's my favourite, right there. Don't like it, random construction worker? We've got something for you. Right to jail. Right away. Right to jail. Right away. That's my favourite. I thought you were going to pull that one out before. Can't remember what we were talking about, but I was waiting for it. Astound News. Sound News. Astound News. What? North Korea has sent soldiers to help? No way. How dare those filthy commies? Maybe the North Korean soldiers are there to target the NATO soldiers? Just saying. What are your thoughts about him saying soldiers aren't commodities? Did he just say that? He said soldiers aren't commodities, specifically. Let me just go back a second. I must have missed it.
The two countries have been forced to devolve into something closer to barter, swapping goods directly across the border instead of settling up in currency. In exchange for its munitions and its men, North Korea has primarily been receiving food, fuel, fertilizer and building materials, alongside, according to Western intelligence agencies, technical help with its satellite, missile and submarine programs. This barter arrangement has made the true size of the trade almost impossible to track. Seoul's Institute for National Security...
What are your thoughts about him saying soldiers aren't commodities? Well, it would depend. Like he just said, 5.26 timestamp. Okay, give me a second.
The first is a bit obvious. Fighting men are not really a commodity that gets traded on international markets. Not that something like that was ever going to stop either of these two governments. Okay. The second...
Interesting. Well, like it just depends whether it's in the... Not to get like, you know, too technical on this one, but like in the abstract, whether they're commodities or not. Like labor is a commodity, like labor power is a commodity, not specifically like the labor themselves. And so like soldiers as a fighting force, that would be a commodity, I guess. And so like you can trade that. What he's talking about, like you can barter those things. But like what like type of world does this guy in Economics Explained live in, where he understands that like if you get cut off from the world economy from like the Americanized world economy and financial system, well they can't set up their own lines of financial connection. They can't trade money between them. Like we've got North Korean hackers who are world class, like stealing money from the fucking from all the Bitcoin bros out there, and like they don't have the ability to set up a line of transactions between the two, and the only thing they can do in terms of trade is bartering. Like they've just stepped back into the Stone Age or something crazy like that. What an overwhelmingly and stupid assumption that is. But yeah, like I think you can have labor as a commodity in the abstract, I guess, like labor power. You can have soldier power or military power traded like a commodity, but soldiers being used as commodities, unless they're actually being sold, like actual like persons are sold, like a slave arrangement. It is their labor power as soldiers that is being traded on. And it's funny that like that's why I find the construction worker thing funny. Like they're sending construction workers over. They're like using labor power specifically and trading that. I wonder how those people feel about being used like that. Commodities. It's so good. When you read Das Kapital, I've heard that word so many times. Mercenaries trade all the time. Pawns are commodities. Interesting.
Second is more practical. Both countries have extremely limited access to the international financial system, which means they can't just wire each other money and settle their accounts like normal trading partners would. When Australia sells iron ore to Japan, nobody ships pallets of cash across the Pacific. The payment moves through a network of international banks that both sides trust to keep score. North Korea and Russia have both been almost entirely cut out of that network. So the two countries have been forced to devolve into something closer to barter, swapping goods directly across the border instead of settling up in currency. In exchange...
I base this on absolutely nothing. Like, what's he talking about? So they do barter. Does that like diminish their significance on the world stage because they trade with resources and commodities instead of wiring money to each other? Oh, look how primitive they are. They're not even on the world financial system as dictated by the United States through the SWIFT system or something like that. The hell? You sign a contract to serve for a period of time. You are a commodity. Fair enough. Fair enough. I guess, like, especially if you're handing over any rights you have to somebody else for an undisclosed period of time or disclosed period of time, but like fully handing over your rights to the direction of someone else. Like, they call it wage slavery. Instead of financialization of everything, they trade real world shit. Like, what a crazy... I was like, look, they don't do stuff normally like the rest of us. They just trade goods. How backwards. I don't think it diminishes them if they make it work, but it is how they operate around sanctions. Yeah, okay, if they might not use, again, the American or the Western system, but like they can't set up their own systems. I find this hard to believe. Sounds like another academic for hire. This is always, I find with these guys, very surface level. If you just want to know very surface level stuff, Economics Explained is pretty good. Don't look for detail here. This has a side effect of their countries getting shit done. Instead of propping up investors, Panama bank accounts, Polymarket expects this to change by 2028 with 1 to 0.7 to 1 odds.
For its munitions and its men, North Korea has primarily been receiving food, fuel, fertilizer and building materials, alongside, according to Western intelligence agencies, technical help with its satellite, missile and submarine programs. This barter arrangement has made the true size of the trade almost impossible to track. Seoul's Institute for National Security Strategy puts North Korea's earnings at somewhere between $7.7 and $14.4 billion from late 2023 to the end of 2025, while the Korea Institute for Defense Analyses has put the cumulative total above $20 billion. At the end of the day, exactly how many munitions Russia is receiving is literally classified military information. So, on top of the sanctions both sides are already ignoring, they have a vested interest in keeping things vague. But even if we take a conservative middle estimate of about $10 billion worth of exports since the arrangement began, that is an enormous number for this particular economy. The Bank of Korea, which produces the most widely used outside estimates of the North Korean economy, puts the country's entire gross national income at around $32 billion a year, which is less than what Woolworths turns over in the same period. So an export windfall of $10 billion for an economy that size is proportionally similar to the United States suddenly finding an extra $9 trillion of foreign demand, which on the surface would seem to explain the boom entirely. More exports means more output, which means more growth, which means brighter lights. But this is where things get economically interesting, because on paper, most of this trade arguably shouldn't count as growth at all. To see why, we need to talk about how GDP actually gets measured. Gross domestic product is...
It's not really growth, eh? Very interesting. They're going there. But when North Korea does it, it's not real. Their own systems exist, but to keep them less vulnerable to hacking and outside influence, they keep the supply chains physical. Smart. Even the dear leader has private accounts in literally every country, just in other names. Anyone that thinks that countries that are barred from the SWIFT system don't have an alternative is a little naive, to say the least. Yeah, like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? Like, if you don't have SWIFT, then you can't use any alternative. Like, there's no way to do transactions anymore. What a wild assumption that is. It's not really growth. I bet this guy would be the first person to criticize socialists when someone says, isn't socialism. Well, let's see what they say here.
In theory, a measure of everything an economy produces in a given year. Every ton of steel, every haircut, and every artillery shell. But in practice, nobody can observe production directly, because that would mean tracking every single factory and service provider in the economy in real time. So instead, statisticians count where production ends up. Everything that gets made has to go somewhere, so we add up household consumption, business investment, government spending, and exports minus imports, and call the total GDP. If you have ever seen the formula GDP equals C plus I plus G plus X minus M, that is all it is describing. And that little accounting workaround is exactly where North Korea's boom starts to look strange. Most of the munitions North Korea has been shipping to Russia were not actually produced in the last few years. They came out of stockpiles built up over decades of paranoid overproduction by a state that was permanently preparing for a war that hadn't arrived yet. In national accounting terms, those warehouse shells were already counted as production in whatever year they were originally made, where they would have been recorded as investment in inventories. Think about a fridge factory. If it builds a fridge in December that doesn't sell until the following year, that fridge still counts towards this year's GDP. It just gets recorded as the factory investing in its own inventory rather than as somebody's consumption. The same logic runs in reverse. When a country sells something out of an existing stockpile, exports go up, but inventory investment goes down by the same amount, and the two effectively cancel each other out. This is not some special rule invented to be mean to North Korea. If the United States decided to export its entire strategic petroleum reserve tomorrow, its export figures would look spectacular, but no new production would have taken place, so the inventory drawdown would offset it and measured GDP would barely move. Which means that when North Korea exports $10 billion worth of shells from a mountain bunker it filled in the 1980s, the net effect on its GDP is, in theory, roughly zero. And it actually gets weirder than that, because this is two-way trade. For everything North Korea hands over, it is in theory receiving something of roughly equal value back, and those inbound goods are imports which get subtracted in the GDP calculation. So, a barter arrangement where old stockpiles flow out and fresh imports flow in could, all other things being equal, technically show up in the national accounts as the economy shrinking. It would also be very hard for North Korea to run a meaningful trade surplus with Russia, even if it wanted to, because what would it actually receive in return? The entire system of international finance that keeps track of who owes what to who is unavailable to both of them. The only alternative would be extending credit on a handshake, either trusting North Korea or trusting a Russia that is now in the fourth year of one of the most expensive wars in modern history. Neither is what you would call a risk-free counterparty. So that is the theory. A boom that on paper might not be a boom at all. But in practice, who cares? People can't eat economic growth, and in North Korea, a country that lost somewhere between hundreds of thousands and several million people to famine in the 1990s, that is a very literal critique. Selling stockpiles of weapons that were sitting inertly in a cave doing nothing in exchange for food, fuel, and building materials is simply a good trade for a country like this, whatever the national accounts have to say about it. Those materials have also enabled real measurable economic activity that an untouched inventory of artillery shells never could, like the enormous construction program currently reshaping Pyongyang. The showpiece Hwasong district alone added 10,000 new apartments as part of a 5-year plan to build 50,000 across the capital, complete with twin missile-shaped towers painted red, which is a level of on-the-nose symbolism you don't often get in urban planning. And North Korea can also do something that a strategic petroleum reserve can't do. It can just make more munitions. This is the part of the boom that is real new production.
Good thing SWIFT was created in the 70s. Can't imagine how the world would operate, how the world operated prior.
The Bank of Korea estimates the North Korean economy grew 3.1% in 2023 and then 3.7% in 2024, its fastest rate in 8 years, driven substantially by heavy industry, which grew more than 10% as factories expanded output of exactly the kind of metal products that end up leaving the country in crates. So, the honest reading sits somewhere in the middle. The initial surge was mostly stockpile liquidation that flattered the export numbers, but it has since kickstarted genuine new production, and the goods flowing back have funded construction and consumption that is very visibly real. So, yeah, even if the theoretical GDP boost is smaller than the headlines suggest, this has still been a huge practical win for the North Korean economy. And there is a second thing.
So, basically he just spent 5 minutes analysing GDP and then was just like, but look, GDP aside, they're actually having real economic gains here. Doesn't matter how you calculate it, because it might actually look like they're going under or their productivity is going backwards. But in reality, you can see that they're actually experiencing economic growth and some type of economic boom. You can see it on the ground. But, GDP, it does say something different. Did he, in a roundabout way, just saying that GDP is absolutely a useless measure? Because the only way to really know is if you're in the SWIFT system, because SWIFT system is able to take account for all of these comings and goings within the global economy. So if you're disconnected from that, GDP is basically meaningless. And like he said that without making that connection as well. What a useless prick. I calculate GDP. I have Sigism. GDP equals C plus I plus G. Brackets X minus M. Grind news. North Korea economy is growing, by the way. This has mostly been reported by left-leaning outlets. Yes. Thank you, Ground News. I don't know. I thought he was glazing NK a bit for making on-the-ground changes and saying what's on paper. But like, yeah, he is saying that. He's just like, yeah, but like all of a sudden, but like actually, if you look at North Korea on the ground, it seems to be doing quite well. So he spent 5 minutes analyzing GDP just to say it's useless. Or in the case of North Korea, a country, cut out of SWIFT, it's useless. So like, why spend time going through it then? Without making that connection. But in relation to North Korea, it's absolutely useless. So I don't even know I went there, really.
Driving this boom that has arguably been just as valuable as the exports themselves. A friend in their
He's
corner.
explaining economics,
Russia is still
even if it has absolutely no connection to the current circumstances. I'll explain it anyway. Let us go through another form of economic theory. It has nothing to do with North Korea, but I'll explain it anyway. So if you're calculating GDP, it's not very useful.
Permanent member of the UN Security Council, and it turns out that having one of those in your corner is an economic asset all by itself. Since its first nuclear test in 2006, North Korea has been placed under some of the most comprehensive trade sanctions ever assembled, covering everything from weapons and luxury goods through to hard caps on how much refined petroleum it is allowed to import. And for years, the enforcement of those sanctions was monitored by a UN body called the Panel of Experts, a group of independent investigators who documented violations and published the evidence for the whole world to see. In March 2024, Russia vetoed the routine resolution that would have kept that panel alive against the votes of 13 of the 15 council members, with China abstaining. What this means is that the sanctions still technically exist, but the neutral referees who documented breaches of them are gone. The consequences of that are bigger than they might sound, and the biggest one runs through China. China has always had a complicated relationship with North Korea. On one hand, it very much wants to keep a friendly buffer state between itself and South Korea, a country hosting tens of thousands of American troops. On the other hand, North Korea is a genuinely troublesome neighbour, and China's trade with the rest of the world is worth thousands of times more than anything Pyongyang can offer. Because of this, Beijing has historically kept its dealings with North Korea deliberately ambiguous, close enough to keep the regime alive, distant enough to avoid being punished for it. But with the sanctions monitors gone, a lot more trade can now happen across this border with plausible deniability, because there is nobody left with a mandate to formally document it. And that has quietly completed a rather elegant triangle. China wants Russia's discounted oil, gas, and raw materials, Russia wants North Korea's warfighting inventories, and North Korea is happy to take whatever it can get, which in practice means Chinese manufactured goods filling in any gaps in the barter ledger. That triangle goes a long way to explaining the specific texture of this boom. The smartphones, the domestic smart TVs, the delivery services, and the suspiciously European-looking cars now lining the streets of Pyongyang. Recent visitors have described Chinese brands like Chery, Changan, and Geely sitting alongside BMWs and Audis, selling for anywhere between $5,000 and $30,000. With private yellow number plates multiplying so quickly that analysts think the country could pass 20,000 privately owned cars within a year. Tyre imports are up 88% on pre-pandemic levels, and the capital now has genuine parking problems. In a country where within living memory the streets were famous for having no cars on them at all, these modern goods have also enabled and even encouraged something that looks a little like liberalisation. The headline anecdotes, like Pyongyang residents ordering meal deliveries through an app,
I think it explains why they have to use an alternative, but he could have just said that without going that deep, lol. Yeah, I think so too. Maybe you're vaguely aware of GDP and you know NK sucks in GDP terms. It's useful to be told actually in NK is not very useful. Reminder, we are in that top 1% of Orta's political and economic theory wonks. Just a gentle reminder there. The middleman is born.
Simply are not possible without some baseline of consumer technology, private transport, and small-scale commerce being tolerated by the state. And broadly speaking, a person with a car and a smartphone is just a more independent person than one without them. They can move further, communicate faster, and participate in the semi-formal market economy that has been slowly growing out of the ruins of the old rationing system ever since the famine years. So even though the conditions surrounding this boom are obviously horrible, there is at least an argument that the silver lining is real, and that this inflow could genuinely improve living standards and help loosen the grip on an infamously oppressed and impoverished population. But whether any of that actually happens depends entirely on our third question: can any of this last? Nobody can predict the future, least of all economists, but the honest answer here is probably not.
Least of all economists. So many stabs. I wonder if he realizes what he's doing. GDP sucks. It doesn't really work out unless you're in a very specific system, and it's meaningless outside of that. And like economists, who really are supposed to look for market trends and try to predict what the hell's going to happen, they really can't do anything. They definitely can't predict what's coming. They might be able to describe this current situation, but even when it comes to that, they suck. But they definitely can't make accurate predictions about what might happen. No one can really do that, can they? Surely not. The only reason that there is still a North and South Korea is purely because of America. Without the continued US influence, there would have just been a Korea by now, united. Yeah. Well, like, that was the mission. Like, they really thought, anyway, the North really thought for a long time that it was waiting to reunify with its southern comrades, its southern compatriots, who had been, yes, taken under the influence of the evil American oppressor. But I don't think they really doubled down on that rhetoric anymore. I think things changed like, I don't know, well, like 5 years ago, maybe a little bit longer. And they started talking less, North Korea that is, started talking less about reunifying with the South as their main objective and liberating their brothers and sisters in the South. I don't think they really talk about that as much anymore. It's interesting. I think that is Kim Jong-un's influence, actually. He's relaxed a lot of the rhetoric about reunifying Korea. It's very interesting. I think most Koreans want to unite. Yeah, and like it was a big part of their whole thing, the North Koreans. I dropped an onigiri mold behind the cabinet and my short stubby arms couldn't even reach it with a spatula.
For starters, most of this boom is happening exclusively among the elites of Pyongyang. That same satellite data tells the story. One recent study of nighttime brightness across 178 North Korean districts found that illumination rose by an average of about 26% between early 2022 and late 2025, but the gains were overwhelmingly concentrated in the capital and a handful of favoured cities like Sinuiju, Nampo and Wonsan. For everybody outside those cities, very little of this resource inflow is arriving at all. Even after 2 years of this supposed miracle, average income per person is still about 1,700,000 won a year, which is barely 3% of what the average South Korean earns. And that is if they're lucky. If they are unlucky, they are watching their young men get sent off to a war on the other side of the continent, where somewhere between 6,000 and 7,000 of them have already become casualties according to South Korean and Ukrainian intelligence estimates. Even from a purely cold-hearted economic perspective, that is a real
sushi.
loss. Because
I'll never be able to get it back now. Forbidden sushi.
these are workers at the very start of their productive lives, pulled out of an economy where a huge share of the population is still needed, just to keep subsistence agriculture running. There is also a much darker possibility, which is that this arrangement doesn't loosen the system of control at all, but cements it. The imports flowing in are not being distributed by a market, they are being distributed by the regime, which means every new apartment, car and smartphone is also a reward for loyalty.
What they're saying here, let's just hear him out.
Distributed by the regime, which means every new apartment, car and smartphone is also a reward for loyalty.
So like instead of you getting things on the free market, you get things awarded to you for loyalty from whatever ruling class there is. So the regime hands out cars in reward for loyalty to the regime, as opposed to in free societies where you can buy whatever you want because you have risen to the heights of success, economic success specifically. And that's got nothing to do with networks. Remember that. The rich people are purely there. The rich, the powerful, the billionaires, the 1%, the bourgeoisie, whatever you want to call them, they're purely there because of their own merits. It's pure meritocracy in liberalized societies. It's got nothing to do with networks. Nothing. That old adage, is not what you know, it's who you know, is meaningless. It only works in North Korea. That's the only place where you get luxurious stuff and you have a higher standard of living than most of the plebs out there because you somehow are in bed with the regime. It definitely doesn't happen anywhere else, just in places like North Korea. Remember that. Remember that. You have gained capital by contributing to society. While currency can be made in a multitude of ways, you can only get stuff here if you lick K-hole. How many NATO casualties have there been, I wonder? 100,000 are some reported numbers. Don't know personally, but what a shock. People in the military die in wars. Who would have thunk it? NATO casualties are 100,000. Are you talking about in the Russia-Ukraine situation, I'm assuming?
Those smart TVs come with built-in state advertising, and the smartphones run on a network the government watches. So the same technology...
We just heard about the extent this morning of surveillance that's being undertaken in Australia. We're fully aware of the undertaking of surveillance in the US, and it's just like, here, look...
State advertising, and the smartphones run on a network the government watches.
And the smartphones run on a network the government watches. Well, oh my God, say it ain't so. Governments monitor people's smartphones and generally monitor people's connection to the World Wide Web. Who would have thought? Who would have thought?
So the same technology that makes
we'd
people more independent
never do that here.
Also gives the state better tools to monitor and manage them. And it is very much an open question which of those effects wins out. Then there is the awkward fact that this entire boom is built on a single customer fighting a single war
How authoritarian.
3 time zones away. Wars eventually come to an end. And building your economic model on being the loot cache for somebody else's front line is not a strategy with a long shelf life. There are already signs of strain. Ukrainian military intelligence reported that North Korea roughly halved its artillery shipments to Russia through 2025 as its famous stockpiles started to run low and its aging industrial base struggled to keep up with replacement demand. We spend a lot of time on this channel talking about economies that borrow prosperity from the future by running up debts that their children will eventually have to pay back. North Korea has done the opposite. It has borrowed prosperity from the past by spending down a 70-year inheritance of warehouse weapons that, for one brief and horrible geopolitical moment, turned out to be exactly what somebody wanted to buy. Either way, borrowed prosperity runs out. The real question is whether the apartments, the markets, the cars, and the small new freedoms will outlast the war that paid for them, or whether the lights dim again just as quickly as they came on. Now, we have actually just made an entire video on the other side.
Yeah. That's enough from you. Very predictable North Korean analysis there. Oh, they're only winning because there's a war going on. There'd be no other economies in the world that do that sort of stuff. Live in perpetual states of warfare because their military-industrial complex is what is actually feeding their society at the moment and making it look like their GDP is good. Their productivity is okay because they're just pumping stuff through a war machine. No, surely not. It's just North Korea. They'd be the only people that would do that sort of thing, of course. Pretty fair. They have profited from global conflict. Yeah, and fair enough. But there was 3 pillars in the last video that we watched. These guys didn't go into the attack, the cryptocurrency stuff. I wonder why they didn't want to talk about that. And they didn't really cover the trade with China very much. They just made it like war with Russia means that they can sell weapons and then trade those weapons for more things like lumber and gold and food so they can build up their economy. If they make it work too, he did say it might outlast the war. We'll find out. Imagine how much they can make once they start selling nukes to Iran. You should imagine be the same type of arrangement where like the US has sold nukes to the UK, but the UK doesn't really have command over those nuclear weapons. Still needs authorization from the Pentagon, I think. So yeah, Kim Jong-un has authorization over the Iranian nuclear weapons that he sells to Iran. Not the supreme leader. Not the Ayatollah. It'll be Kim Jong-un launching them from Iran. We'll see if they can keep the prosperity rolling. Well, like, the thing is, when it comes to prosperity in capitalism, like, the development is where all the prosperity happens. And so once you industrialize, like, you start to slow down. And so if North Korea's got a lot of industrializing potential to bring them not only, like, bring the entire country into a industrial living, but industrialized to a 21st century standard potentially. They got a lot of room for prosperity. That's the story of capitalism as a mode. It's that industrialization part, that growth, that really is where all the money's made. The West has about 9 to 10,000 killed or gone missing. Other reports are 100,000. Who knows? They probably should sell them to Iran. Well, it would stop the current situation, wouldn't it? Eh? They were prospering before they were cut off from the world. Yeah, they're focusing on improving life for their workers, at least the elite in Pyongyang right now. If they can keep spreading, then hey, we shall see. They just need to keep getting, what were the pictures? They just need to keep getting lumber and food and oil from Russia and goods from China. Then they will continue that prosperity train. All right, we're having a quick break and we're going to be back with some more. If you haven't already and you're on YouTube, activate the like button. Give the like button a little bit of a smooch. Activate away. You know how it is. Tickle it. Do whatever you want. If you're new here, subscribe for more. If you're on Twitch, follow for more. Here's an invitation to Discord. Come and join us there. And here is a link to Patreon. Go over there and become a free member. No strings attached. I can put you on an email list. That's the important thing. If you haven't already, go and do it. Because, like, I'm afraid that notifications don't get through to people as they should. They are curbed by an algorithm somewhere. But if I get you on an email list, it's better than nothing. Go do yourself a favor. We'll be back. I've got some new music for you as well. As requested, I have delivered, etc., etc. All right. We're back. We're back. Now, we are going to be engaging in some Beer-y Thursdays. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, new tunes. Apparently I've been torturing you all with that other song for too long now. So it's time for some new tunes. Just let me know when something gets torturous, and I'll try and find something else from the archives of the music that we used to make back in the day. So that was, yeah, something new for y'all. Now, what tools did you use to make your music? We used to use Logic. I used to make beats on Logic. But like we'd have various plugins, I guess, and tools that we would use as well. Make tunes? Cool. Used to. Emphasis on the used to. That's how it started, actually. The channel started as political music. We used to make raps about Australian politics and things like that. One of the first pieces that we put out on the channel was King Kev. And see those masks that are at the back there? One of Kevin Rudd and one of Rupert Murdoch. They were from a music video that we did back in the day about King Kev. It was interesting. Not my vibe, but cool. Yeah, thanks. King Kev, revolutionary classic. Yeah, absolutely. Revolutionary classic for sure. All right, so we're going to be engaging in some Theory Thursdays now. Censored comments for the even filthier reply. Have you been censored again? My God. I wonder what the context of that is, and I'm not even going to ask. I'm not going there. Not going to ask. All right, so it is the much awaited time of every week. We're going to be doing, yes, Theory Thursdays now. And we're going to be doing a piece that Dilemmas and Spandog, I think, have both come across separately and have suggested that we have a look at. It's this guy with the long hair. I don't know what his name is. Maxinomics? Is it Maxinomics, maybe? And this guy does some Jesus? Is it Jesus? It's definitely Jesus. The guy with the long hair. Yeah, this guy here. This guy apparently is going to tell us, you know, in his infinite wisdom, the one simple question socialism couldn't answer. And we're going to get this right now. Oh my God, there's a reference that I actually know. Hey, shit on your head from the IT crowd. No, it's not shit. It's chocolate. It's chocolate. I swear it's chocolate. Now, we are going to see, yeah, like I said, this guy in his infinite wisdom. I was recommended this guy too. What's wrong with our algorithms? Oh my God. We're all merging. So anyway, let's figure out what it is that this guy thinks socialism could never answer. Again, in all of his infinite wisdom. We'll find out, shall we? Don't hold your breath. I don't know if this is going to be great. I've heard it's painful. We'll find out. Just ignore his facts about how long capital is. Long. Did you say long? How long capital is? Okay. I'm already struggling. I haven't even heard this guy speak yet. Let's do this.
The planet Earth is not infinite. It's 71% water, 29% of...
Me and Dong's feeds have become one. He claims it was only 557 pages. Capital is packing. Long as fuck.
The planet Earth is not infinite. It's 71% water, 29% of it is land. Of that land, about half is useful. This is what everyone is, for lack of a better term, fighting over.
What is half is useful? What does useful mean? Eh? Some broad assumptions already. I'm not happy, but like, let's just let him continue. It's gonna take a while. Strap yourself in.
Scarcity and who owns what drives the thinking behind every system humans have come up with. And I've been hearing about one of those systems a lot lately.
The S word.
Socialism.
Is that socialism?
Socialist.
Socialism.
I am a democratic socialist.
Ask 10 people to define socialism and you'll hear 10 different answers. From the government owns the businesses, to free healthcare, to Denmark, to equality. But there is far more to it than that.
Denmark to equality.
This is a word that wars have been fought over. That brings emotion.
I like how they showed the Vietnam War. Like, Vietnam was fighting for socialism as opposed to a foreign invader fighting to crush communism and stop it from spreading throughout Southeast Asia. Wars have been fought. Yes, they have. Wars of aggression have been fought over socialism. Let's just make sure that is abundantly clear. Wars of aggression, invasions have happened because of the word socialism. Not because it is just a particularly belligerent form of politics.
Out of people that almost everyone has an opinion on.
I believe in socialism.
And when you call it socialism, I think it's a misnomer.
Socialism or capitalism?
Capitalism.
I think it depends on your interpretations.
I don't know anywhere in the world where true socialism has worked.
And some of those opinions are changing. More people are expressing interest in socialism today than they have in decades. So why did it ever come about?
Dude,
interest in
what
socialism
books did he
today
put
than
down?
they have in
What
decades.
Books did he put down? Boom. Capital. Karl Marx. Capital again. Capital Volume 2, Volume 3. The Wealth of Nations. By Adam Smith. None other. That's true socialism. Yeah, what is true socialism? What is that anyway? We're about to find out.
So why did it ever come about? Why has it stood the test?
No fucking way that he read 3 volumes of Capital to make this video. No way. If he would, if he had, actually, you know what? I'll make that decision after I hear him tell us what capital and socialism is.
Of time. Does it mean the same thing today? What exactly is socialism? This video is sponsored by Zapier. More on them later. At first, there was no need to think much about the idea of ownership. We walked around and ate what we hunted or picked out of the ground. But as the population grew, we started bumping into each other. Tribes, clans, civilizations began to form. Skirmishes grew into battles, which evolved into wars, with few exceptions, leaving the leader of whichever group won these wars the owner of whatever land they controlled. It was theirs to give.
Maybe you've watched this already and you think that like this is important context. But that is generally a very weird and unfounded in anthropological information or anthropological study, a very weird way of describing how human societies have developed over time to like more complex civilizations. Humans used to walk around hunting stuff and picking food off the floor, the ground, until populations swelled to such a level that we had to start fighting each other. Like that's what he's talking about here. The world became so overpopulated because of hunter-gatherers that we started fighting each other for territory. Like, what the is this guy on about, honestly? He really better get a good analysis on the whole socialism thing, because his understanding of human history is pretty fucking loose. It wasn't like humans were so overpopulous that we started struggling and fighting each other. Like, come on, like there's 8 billion of us now and you can't see us from space. It's not like we're infesting planet Earth. And we're so rubbing up against each other that and like vying for room that we all start fighting each other for territory. That is such a weird way of explaining why humans starting to settle down and fight for territory. I don't know if I agree with it, but whatever. It's obviously building to his grand narrative. Awful explanation so far, though. Well, not hunter-gatherers, oversimplification of feudalism. It gets better. He sounds like one of those anti-vegans that claim to know about nature. He has a really big brush. Probably the biggest. So hot. Spanok, did you watch this? And Dilemmas, are you here? This is your piece as well. You originally put this in, I think. Bridging what happened between then and the modern day for dummies. Okay, it's for dummies, right? And it's also incredibly misleading for those poor dummies, can I just say? Yeah, watched it. Whole thing. Badge of honor.
One person owned it, but the population continued to grow. Kingdoms got bigger. One man could not defend every border, could not judge every dispute, or till every field. So the rulers started giving land to trusted warriors and lords. Hold this land as your own. Defend it. In return, you'll send me your knights when I need them. Those lords, facing the exact same problem as the rulers, but on a smaller scale, divided the land further and gave it to people to work. Hold this land, grow food for us on it. In return, I'll protect you. Called different things around the world, varying in a few different ways, but the same basic idea. This system, feudalism, was how most of the world operated. A handful of well-connected people owned the land. People started to travel further.
Yeah,
Ships.
so we went from hunter-gatherer society to feudalism, apparently, according to this form of logic. And it's like, are people well acquainted with what feudalism is in a technical sense? It's a form of, it's a mode of economy and a mode of social organization. So like, as he's described, I guess you have some type of supreme leader, an autocrat, usually called a monarch, a king or a queen who has dictatorial powers over the whole of society. They are the sovereign. So they have sovereignty over everyone within their dominion, and they like kind of give out some of their power to nobles or a landlord class who owns certain territories within their kingdom, and they manage the land and get the people to produce economically on that land, and they pay taxes or tithes or something to the Lord. And the Lord gets to own and control that land as long as they are loyal to the king and pay on some of their earnings and their taxes to them, and so on and so forth. But people are tied to the land in a system of feudalism. That's an important feature. So I guess what he's talking about in his real bring back the brush, as long as it's not fucking Jordan Peterson's brush. Oh my God. As long as it's not Jordan Peterson's. I'm not strong enough yet. I'm still recovering from my illness to deal with Jordan Peterson's brush. Depending on structure, still feudalism. And yeah, from that system where people are tied to the land, he's kind of extrapolated that before that, when people were hunter-gatherers and just wandering around everywhere, and so they started warring with each other, they were not tied to the land. They were just wandering around picking up food off the floor and hunting. And now they don't just pick up food off the floor, they grow the food on the land and then pick it up off the floor and then give that over to their feudal lords, etc., etc. And it's just like the important thing to recognize with these things as you describe them, feudalism, hunter-gatherers, capitalism, they're forms of economics. They're a way that society is broken down into the different classes of people, different units, those who control and those who do the work, whatever. But like, they're modes of economy. It's a way that humans produce things that they need. We humans need things, produce things. That's what we do. We are productive, and we can be like individually productive potentially, like on a very small scale, maybe as like, yeah, as a one person, as a small family unit, maybe as a community group, we can produce things in a self-sustaining way that way, or we can do them as larger social organs like, I don't know, civilizations or something like that, or large clans, or within kingdoms, or within nation states, etc., etc., etc. But importantly, and you have to think about this because we don't usually frame it like this, they are modes of economies, of producing stuff and reproducing that society, reproducing the existence. That's the most important thing. Did you just say large social organs? Let me tell you about my large social organ. I said social, damn it. I said social. He does give a quick rundown of all history through tribal era too. Oh God. All right.
Got bigger. Villages turned into towns, towns into cities. The ability to grow something on land and then sell it to someone in a town or distant country for money instead of just consuming it yourself, this really started to change how people looked at land and where things start to get interesting and familiar, where everything changed. Rulers, these queens, kings, emperors, started to change what they demanded from the lords they had given land to. Forget your knights. I'll build my own army. From now on, you pay me taxes, gold, silver coins, or goods I can trade to other kingdoms. That land I gave you can do more than just feed your estate. Figure out how to turn a profit on it and then give me some of that profit. Yes, Your Highness. And as was tradition, the lords turned right.
I like bro's hair. This is Jesus, apparently. Ravy, Jesus, Ravy. Now you're well acquainted.
Around and said the same thing to the people working their estates or running its workshops. New plan, everybody. Grow more than you need, sell it at the market, give me some of that profit. That simple act of changing what it was about land that made it valuable, moving from fight for me when I called.
That's not how it happened, okay? Like the transition away from peasant living to capitalism or the free market wasn't like, hey, everybody, just grow extra stuff and sell it at the market, and then we'll bring on capitalism. They were already growing extra stuff, okay? They were growing extra stuff and then giving it to the Lord for the most part of feudalism. And then the Lord get to decide what to do with the surplus. We've talked about surplus a lot here. Surplus is very important in any mode of economy. You have a working group of people, a working class, a peasant class, serfs, slaves, whatever you want to call them. They work and they generally produce more than they need for themselves. And then that extra stuff, the surplus product, gets shifted over to somebody who has authority or the power because of some ingrained class system that they have, so a social structure, a hierarchy. And those people get to decide what to do with the rest of it. They didn't just turn around to their peasants one day like a whole bunch of lords, me lord, and we're just like, hey, just make extra stuff and go to the marketplace and let's develop this thing called a market system. I hear great things about it. We've never had markets before, have we? Idiot. Now, I'm not having a good feeling about this one. Like, do you guys suggest things to torture me with them? Because if it is true, if that's what is going on, it is working. The simple question socialism could never answer. What would Jesus do? Oh, man. The simple questions the census does answer. What would social organs do? It's not the peasants in control. He did say that, to be fair. I suggest nothing but bangers. Yeah, you have done heaps of suggestions recently. I haven't even scratched the surface with the list that I'm collating of all of the suggestions people make now. I can't get through them fast enough. I can tell you about my date instead. It didn't work out. LOL. Were they another tech bro? Let's hear the details. Han is aroused.
To pay me money meant it didn't really matter who owned the land anymore. Whether you could fight really well with a sword, whatever, as long as whoever owned it could pay the taxes on the land, which meant it was actually in the interest of the ruler now to let people buy, sell, and mortgage land. And so they did. Slowly at first, but over a couple centuries, many people could own the land. This marked the beginning of where we are today. It's this huge break from thousands of years of tradition where the thought that you, dear peasant, could own land was not even a concept. That was not a thought that people had. This is so interesting for a couple knock-on effects that I just have to touch on.
I did remind you of JP's brush, and I'll never get that out of my head either.
It made the world less violent. The only way to acquire land stopped being raise an army and kill a bunch of people, take the land they were on as your own. You could just buy it instead now. Not saying it ended violence, of course not. These were violent times and violence continued, but a new option came into play. If someone figured out how to get more out of land than someone else, they would eventually use that more, that profit, to buy that other person's land, expand whatever they were doing, make more profit, buy more land, building more and more capital. Which brings us to here, a big messy transition period between the eras when some could own land to anyone, in theory, could. Because while anyone could own land, that did not mean that everyone did own land. Peasant life was brutal. It was dangerous. You didn't live long. You couldn't leave the estate you were tied to without the Lord's permission. You had few freedoms, no real rights, but it was stable. Life on the manor weren't half bad. A sturdy cottage, my own strip in the open fields, and the commons where the pigs rooted and the wife gathered kindling. Sure, the Lord took his share, but come feast days we danced, drank, and slept like kings. The seasons ruled us, not some clock. We ate what we grew, mended what we broke, and knew every soul in the village, stable as the old oak. Then the enclosures came. One spring they arrived with ropes and talk of improvement, commons fenced for sheep, pay a fee to work my strip, or we'll fold it into the big man's profitable fields. Progress, they said. Most of us couldn't. Suddenly we were free. Free to leave the land that had fed us, free to trudge to the town with nothing but calloused hands and rumbling bellies. Now I stand at the factory gate before dawn, trading my hours for coins that vanish on rent and stale bread. No commons, no strip, no village dance, just the endless clatter of machines and the knowledge that I made some distant bastard rich while my children cough in a damp room I don't own. Oliver Twist, Les Miserables, A Christmas Carol, all stories that are just bigger versions of the story we just heard, same time period, with very few, if any, safety nets for those that couldn't establish themselves, except for workhouses, aka poorhouses, which were not that different from prisons. Employers could pay and treat the lowest rungs of society basically however they wanted. They needed money, so they didn't end up in the poorhouse or worse. Working conditions, the terrible pay, get hurt and you're completely out of a job, child labor, all the worst parts of working you've heard of. That was this period. So it is no wonder that this is the time when the idea of socialism develops, that the people as a group, not rich individuals, should get...
No, it wasn't. It wasn't that period between 1500s and the 1900s. It wasn't even fucking close to that. It was like the last chunk of that period, if anything. We're talking about the Industrial Revolution here. The Industrial Revolution, you could argue, happened from maybe the late 1700s onwards, but like this is mostly a 19th century phenomenon. The 1800s we're talking about here. He's highlighted a period from the 1500s to the 1900s, and it's just like, yeah, this is where socialism comes from, and it just comes from this idea of industrialization. Well, that didn't take place over the period that he's talking about. That happened just in that last 100-year, maybe 150-year period. Maybe, if you're generous. Industrialization happened. Didn't you see the fields and dances turned to factories? It happened, but in the 1500s, there was a good 300 or 400 years of that. And not the point, not the part that he's talking about. That would have happened very late in that period, very late. The 1900s was already industrialized by then. It would have happened 100, maybe 150 years before that, if you're lucky. Yes, this is probably the time at which socialism was gaining traction. The idea of socialism wasn't really called socialism back then. And this was the age of the great social question, which was usually how it was referred to in the early days. The social question was formed around this idea that, okay, as you had capitalists, people moving into industry and being taken off the land, usually peasant classes, who actually did own the land, by the way, at the end. Serfdom kind of collapsed before you had the industrialization. But as the peasants and people started moving off the land because they couldn't compete, or they were forced off the land, let's be honest. But they couldn't compete with people that were closing bigger and bigger lots and consolidating smaller peasant lots into large agricultural operations. As they started moving into the cities, they were promised that hey, look, the society is developing, we're industrializing, we're using manufacture and the factory system now to produce more stuff for everyone. Look, you can have fancy coats and everyone gets a hat now and nice shoes and a place to live in a city. When they started selling this idea to people and saying, look, we can produce more stuff so everybody's going to be more wealthy, sound familiar? It's something that still happens today. As long as we produce more things, we'll all be happier, I'm sure. Anyway, but as they started producing more things, they would convince people that there'd be more wealth and everyone would be happier. What they started noticing, these people, was they was producing stuff, but they weren't getting wealthier. They weren't having better living conditions. They were living in abject poverty, and they were worried about the prospects for future generations because they didn't feel their kids were going to have any better circumstances that they might have been able to get access to. If anything, they might have actually been losing out, and there was less hope for future generations. And so the social question, which is the derivative of socialism, I guess you could say, the social question itself was this idea that we were promised that industrializing was going to make us all wealthy. And so far all we can see is that the rich are getting richer and we're generally staying the same, if not getting worse off. So where's the wonders of this new society, and why isn't it being spread around for everyone? Why don't we all get to partake in the wonders of modernization, basically? And so that sentiment is still around today. Like, people still have that idea. I think everyone across the spectrum, just depending, it doesn't matter where you sit politically, left or right. If you're on, of the working class or the general population, the commoners, the plebs out there, you generally will ask yourself, look at all the wonders around us today, but like, why do we feel like we're not getting any better? Why do we feel like we're not sharing in the true wealth and the value that is produced by living in such a crazy time as this? Such an advanced kind of utopia, right? We have all of these wonderful things, but we feel like we're not getting anywhere. Or even worse than that, we have less prospects than people just a generation or two ago. And so there's a lot of context here behind socialism. It started off with this very simple question.
This is the time when the idea of socialism develops, that the people as a group, not rich individuals, should get the fruits of their labor. First, it was this utopian idea based on right and wrong, and what if we just did things like this? There was no reason why it would happen, just that would be nice, until one book raised the stakes. Capital, or the original version published in German Das Kapital, one volume turned into 3, 552 total pages. Karl Marx, most famous for the Communist Manifesto and who lends his name to Marxism, dropped what would become an enduring piece of history.
Lends his name to Marxism. It's an interesting take, that one. Like, famously in leftist circles anyway, they all say that Marx said that he was not a Marxist because he didn't like the idea of Marxism or Marxists, because they didn't get him right. They didn't understand him properly.
Karl Marx was not a factory worker. He never stood at a factory gate before dawn. He was a middle-class kid from what is now Germany. Born in 1818, lawyer as a father, good education, PhD in philosophy. He wanted to be a professor, but his politics got in the way, so he became a journalist, and he was good at it. Good enough to get his newspaper shut down by the government. Then he got kicked out of Paris, then Brussels. By 1849, he landed in London, broke, and stayed there the rest of his life. And here's the part people don't spend much time on. Marx spent decades deep in poverty, pawning his coat in the winter. 3 of his children died young, and at one point, he couldn't afford a coffin. The man writing the book about capital had none of it. He survived on 2...
Do people think that is like the big gotcha moment that like they make it out to be? Guess what? Karl Marx was poor. And like, point to me an intellectual out there that has not struggled financially. Like, is that really a massive gotcha? Dead broke and had 3 kids. Sounds about right. Like, it does, if you know anything about history and the time period. Unless you were wealthy, like a blessed individual of aristocratic or entrepreneurial success, like you usually were living in abject poverty somewhere in Europe. That's why Europeans were moving en masse to the Americas, because Europe was a miserable place to live in during this period of industrialization. Absolutely miserable. You were either born with a silver spoon in your mouth and like afforded the luxuries of higher class society, or you weren't. And like, people didn't stop having kids back then just because their circumstances were poor. People still believed in having families. Dead broke and 3 kids sounds about right. But like, is that really the gotcha moment? He was born to a well-to-do family, but even fucked that up. He was a loser of epic proportions. Yeah, someone born to a family, basically a middle-income family, a middle-class family, and then ends up less than their current family circumstances. Hey, that again must be the first time that's ever happened in history. No money and 3 kids. Why can't I have 3 monies and no kids? Is this really the gotcha moment, though, that people like Han think it is? That somebody who wrote something that is so influential that it is still carried out today They're like, but he was poor. Okay, and what? He doesn't have eyes, so he can't analyze things. But he was poor. Okay. Apparently still very influential, though. That seems to be the thing you're most upset about, it would seem.
Two things: freelance journalism, including a decade writing for a New York newspaper, and money from his best friend and writing partner Friedrich Engels, who co-wrote the Communist Manifesto. Engels' family owned cotton mills in Manchester, England. In a twist of irony, the book that would inspire revolutions against factory owners was funded.
The left worships this failure, and they hate anyone that has success. Tell me I'm wrong. Well, it depends what you mean by the left. And we know you have a very strategic version of what the left is. It's anything that suits your conversation at the time. So, like, let's be honest. I don't think the left worships failure. This failure, because you determined it to be a failure, that he was poor, without actually looking at what's going on at this point in human history. So let's start with that one. What you consider to be a failure is just context for other people. And they hate that anyone has success. I think you should actually read the Communist Manifesto and then ask that question again. I think you've heard me admit multiple times, innumerable times, that capitalism has incredible productive forces and has been generally quite good for the advancement of human civilization through the industrialization it has produced, but is no longer necessary. So no, I don't hate anyone that has success, but I will call out a system that is built on a level of exploitation when I see it. But that's what I guess you have objections to, though, generally. Calling out bullshit when you say it. The left is quite broad, and there are people who hate, like, any capitalism, but also they're probably documented CIA PSYOP agents. I love it. Had enough money to get booted out of half of Europe. Interesting. I wonder where you get your... I guess they're just jokes then. Because, like, this guy even said that he got in trouble and kicked out of countries because of his involvement politically. But yes, had enough money to get booted out of half of Europe. How do we get people to use their brain, think outside the box, invent things for the betterment of mankind? Profit motive. Oh no, they're just making tens of millions of laboobos now.
By factory profits. So sitting in the British Museum room, day after day, year after year, Marx read everything. We're talking everything. Parliamentary reports, factory inspector records, economic data, and he asked just one simple question. Why does this system produce so much wealth and so much misery at the same time? Capital, Volume 1, came out in 1867. Almost nobody noticed. He died in 1883. 11 people came to the funeral, people who would never have guessed that within 40 years, a third of the planet would be governed in his name, rallied by one very simple, very potent idea. Profit is unpaid labor. When you walk into a store, you see prices on the shelves. You don't see the workers who made the product, how long they worked, or how much they were paid. The relationship between the person who made it and the person who buys it is hidden. Your purchase looks like a simple transaction, money for a shirt. But hidden in...
The basis for profit is unpaid labor. There's a huge distinction there, a massive distinction. You can make profit many ways. I could buy a whole bunch of things really cheap and sell them really dear, and you can profit off that. There's no exploitation of labor built into that arrangement at all. There are many ways to profit. You can just speculate that prices are going to change on some type of stock market, and you can profit off that. There's no exploitation of labor that's going on there, or unpaid labor. It's specifically in production. So in agriculture, in services, in industrial, productive spheres, where you have labor, human labor, that is paid to produce something that wasn't there before, a form of value that wasn't there before. And value, remember, is something like physical, something specific, like a good or a service, as opposed to just something that people like or dislike. That's not value. That's a subjective thing. There's real value. There's things like that people need, like goods and services. If you get laborers, if you pay a worker to produce something that wasn't there before, like a good or a service. In that process, they produce enough to sustain themselves, and that's what they get paid. But they also produce more than that, usually quite a lot more than that, depending on the level of industrialization and how advanced your society is. Workers get more and more productive. They get paid a certain amount, but the amount of stuff that they produce for their employer is way more usually than they get paid for. Now, people agree to this arrangement. It's a contract. They're not forced into it. It's not slavery. Okay, fine. But like whether or not they agree to do it or not, if you produce all of this, right, but you get paid this much, so you get paid less than what you are producing, that's how the system works. It pays people for their work at an agreed or a fixed amount, but it expects them to produce way more than they're getting paid for. And that's the basis of profit in a productive sense. Like I said, there's other forms of profit. You can go speculate on something, you go buy something cheaper and sell it for dearer, whatever. There's many ways to make profit. You can join a North Korean hacking team and like scam crypto bros out of millions of dollars. Like you can enter into illegal activities and practices to make profit. There's many ways to be profitable and get money, get extra money that wasn't there before, and bleed that out of the system. But like if you're looking at a system of producing things, so a mode of economy, and like that is an important distinction. It's really, really important. If you're looking at how an economy works, it produces stuff like real things that people need, as opposed to, just like speculation and money that like doesn't really mean anything. It's just there to circulate goods around. And like it's just numbers, right, on pieces of paper. Like that sort of stuff is good, okay? And that is profit. You can measure profit kind of thing in money. And that's what people usually talk about. But it's not like what he's suggesting here. It's really like profit does come from unpaid labor. That is one of the ways of making profit. And like unpaid labor, the entire system of capitalism is really based on this idea of unpaid labor. If you're looking for profit that comes from the production of real value, like I said before, real goods, real services, all the things that you see around you now, the real items of value. Like you can do many other things, but like that's what profit is derived from unpaid labor, because that's what an employer wants. They want to pay someone to do a job, but they're going to get them to do more than just what covers their payment. Like the capitalist world wouldn't really work otherwise if everybody just did enough work to cover their own costs and then just took off for the day. You need to get groups of workers together, people together, and so they produce more than what they get being paid. So you got extra value, and that extra value is where you get your profit from. And that's the real skill of the capitalist. That's the real skill, their entrepreneurial skill of getting people together to produce more and then taking that more and turning that into money, into profit. But what they're looking for is extra value, getting workers to make more stuff than they get paid for so they can take that away and sell that to make profit from. The real skill of the capitalist is that part there. The realization in money form of the stuff that they want, the good or the service that they're trying to produce, and turning that into money. That's the hard part. And kudos to the capitalists for doing that. But it's still based on a system where if you're producing a good or a service, so real stuff in the real economy, that's the basis for everything in society, the real economy. If you're producing the real economy, you can't pay workers what they're truly owed, because then you can't profit. You have no basis for that profit. He definitely just checked that book out of the library for this video. Yeah, it's even got the tag on the side. You can see it. It's crazy. He's got the library reference on it. It's really interesting. I kind of look like a Labubu right now in my fluffy hoodie. I think I might be a human Labubu. It's not the gotcha, but it's a factor. It's a pretty shit factor though. Like, why is it so compelling, dilemmas? It's like, oh, but Karl Marx was poor. Like, yes. Like, the entirety of Europe was poor and miserable, apart from, like, the upper classes at that point. Like, why is it a factor? It doesn't even make sense. It's like laughing at someone for being poor. That's generally frowned upon. Generally frowned upon. To be taken seriously in any economic sphere, you must be wealthy. I don't know if all economists are filthy rich. Han, as a worker, would you sign a contract that would put you on the hook if the company loses money? Well, son, we lost $1 million this year, so your labor was worth less than zero. Now you need to give back some of the money we paid you all year. Or how about you take it more realistically than that, Han? As a worker, would you sign a contract that would put you on the hook if the company loses money? Workers do that every time they take up employment. This happens every time. And like not in the abstract way that you're talking about, but like the literal way. They're on the hook all the time because if the company does lose money, they just fire people. Sorry, we are downsizing because we lost $1 million last year. Actually, we made $1 million last year and we're still downsizing anyway because we want to make $2 million next year. So see you later. So if you think like workers aren't on the hook for the company when it wins or loses, like you live in some abstract fantasy world. Okay, maybe their wages aren't tied exactly to whether the company wins or loses. But if they do lose, you don't think that they will have serious consequences for that? Yes, they will. They lose their livelihood. It's called a livelihood for a reason, because that's the trade-off. What keeps you alive? I mean, Han definitely lives in some abstract fantasy world that is already a given. Well, it is when you say shit like this. As a worker, would you sign a contract that would put you on the hook if the company loses money? Well, like, yeah, because that is actually what happens. If the company loses money, you don't think that affects the workers? That's exactly what they do. It's not reality, Han. Like what you described here is not even close. Like let's use a real example. Yes, workers are fully aware of the risks of when they get employment of someone if that employer doesn't do well. Workers are very cognizant of the risks that their employer faces because they will just chop them off at the legs if it doesn't work out for them. Is socialism when you're bigoted against social behaviors? Like when a dog climbs on you and licks your face? And capitalism is when you hate capitals. So they only use lowercase letters and live in rural areas. I only write in capital letters. The overarching point is that he didn't earn his wealth, but developed a theory of taking others' money instead. This is actually really good insight, isn't it? So he developed a theory of taking others. So that's what Marxism or socialism is about. It's just got to do with taking wealth, taking other people's money instead. Interesting. That's a very good insight. So he didn't do anything to earn his wealth. He spent his life trying to understand economics. Well, spent a good portion of his life trying to contribute to a wealth of information about economics. So like his academic contribution, fucking bullshit. Don't worry about it. It's only good if he makes money. And so his theory has been the basis of taking money off others instead. It's good to know though. It's good to know. Worker co-ops exist. They're just not very common, mostly because owners would much prefer to be taking home like 20 to 30% while divvying out the other 60% between 10 employees at like a cafe. That's the framing you're asking about. And it's a really good framing. That's like, it gives me a perception now of like what it is that people find upsetting about him personally is that like, oh, he was poor and he developed a theory that justified taking money off others. So that's a really interesting insight. Thank you, Dilemmas. It's very interesting. That's how people see Marx, as someone who developed a theory to take money off other people. Interesting. And this is why we study propaganda and manufacturing consent here, because like you can see how the consent has been manufactured in the case of Marx. He's the guy that developed theory for taking money off hardworking people and people that deserve it. Not someone who did economic analysis. I find Marx's greatest work actually it's actually not his theory on like revolution and taking money off other people. It's actually just his contribution to economics, actually, and trying to understand how capitalism works. Did he justify taking money off others, or the workers actually keeping more of what they contribute? I think that's the key there. And what we're talking about is like workers keeping, having a say over the value they produce. But like how it's interpreted and how it's been propagandized, how the manufacturing consent has worked for so long in terms of propaganda, and Red Scare has been like, he developed a theory for taking money off other people. So like his greatest contribution is like he developed a form of thinking which tries to take money off hardworking people. It's like he's anti the American dream. If you work hard enough, someone like Karl Marx is just going to take your money off you. And like the funniest part about that is all the working people out there who are poor themselves or struggling. And it's just like, yeah, if I ever got rich one day, I wouldn't like it if someone like him came along and tried to take my money. It's going to happen. I'm just going to keep on being a pleb. And one day I'll be rich. And when I'm rich, I won't want some of those Marxists to take my money off me. So they shouldn't do it to anyone else either. Marx develops a theory that would benefit poor people. Like Marx. That's fair. You're gonna give Hans streamer bingo for how many streamers can talk shit to him in one day. Streamer bingo. Unfortunately, it's just a small world of streamer bingo going on there, though. Happy to contribute. Adam Smith was not filthy rich, but he was quite wealthy, financially free after tutoring a noble. That's why America has such an allergic reaction to the word socialism. It flies in the face of rugged individualism, which is also a bit of a myth too, isn't it? Like rugged individualism in the American sense works when you've constantly got land to expand onto. So like Manifest Destiny, right? Keep going and you can make your own way. Get a pot of land and like you can literally be your own person. But like the rugged individualism of the Americas kind of died when they hit the West Coast. But they don't realize that. And then the banks came in to take all the land off those people anyway. They were rugged individualists. They were just used to basically take the land off native populations, turn it over to be productive. And the banks came in and took all the land off. Or in large swathes anyway. We also because their government fought Russia for decades, Red Scare, McCarthyism, etc., etc. If we just gave our money to poor, lazy people, nothing would get done. Well, fair enough. But like, is that what socialism is? It works in the Wild West when you're plowing your own field. Yes, it does. But like we haven't seen that type of scenario for a long time. I hope that's not your actual opinion, Bansal. I think it is. I think that's Bansal's politics. It's like we don't give out money. There's no free money here. They literally made movies, changed their education system, initiated international coups in order to prop up capitalism versus socialism. Yeah. I can't figure out Bansal, to be honest. He is the enigma of this stream. I'm always plowing my own field. Oh my God. Seriously. This idea of being completely self-made and all success is determined by someone's completely own work is a lie. People don't just hate anyone successful. It's usually how that person got success and will neglect all those that contributed to that person being able to accumulate so much capital. Yeah. Well, once he's reached a certain height as well, like you can't continue amassing so much wealth without directly exploiting labor. It's just the lay of the land at that point. But what usually gets done is poor people live better lives and are unable to participate in higher economic structures. Rugged individual plowing their own land. But first, I need some slaves to do it for me. Uh-oh. I'm all for free stuff if you work for it. I don't understand how that one works. Might have to explain that one.
Inside that shirt is unpaid labor. The worker created the person who made it, and the person who buys it is hidden. Your purchase looks like a simple transaction, money for a shirt. But hidden inside that shirt is unpaid labor. The worker created more value than they were paid for. That difference, the profit, goes to the capitalist. Not necessarily because capitalists are evil, Marx would have said, but because it's built into how the wage system works. Rich owners keep getting richer, and more powerful workers compete for jobs, which keeps wages down. To escape this, you, me, us, the people as a whole, must own the means of making the shirt. It's the only way to escape this oppressive working for wages. And it is here that two opposing forces that refuse to budge fight over what exactly profit is. The capitalists saying, what about losses? The socialists saying, losses are just failed exploitation. Without profit, there can't be prices. How will you know what to make? We'll know. To date, where we are today, it is that final question, how to know what to make, that has proven very hard for socialist societies to answer. Experiment after experiment has had to try in their own way, because what is probably the most interesting thing about Das Kapital, the key literature of socialism, it does not say how things should work. Marx offered no ideas for how to do things differently, no system, no outline. It's a full critique of capitalism, but the other side of the equation is left almost completely to interpretation, to answer simple questions like, how do you decide what to stock a grocery store with? Walk into any...
Why would you want to answer questions like that? Like, why would you want to? I think that's actually the strength of something like Das Kapital from Marx. It's like he doesn't try to pretend to know what the answer is. He's critiquing capitalism. He's saying this is how the system works, and these are its failures. These are the points at which it has contradictions. These are the problems with capitalism. It does things like this. It does things like that. And like the general tendency in a system like that is that it's going to run into big problems. It's going to rely on workers, but also develop technology that makes workers obsolete. And so like it's going to use workers to build wealth and then slowly cut them out of the equation through the development of technology, which destabilizes society. What are you going to do about that? Are you going to set up a society where you just give people free stuff for being poor and useless? Or you realize that this is one of the trajectories of capitalism, that like we're seeing this with AI at the moment. AI is a threat to society for the most part, for the average person, not because, it's going to be incredibly invasive and surveil everything that you do and like scrapes your data to sell things to you better and nicely. But like what AI is really threatening is it's going to take your fucking job. If it takes your job, it takes your livelihood. If it takes your livelihood, you can no longer participate in the economy. If you can no longer participate in the economy suffers because there are less consumers. They're able to buy the stuff that capitalism produces. This is one of the actual tendencies of capitalism that I don't hear anyone really say is not a general tendency of capitalism. You don't hear economists say that this is rubbish. They just say that everything that Marx said was wrong because he was poor, and you can't listen to him because he was poor. But like that is a fair critique of capitalism. And it's like, well, the question is, okay, well, what do you do about that? And like, he never envisaged or he never endeavored down that path in his analysis of capitalism. He never endeavored down that path to be like, all right, well, this is the solution to that. This is what it's going to look like. Because like, who knows what it's going to look like? It's different in different places, in different societies, in different cultures, in different nation states. They'll all have different responses to how to deal with that phenomenon. And like, he's raised a very interesting point there. And he said, yeah, Marx didn't go there. And I think that's a fair call. I'm glad that he's suggested that. But he's also been like, now he's going down the path of, oh, but the alternative to capitalism then is like trying to decide how to distribute these goods then. And like, who can really say what's required in every shop and on every shelf in every shop in your country? Who can really decide that? No one could have that power or that knowledge. And like, the beautiful thing is today, we didn't have this luxury before, but today we have a country like China who calls themselves socialists. They say they have socialism with Chinese characteristics. So they call themselves socialists and they do the economic alternative. They do direct their economy. They have a command economy and they have a planned economy, which is different to what is orthodox capitalism or free market. And so like, I'd like to see if this guy reconciles that, because most of these people can't reconcile China into their little critique of socialism. Why it fails every time. They can't resolve China at all. Claude, what should I stock my grocery store with? Yeah, well, AI will do that soon. It'll have enough data to be able to actually manage an economy. They've always said no human could ever manage an economy, but maybe AI could. AI that brings in the socialist revolution. How else are you going to get free stuff if you don't spend billions on the military? I am poor and useless, and I get free stuff. Like when I hit my med threshold, so my meds are free, LOL, I am thankful.
Grocery store, along with hundreds of other people
who... modern grocery stores in China are just free market. Problem solved. But they are also command economy. This is a pure state-controlled apparatus.
Completely to interpretation, to answer simple questions like, how do you decide what to stock a grocery store with? Walk into any grocery store along with hundreds of other people who will visit it each day, and as you walk through the aisle, choosing what you will and will not put in your cart, upon committing to some and paying for them, you are saying to whoever makes it, yes, I want this. And against the infinite number of other things I can buy with $5, I'll take it.
You can buy the limited things that are in front of you. So already, what is being produced is dictating what you consume. It's not like, oh, me buying this chocolate bar means that I want to buy more of these chocolate bars. Maybe there is another form of chocolate that you really like, but these are the only options you have. There's this really weird illusion when people try to justify a free market system. They're just like, you vote with your wallet. Every time you buy something, you're saying to the market, positive feedback. This is what I want more of. The market has spoken. Look, I'm sorry, but like that whole production system has already produced something that's in front of you right now. And like, you decide whether you want to buy it or not. It has nothing to do with that. They make decisions. This is the weird thing about capitalism. Someone made a decision, probably with some focus group or something like that, or some fucking team of marketing consultants. They decided which chocolate is going to be the most profitable for them, and they will mass produce that chocolate and then push it onto people and push it onto supply chains and push it onto shopping centers and pay big money to have it at the right location, so you will see it, it'll be in your face, and you will consume it. It's about like manipulating you. It's produced first and then they ask questions later, and if it really does fail, then they've wasted all of that money on it. But like, so much money is spent producing something and then marketing it in such a way that you will consume it, and then you think you have the illusion of choice. Ooh, I feel like having that chocolate bar today. Yes, because you have been told multiple times, and the system is set up and produced that chocolate bar that's put it in front of you. It's cart before the horse stuff. Just because you buy a chocolate in the supermarket doesn't mean you have any decision-making power in that system of chocolate production. It is the people that produce the chocolate and they put it in front of you. You feel like a chocolate, but like you don't really have choice beyond what they're producing. You don't have choice beyond what they're producing. It's an illusion. It's an absolute illusion. Such a bullshit argument, that one. I hate it. Produced by a handful of companies that make 18 versions of the same thing but use different packaging. He gets there, how the market dictates it, and the range you end up with in both systems. Okay. He gets there. Yeah, but that focus group is based on market feedback. Yes, it is. Market feedback from what is existing in the market, dictated to by production. People don't think of things that don't exist. If they did, then they would be entrepreneurs, and then they would produce their own stuff and make money off it. Do you know Jim Sterling, video games journalist, and the Jimquisition, now Stephanie, branded Hi Steph? They are not fans of capitalism, but one particular problem was caring about the market. Apparently Soup was ignoring Chunky Soup for decades, until they finally just tried a bunch of stuff and put it on the shelves. And Chunky became super popular. There you go. Because like there's so much effort in production. If they decide to make one chocolate so you could decide whether or not you buy it or not, and they're like, oh, I think we got a winner, that one person bought a chocolate. They make like thousands of chocolates, distribute them, and then decide whether they keep producing them or not. But they push hard to keep producing them because they invest so much in their production in the first place. Yes. So yeah, committees trying to decide shit, don't know anything. Execs don't know what they're doing.
Add this up with all the people deciding how to spend their $5 and useful signals appear to those who make things. The group that made what sold makes enough money to keep making the thing. The group that didn't is now aware that they shouldn't keep making the thing, at least not at that price. Unable to find a price that works, don't sell the thing for long enough, and all the materials work, everything that went into making the losing thing will eventually have to stop making those products and will now be available to be used by some new maker that wants to test their hand at
Try something, fail, try something new. But like it's not that simple. It's not like that in reality. It's like try something, manipulate, or engage in psychological warfare to get people to consume. If that psychological warfare fails, then try something new. There's a key ingredient missing. It's not just try something, fail, try something new. They invest way too much money in production just to have it fail. They have to ensure the product sells. And so they produce first, then they manufacture desire, then they continue production, or not continue production if it fails. It happens, though. It happens. Yes, okay, some of them fail. And they're just like, look, everyone's like, oh, see, the market correcting. It's just like, yeah, but they try very hard to ensure that it doesn't fail. It's not just like, the free market will decide. Like, no, they manufacture the desire hard. I used to work with the trend finding team, LOL. That's exactly how it works. Yeah, try gets invested in way too much. Just test first. Trend finding team. That's interesting. There are still market gaps out there. Yes, I agree.
Chocolate bars. Day after day, signals coming in from people of all walks of life saying, keep making that, don't keep making that. A bottoms-up system that lets the people vote for how they want the world's scarce resources to be used. Now, walk into a different grocery store. The shelves were stocked months ago by a group of planners who sat in a room and decided how much bread the store would need, how much bread every store would need, how much wheat to grow that bread, how many tractors to harvest that wheat, how much steel to build those tractors. There's no vote to add up because the deciding has already happened. The signal doesn't travel from your cart up to the maker, it travels from the plan down to the factory. The factory's job isn't to figure out what you want, it's to hit the number it was given. make 10,000 chocolate bars this quarter. Whether anyone wants those chocolate bars is a separate question, and honestly, it's not the factory's question. And when nobody buys them...
This is a fucking illusion. That's exactly how the current system works. They make 10,000 chocolate bars, all right? They produce 10,000 chocolate bars, and then they like, fuck, how do we get people to consume 10,000 chocolate bars? I know, through a very strategic advertising campaign, and we will get on the phone with distributors and retailers, and we'll make sure that this product places well. That's how it really works in the real world. Most businesses start like that. Somebody has an idea for a business, and they have no idea whether it's going to succeed or not. And they go into business and they start producing something, a good or a service, and then hope that they find a market for it. That's exactly how business works. And that's why, like, they say it all the time. Oh, you know, what is it, like 90% of businesses or something fail in the first few years because somebody has an idea and then they produce something, a good or a service, and then they've got to find a market for it. They've got to find a market for what they are offering, not the other way around. People don't just sit around and then the market comes to them and says, please, please produce this thing. And they're like, all right, fine, I'll start producing. Oh my God, I'll start producing. That's how most businesses start. They have an idea, they produce something, and then they've got to find the market for it. That's the big game. That's the big game. Finding the market. Production is not the problem, especially in capitalism. That's the wonderful thing about capitalism. It has amazing productive capacity. It's finding the consumers. That's where it's all about. That's what it's all about. So remember, in an industrial society that we live, like in an age of great technology and productive capability that we have now, the question is, do we have to do stuff like that anymore? Anarchy of production. Or can we plan it? Can we choose what we plan or what we don't plan, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera?
Travels from the plan down to the factory. The factory's job isn't to figure out what you want, it's to hit the number it was given. Make 10,000 chocolate bars this quarter. Whether anyone wants those chocolate bars is a separate question, and honestly, it's not the factory's question. And when nobody buys them, nothing stops. The materials, the workers, the machines, none of it gets released to some new maker with a better idea because they were never the factories to release. They stay right where the plan put them until a new plan says otherwise. The feedback that took one bad sales week in the first store takes months, years, sometimes never in this one. Day after day, decisions flowing in one direction from the few at the top to the many below, a top-down system, where a small group of people get to decide how the world's scarce resources will be used. But what about the real world? Not two imaginary grocery stores. What if we could set up an experiment? One city, one people, split down the middle for 28 years, then rejoined for 35.
Oh, God.
The finest...
I'm not going to like this section, I'm sure. Yeah, shoving that stuff should have been branded. No, wait, I missed something here. That's when brands fall into the pit of licensing campaigns. They try and correct the market of failed campaigns with known popular campaigns. Then they want to chase the licensing bug for the price point, and you end up with a shit ton of product you can't move. All with licensing agreements, so profit margins fall from 90 to 20%. Yeah, shoving stuff that you should have branded failed long ago down your throat. When they would miss a trend or predict too early/late, it would cause a huge backlog of products that people are looking for a year later. Yes, and if it didn't sell, you re-merge because you want to push the product rather than it appealing to a consumer. Just rebrand it. What is the joke from Futurama about that? Like Slurm Classic, and then Slurm New or something like that. And then when everyone's sick of the new Slurm, we'll start pushing sales in Slurm Classic. There is still a key difference. Our market, even if planned, is still in the hands of individual owners rather than the state. It's at least attempted bottom-out structure. Bottom-up, attempted. Yeah, well, like, I know what you're saying, and I hear you. Attempted bottom-out up structure. I would say illusionary bottom-up structure. I would go further than that. I know what you're saying. I get the sentiment. It does appear to be more bottom-up because there's more variables that come from the bottom, because if the people don't respond even to your most effective marketing and manufacturing of desire, then the market will correct technically, or it should correct. But like in a system where it's just command economics, then it will never correct, and there'll just be like these rivers of chocolate bars everywhere, and people will drown in chocolate or something like that. Oh, sorry, made you say bottom out like 3 times. Chat's gonna get horny again. The individual owners are people who own multiple boats, and we all know what a boat is. A hole in the ocean that you throw money into. You gotta have a limited supply. And donate to the Lib Party. Enough said. I close my case.
Arranged natural experiment the world has ever. One city, one people, split down the middle for 28 years, then rejoined for 35. The finest grained natural experiment the world has ever run on socialism. Berlin is the experiment inside the experiment. It's almost too good of an experiment. You have allies during World War II, everyone working together to beat Germany, but they were not all friends. Capitalist in one group, the United States, England, and France, and a bunch of others. And then you have the Soviet Union, a fully socialist country, which became that way with a lot of help from the writing of Marx in Capital and the Communist Manifesto, which we've talked about a lot. This is what it looks like, where he said revolution is necessary to tear down the system. It will not tear itself down, rise against capitalism. This is what Vladimir Lenin used during the Bolshevik Revolution. Anyway, with Germany defeated, the usual splitting up of the losers' territory began. Germany as a whole was split up into 4 different zones, with each of the 4 allied countries administering part of it. But Berlin was too important. It was the capital. France, the US, and England were like, no, just because it's deep in the Soviet side doesn't mean we don't get to be there. So Berlin, completely surrounded by Soviet-occupied Germany, was split into 4 zones. The US, England, and France in the west, Soviets taking the east. A tiny sliver of democracy and capitalism in Soviet territory, an affront to the Soviet system.
Democracy and capitalism get to be together. Oh my God.
So the Soviets try to force the issue. They cut off rail, they block roads, they try to force West Germany into their control. It doesn't work.
275,000 flights at an estimated cost to America and England of over $300 million defeated the Russians' diabolical plan. They gave up the blockade on May 12, 1949. All the barriers were lifted. Normal traffic began again. The free world had called Russia's bluff in the high-stakes poker game of international politics.
For 11 months, the West fed 2 million people from the sky, 277,000 flights. At the peak, a plane lands every 62 seconds. Most of the cargo, 2/3 of it, is coal. The Soviets blink. They lift the blockade and Berlin settles into being 2 cities wearing one name. And then the quiet part starts. People leave. Not dramatically, a metro ticket, a suitcase, get on the train, ride a few stops, don't come back. Between 1949 and 1961, 2.7 million East Germans from Berlin and the rest of East Germany exit Soviet-occupied Germany through this one open seam, stepping over the line between East and West Berlin. The most disturbing part to the Soviets is half of them are under 25. Doctors, engineers, teachers. The East loses a quarter of its physicians. That many people does not go unnoticed. It was quite obvious to everyone at this point. So 12 years after the last plane of the airlift landed, East Germany's leader holds a press conference. A journalist asks about rumors of the border closing. His answer, nobody has the intention of building a wall. The journalist didn't ask about a wall. Nobody had asked about a wall. He introduced the word himself. A Freudian slip, as he certainly knew what would happen 59 days later. I've used Zapier for over 5 years, but the latest way I'm using it has made...
All right, here comes the ad campaign. What's Zapier? Is it like ground news? Anyone want to take it up there? I prefer a system where we hold our decentralized owners accountable rather than centralizing to solve it. Our decentralized owners accountable. Well, that would be nice, wouldn't it? As a start. Let's do that as a start. Eh? Let's not have a double standard in society and like we hold all people accountable and the same under the eyes of the law. Yes, that would be nice if we held business owners accountable for their crimes. Like, could you imagine what like 2008 would have looked like? For plunging the world into economic chaos, you bankers are jailed for life, as opposed to here are billions of dollars of bailouts. What would you like to do? First, we're going to have a party. Then we're going to buy back all of our stocks. Then we'll ask for maybe some more deregulation of the financial system. But first of all, let's have a big party on the taxpayer expense. Shows anti-commie 1940s propaganda to help his narrative. Hey, it was pretty good though. It's pretty good. It was a nice little sliver of 1940s propaganda. But hey, open mind. And yeah, I'm very good without an island invite. Watch and you will find out. I feel like that's not too much of an ask. Make the law actually work. Yeah. Not gonna happen though. There's probably a bunch of things that we could do to make the world better though, regarding centralizing some things. E.g., say you're a tradie, that's a really good tool for X. It costs. We currently have hundreds of thousands of tradies plodding around inefficiently doing shit because they can't afford or justify in their minds the cost of those tools. Interesting. All right, let's see where the ad stops.
Bring this video. Let's get back to it.
Software, lots of closed source stuff that could be made open source. Yes, like that's why I think intellectual property is a joke, because that's not how capitalism really had worked when it was at its most efficient. Capitalism was a point of competition. So somebody got the edge, and then people would just like reverse engineer their stuff and then just do the same thing. And then like it advanced really, really quickly. And so the Chinese and open source, Chinese model that they have in their special economic zones, and they're just like their general penchant for wanting to go with open source over closed source, is why they're killing it. Like somebody develops something and then everybody catches up because they get access to that information. And like that's what made capitalism amazing at the start, but it's kind of ossified since then and become decrepit. Imagine if the wheel had been copyrighted. That's where capitalism and IP law is right now. Law's never going to catch it all. No, hence why we on this channel and why you're here, you have to say it. That's why we are revolutionaries, because look, it'd be nice if people followed the law, but we know that that's not going to happen. And like these people that also write the laws are the people that benefit from those same pieces of legislation and the structure of society. So they're not going to make stuff that is not beneficial to them. Again, 2008 crisis, perfect example of that. You don't get a new system from the old one that benefits those who uphold the system. You're going to have to do better than that. You're going to have to do better than that, Bob.
The barbed wire was strung, streets torn up, train lines severed, all in one night. No wall when the sun went down. Wake up and there's a wall, running 96 miles through the center of the city and wrapping around the edges of West Berlin, cutting it off from East Berlin and the East German countryside. The concrete came within a week. We've all seen a wall, but this one, everything they built, the guard towers, the dog runs, the tripwires, all of it faces inward. So now, our two imaginary grocery stores are real, and they're 20 minutes apart. East side, the Kafala at Leninplatz carries about 3,000 items, one of each, not yellow mustard and spicy mustard, one mustard. West side, Bala,
So
one of
good.
120 in West Berlin, about 7,000 items, competing with 3 other chains, including what would become today's Aldi. The West side, it's a normal market. People buy things. The price of those things is set by the store. If they don't sell or more than normal sells, the store manager will adjust their next order.
They were able to build a wall overnight. Sounds pretty efficient to me. It sounds mental. Not only just a wall through the middle of the city, but then around the west as well, overnight. Just like that. You go to bed one night, no wall, wake up the next, barbed wire everywhere. Sounds incredibly efficient to me. But yeah, I like how it's just like one form of mustard. That's it. Hey, you like mustard? Tough. That's all you're going to get. One type of mustard. Other side of the wall, competing supermarket chains, you get 10 types of mustard. All right. Who's got a better life now, hey? 10 different types of mustard. Fuck yeah. It also creates a system where reporting faults benefits the individual little, even if it helps the collective a lot. So underreporting on issues goes rampant. Corruption peaks. Centralizing power generally not good. Ravy's gone. Now's our chance to be bad. What's the worst thing that we can get away with? You like mustard, eh? One type of mustard specifically, please. Over and over again.
The East Side is a much more interesting story. What you're about to see...
I like going to Aldi because there's less choice. That's so good. Oh, thank God. It makes my shopping so much easier. Yes, I just want this one specific thing. No, I don't care about the brand, for fuck's sake. Just give me it. Give me the thing, please. Love, Jeff. Welcome to the afternoon session.
It's exactly how the economy was planned for Berlin and the Soviet Union as a whole, using historical documents going from the top to the bottom. The decision for what goes into the East Side grocery begins 1,000 miles away in Moscow, where the head of the Soviet Communist Party is located. The word Politburo, you might have heard before.
Yes. Are you sure Blaz is an AI? How the hell does he pump out memes so quickly? Yeah, he must have had that one in reserve ready to go and just put the text over real fast. This guy's seen West Side Story. Next order. The East Side is a much more interesting story.
Where the head of the vision as a whole, using historical documents going from the top to the bottom. The decision for what goes into the East Side grocery begins 1,000 miles away in Moscow, where the head of the Soviet Communist Party is located. The word Politburo, you might have heard before. This is it. The head of the party, the Politburo, a committee of 11 men, sets the priorities for all of the Soviet Union for the next 5 years. What do we want for our population? How should we prioritize the military? Are there any industries we want to develop? Are there any we would like to shut down? Many big decisions, all written down in the official 5-year plan. And it's a beast. It's huge, hundreds of pages long. The 5-year plan is then handed to the State Planning Commission. 3,000 people in that commission map it all out in physical units. This much grain becomes this much flour, becomes this many loaves of bread, 2,000 commodities. Grain, coal, gravel, glass, everything is balanced in a ledger with the explicit goal of ensuring fairness in the spirit of, from each according to their ability, to each according...
Come on, slow down. Is he actually, serious there? That is a massive call. The way that they planned economies was all about fairness.
Explicit goal of ensuring fairness in the spirit of, from...
See, this is why this is lazy propaganda. Because, the general assumptions this guy makes are huge. That's the reason why they plan the economy. From each according to their ability, to each according to their need. I don't know if that's how they plan their economics. I don't know about that. Because then they wouldn't have planned really much things at all, actually. They would have just let people work. And they would have hoped that everyone just freely working and choosing wherever they want to work and wherever they want to do things, actually supported society and reproduced everyone's existence. That is such a bullshit take on the application of that communist slogan. That communist slogan is trying to get to a society that is so well advanced and developed, where people are able to simply choose what type of lines of work that they want to do, if at all, and then because of the general abundance in society, they just take whatever they want whenever they need it, as opposed to having to sell themselves on a labor market to get access to those things. The Soviet Union was not like that. They were planning their economics and expected people to can work. They expected people to work a lot and contribute, not just from each according to their ability whenever they feel like it, under whatever circumstances. And to each, according to their needs. You could just take whatever you feel like. No, they planned everything that is what he's talking about. They measured everything. It wasn't just people freely coming in and be like, I'll have 6 loaves of bread today, please. Oh, excellent. Yeah, why not take 7? No, 6 is fine.
Each according to their ability, loaves of bread, 2,000 commodities. Grain, coal, gravel, glass, everything is balanced in a ledger with the explicit goal of ensuring fairness in the spirit of, from each according to their ability, to each according to their contribution. But early on, the Politburo realized that if they just handed things out, here's your pair of shoes, here's your bread for the week, the people would feel like medieval peasants. That's terrible for morale, and more importantly, terrible for getting people to work. Somebody still needs to make the bread. So the State Planning Commission was also in charge of deciding how much people should be paid. So they create the ledger of stuff to make and the wage scale, which simply divides the entire workforce into 8 broad pay bands. The lowest worker earning $2.50 per hour, the highest earning $7. You could not earn more and you could not earn less. And here's where it's easy to feel lost. You're giving people wages, which is money, which means you're going to buy something with that money. But everything is kind of free. What do you spend this money on? Okay, so there must be prices in this system. It has to be prices. Okay, if there are prices, how is the price of a loaf of bread decided? Enter the Office of Prices. That's its real name. They are handed the ledger of stuff to make and the wage scale. With the wage scale, they can see how much in total wages will be paid. Here's our entire workforce. Here's how much it will be paid. They can also see how much total stuff will be made. With all that data, the Office of Prices would ask questions like, how much should a family of 4 spend on bread? It should be cheap, not more than 1% of the lowest earning worker. If the lowest earning worker earns 1,000 Deutschmarks in a month, and the ledger says they get 10 loaves of bread in a month, then a loaf of bread should be 1 Deutschmark. Asking this kind of question over and over until all their numbers added up in a way that balanced how much people were paid in wages against what the plan had said each person was allotted. Milk, furniture, car tires, gasoline, medicine, every price was tagged, stamped on, or even engraved into the thing before it left the factory. The price was simply the price. It was not set based on anything other than deciding how much of a thing a person should need in a year and then how much of that person's pay should be used to buy it. All right, so with prices set, the Office of Prices hands everything over to East Germany's Ministry of Trade and Supply. They take it and assign quotas and allotments across the region's 15 districts. Berlin is the 15th district. You have this many people, you get this much. The bakery here makes this much bread, so you get this much flour. Everything is assigned to a physical location. The state bakeries in the 15th district get flour delivered on a truck. They bake bread with it, put that bread on a truck, and the manager of the grocery store unloads the truck. They unload the truck with whatever arrives. The outcome of this experiment can be highlighted in many ways. By the time the wall came down, the East Berlin grocery store still had about 3,000 items, while the West ones pushed towards 10,000. The big markets cleared 15,000. But the clearest outcomes show up in 2 very different parts of life. By the time the Berlin Wall came down, the wait time for either of the 2 cars you could buy was over 10 years. The main car you could buy in East Berlin, the Trabant, was the exact same car the state-run auto company produced at the time the wall went up. Same materials, about the same engine, no upgrades for over 30 years. Used ones went for more than new ones because people didn't want to wait 10 years. West Berlin, on the other hand, had dozens of cars and you could buy one same day. And then there was health. Over that same 30 years, these neighbors, friends, family who shared a city, they breathed the same air, had the same genetics. Those in East Berlin had a life expectancy 2.5 to 3 years shorter than West Berlin. It's well documented, deeply studied. Within 10 years of the wall being torn down, East and West being unified, 1989 to 1999, the gap completely erased. Those in East Berlin had the exact same life expectancy as those in the West. What's not clear to me today, though, is if this is what people mean when they talk.
In 2 years. In 2 years, the life expectancy changed. They reversed all of the damage of being dirty commies, and now they integrated with the free market. They fully integrated, like what we expect migrants to do when they come into a new country. They fully integrated, then all of a sudden their life expectancy went boop, 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 then we're right back up again. He said that, did he? From 89? Oh, to 1999. Okay, fair enough. 10 years. Still pretty good. All right, I'll take that.
The gap completely erased. Those in East Berlin had the exact same life expectancy as those in the West. What's not clear to me today, though, is if this is what people mean when they talk about socialism, this true top-down kind of society. That's not what Nordic countries are. Sweden, Norway, Finland, they're free markets. Prices are set by the grocery store owner. The government then collects a lot of tax on everyone, not just the wealthy. Businesses can hire and fire at will. There's nothing different about their capitalism than a place like the US. But there's a massive safety net funded by taxes. If you did it in the US, the average income here is about $70,000. So in Denmark, if you make 1.5 times more than the average, you pay about 54% in total taxes. So that would be an income of about $105,000 here. Everybody is taxed. But the means of production are most definitely not owned by the government, the people. In fact, the Nordic countries intentionally set themselves up like this. They watched what happened in the early part of the Russian Revolution. We're like, no, we're not going to do that. So we've never seen a true socialist system of any size really fulfill the ideas laid out by Marx. We've seen a very real dedicated effort to do it, but they've all ended up at about the same spot. So why hasn't it worked? Stalin, 29 years. Mao Zedong, 27 years. Fidel Castro, 49 years. The average rule for leaders of socialist systems is over 15 years, longer if you look at the ones who were ruling for a long time but died in office, like Hugo Chavez. Blame the person, yes, these men were not good people, but there have been no truer words spoken than these. Play the clip.
The basic rule on incentives is you get what you reward for.
A center that decides where everything goes, it is the ultimate place of power a human can be stationed, directing the flow of calories, electricity, medicine. So much power radiating out from one point changes the incentives of everybody in the system. The manager of the East Berlin grocery store has no reason to care what customers actually want. If the store runs out of milk by 10 a.m., the manager doesn't lose a dime. In fact, fewer customers means less work. Croissants are incredibly time-consuming to make, layer by layer just right, otherwise they don't puff. The bakery is much better off having dense, thick loaves of bread that take a fifth of the time to make and fill their quota faster. They have no other bakery to compete with for customers, so no consequences. And the truck driver moves weight, not loaves of bread. Gravel, nails, bricks, machinery will all be moved before bread because the faster the quota is filled, the faster the driver can be done. Why would you work any longer than you have to? Because the planning board has said what you will be paid. Doing better is just more work that doesn't come with a reward. And the 3,000 people in the planning commission, they just want to be told the quotas they assign.
Like, he makes it sound like if you work harder in a free market system as opposed to whatever the Soviet Union was, that you work harder or you work better in the free market society or in a free market system, that you will get paid better. Like, there must be a few high achievers out there that have been hard workers in their in their various fields of employment, and you worked harder. You probably worked harder than the average worker in there. You were an outstanding employee. You put in extra effort too, and did you get paid more for that? You get paid more for that? Like, honestly, like, these are from very, very, these are huge generalizations here, and a very broad brush. I'm sure there were a lot of people that were actually dedicated to the cause and worked harder. Not everyone who was just like, well, I only get judged on how much weight I traverse across this logistics system here, so I'm just going to work the absolute minimum. There's plenty of people like that in the free world, in a democratic and capitalist society as well. There are plenty of fucking workers out there that will do the bare minimum and will actually pretend like they're working and do fuck all. All right? Okay? Right? Like this, making it out like this is like some weird alternate universe where that will only happen, where there'll be like no one incentivized to work harder, and like there's no one that would like either apparently slack off. They just do what they're mandated to do by the system, by the state economic plan, and they stick to that mandate and they do nothing else. And like outside of that system, the free market system, everybody is kept in check magically because they work harder, they'll get paid more. Because that's definitely how it works, man. That's definitely how it works. Free market works you harder, and that's good. I'm working hard for this bread, mate. Fuck this humidity. See, Amazon piss bottles? Yeah, I'm sure they get paid extra for all their hard work. Well, the core concept was you work longer, maybe not harder, if you earn more. Whereas without free market, you earn the same. So as you're working harder. Again, I would challenge that, bro. There are many people that work longer and don't get paid more in free market societies or in capitalistic societies. Plenty of people that work, a bit extra. I'll just do a little bit extra here, a little bit extra there. I'll read some extra emails. I'll log in. Look, I'm just going to log in and do some work tonight. Are you supposed to be doing that? Isn't that a form of overtime? Yeah, but I'm just going to finish off these emails and stuff, and then I don't have to do it tomorrow. Like, there is so much unpaid work that goes around in the free market system. And then he's making it out like, yeah, everybody gets compensated under capitalism. How about Joe? Yes, work harder, go over your hours and get that overtime pay. What do you mean the taxman wants more of that? Yes, what a great time. I found that it is actually the people that push work onto other people that are the most rewarded. Yeah. It's not about working harder, it's about working smarter, right? Get somebody else to do it. They will ask for people to go above and beyond. If you can't ask the humanity for consent, you shouldn't fuck it. You get an award at the end of the month, though, and pizza party. Well, paid more can be relative. Might be making their job easier tomorrow. And like the same in this Soviet system. Maybe they work a little bit harder and they get promoted. And then they get to manage the logistics line instead of driving the truck. Like, relative is relative both ways. Like, I'm sure if somebody works harder, and even in this Soviet system, they may get recognized, and then they might move up the pay scale. Like, it was on a scale. But yeah, most of the time, encourages paid work. They will ask people to go above and beyond when labor laws are followed properly. Oh, there's that laws being followed again phenomenon. Whose choice is to open an extra email? Whose choice is it to open an extra email? Yeah, exactly. So you're going to have that in both systems, people that do that sort of stuff. Well, you don't deny the self-feeding driving force of capitalism. This is it just broken down, really. This is how it works. Now, the driving force of capitalism in terms of its technological and productive forces, but like whether it makes workers work harder or lesser compared to any other system of employment and servitude is outrageous. Like, people like slave drivers used to argue against wage labor because they were like, why would somebody work hard unless they've got a whip on their back? Like, I watch these people, and if they stop working and like go under a certain level of productivity, I whip them. Like, that's the ultimate motivation right there. So like, there's been many of these discussions about who's more motivated, capitalism or a planned economy. Like, I'm sure it is like relative to the person, to be honest. But like again, this is just what I'm pointing out here is, maybe it's true, but that is a massive generalization, what he's saying. Want to get paid to open emails? Do it between 9 to 5. Yeah, it's easier said than done. I'll tell you that much for free. And like, the pressure comes from the employer too. They expect it to be done. You haven't read those emails yet? You haven't been through that? What have you been doing with your time? We'll be putting that on your performance review. Looks like you won't be getting any type of better pay next financial year. It's incentivized, trust me, to push people to work beyond their hours. It's definitely incentivized.
Hit. Last thing the chief of the commission wants to do is tell the Politburo they made a mistake. It's all downside. If you get fired, what other planning commission is there to work for? And the people in the very top really don't want to hear the area they're responsible for isn't working anyway. So much power is concentrated at the top, and there's no way to get there except for someone to select you to the post that a weakness in your area is someone else's political ammunition to have you removed. So a very, very small group of people ends up running the system. And they run it blindly because no one brings them problems, because why would they? Unless, of course, that person is trying to move up the system. In which case, that's a threat for those occupying one of those few spots at the top. You should probably get rid of that person so they can't make any more noise and install someone who tells you everything is going well. So the leader hears no bad news and would be skeptical if he did. He's paranoid from years of people trying to get to the center of power to adjust the system in their favor, because adjusting the whole system in your favor or taking someone else's power is the only route to getting more. Can't go start a business, can't get elected, the pie is fixed. So one person doing better takes from someone else. The result has been one person and a tiny group of trusted advisors consolidate control of two things: the military and the means of production. A monopoly on violence and a monopoly...
Is he describing the Trump admin? Yes, it's a pertinent question.
On production. Human nature is simply not intended to hold that much power. It's so tempting to make sure you stay in power, to put your thumb on the scale. There's the old saying, power corrupts and absolute power absolutely corrupts. Maybe that could change. One of the things that could change that is a massive amount of abundance. If there isn't scarcity, socialism and even communism seems almost likely. There would be no reason for markets, prices, and power structures. Everything is just available. Enough to go around, no needing to fight over who gets what. Perhaps the flaws in our human nature are smoothed out. But we aren't there yet. We still live on a planet with 71% water, 29% land, and a finite amount of resources. Because of that, the question of who owns what is not going to go away. Both of the systems we looked at today, at their core, human attempts to solve the exact same problem, how to manage that scarcity. One system trusts chaotic decisions of millions, the other trusts a collective planned vision. Maybe the ultimate system isn't one we've tried yet. Or maybe until we reach a world of absolute abundance, we are destined to keep shifting the needle back and forth between the security of the collective and the freedom of the individual. But whatever the future holds, it will still be driven by that very basic, very human question. Who owns what and who gets to decide? And that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for watching. Be sure to like and subscribe.
Well, Musk has promised us that the future of AI in 10 years' time will be living in a world of superabundance. Right? So, like, maybe we should just wait for that. Right? We'll just wait for Musk's envisaged world of superabundance. And, like, we'll just be living in a fairer, a better society. Capitalism, socialism, come on. We'll just live in Musk's world of superabundance. And we'll all be happy. How's Rage Against the Burrito going? I don't know. It's a fair question. I haven't checked into the great Dorito debate. But happy to get an update if you have one. Is that just a good amount of work for a human worker, for their boss, both? Who decided that bandsaw? Besides Henry Ford. It's about a third of your day, not much. What else would you do with your time? All right. Interesting stuff, I must say. He wouldn't touch China. Like, why do these people have to continually go back to Soviet Russia to be like, see, it doesn't work? This is like, okay, fine. Fine. All right. Okay. We get it. You're looking at something that happened, like, literally started off over 100 years ago now. Had plenty to do. Not only just figure out a planned economy through the Politburo, but actually had to figure out how to fight off invasion from, like, what is it? A coalition of 15 countries that tried to shut them down at the point of revolution. Then had to industrialize rapidly and then duke it out with the world's sole superpower. Under all of these pressures. But no, let's just think about how they tried to plan their economy in a very narrow sense in a supermarket somewhere in Berlin compared to the supermarkets that were in West Berlin. See? It never works. Look at the Soviet Union, which is obviously dead and can't defend itself. See? Let's keep pointing at that. I wonder what the simple question socialism couldn't answer. What is the simple question? Is there an answer? Is there even a question? What was the fucking question? Does anyone want to go out on a limb here? What was the actual question? I don't know. But like, yeah, this guy would never use the exact same video style and be like, the simple question socialism couldn't answer. Let's not do the Soviet Union. Let's talk about modern China. Like, did you see when he used China? Like, they won like the small segment there where he started talking about evil dictators. He used Stalin, Mao, Fidel Castro, Chavez. Didn't talk about China under Xi Jinping, for instance, just around the time of Mao. Again, so socialism never works. When you look at historic examples of socialism, that didn't work. What about one that seems to be killing it at the moment? No. Definitely not. We cannot use that as an example. Surely not. All right. Let us do... Oh, man, we just talked about this. Let's do this for some theory. I'd like to know what people's thoughts are on this. Ansel Bandit, you obviously have some strong thoughts about this. Working from home, a human right? ? Let's figure out let's gauge what the average person thinks about working from home. I bet you if you're an office worker, you'd be supportive of this. And if you're not, you're either indifferent or you're vehemently opposed to it.
At the Victorian Parliament this morning, both Labor and shadow ministers agreed working from home wouldn't work for them.
Obviously, many jobs can't be done working from home.
If the bill is passed, would you be taking advantage of working from home and working from home 2 days a week?
I knew it. I'm starting to be able to call your politics slowly. It's really hard, but a luxury, not a right. There it is. A luxury. Should you be so lucky to choose? But I have the ability to work from home. No, but you should have no choice. It's about principle. We want to control workers, not think that they have some type of rights or freedoms within this system. They must be controlled, and they must remember their place in the system. These type of things are luxuries, not rights. I don't work, but I've broken down 2 chicken and pork legs, made some bread, and groomed the dogs. LOL. Hey, somebody's got to do it. I mean, your job can be done from home. You probably don't contribute much anyway. I mean, if your job can be done from home, you probably don't contribute much anyway. Oh, man. Oh, my God. Fair enough. Oh, fuck. God. Let's see what they have to say.
I need to. I mean, that's. I don't need to.
This job is one of those jobs where you work Monday to Sunday.
Premier.
Labor's working from home legislation was said to be introduced to Parliament this week, but Victoria...
These politicians think that they can't work from home. Do you think that they do a lot of work? Get your ass providing goods and services. Go get a trade. There it is.
Victoria's new Premier had other plans.
Work from home will not proceed on the 1st of September. It will proceed on the 1st of July in 2027.
Ben Carroll says he still intends to pass the bill before the state election in November, but will consult with business in the meantime.
I support work from home. I support flexible work. It is good for working families.
It was the signature policy of his predecessor, Jacinta Allen, who he rolled a fortnight ago.
From the 1st of September, those who can work from home will have the right to do so for 2 days a week.
This week, a number of groups representing small and big business demanded the new Premier scrap the legislation.
Sitting on your ass on the couch in a Teams meeting, that's productive. Fair enough. And that's less productive than sitting on your ass on an office chair in a meeting room. And it's all got to do with what you're wearing and which type of device you put your ass on makes you more or less productive. Saying I work from home is saying my entire job is planning, predicting, or analyzing. I provide almost nothing. Damn.
This bill, if it goes forward, is going to bomb business back into the Stone Age.
They called it a dangerous experiment and unnecessary.
Industry data shows that 4 in 5 businesses offer flexible working arrangement.
Federal laws already allow for
Doesn't
employees.
it show you, for all those people who are just like, yeah, fuck them, they're not even productive anyway, doesn't it show you something when you have the business councils out there, the chambers of commerce are the ones that are really against this? Like, they are worried for some reason of workers getting rights. It sounds like a very age-old story, as old as capitalism itself. No, we can't give them rights. We should decide when we want to whether or not they should be able to work from home or not. It's not actually about working from home being less or more productive. They just want to have control over their workers. Don't give them rights. What's wrong with you? If we decide we want to have them all in, so we should. It's just about choices. It's got nothing to do with productivity. The Stone Age, you're like, hello? What businesses, like, people have already been working from home. Where'd the Stone Age line come from? You had to get up, shave, get dressed, and made an effort to go to work. Seems a little bit more productive. Okay. All right. I said, because you had to get up and waste time in transit, that means you're more productive, wasting actual time that you could actually spend potentially working. It's interesting. Is a Teams meeting screen the main screen or the COD screen? Well, work used to imply work. So work is actually about the location, going to work, as opposed to the actual productive ability. This is interesting. This is incredibly interesting. How something like this divides the working class themselves. Instead of being like, yeah, let them have it. If they're able to work in an environment and in a flexible arrangement that allows them to have a higher standard of living. No, it's about whether they'll be productive or not, because they don't get up in the morning and shave and sit on a train for an hour or sit in traffic and get frustrated. They haven't got the full working experience. They should be angry all the time, like me, who is forced to shave and sit in traffic for an hour. If they don't go through the punishment and suffer, are they really working? Working is about suffering. Yeah. People want to force people to travel to and from work every day when they shouldn't need to for jobs that are done 100% on a computer. But they don't want to pay for roads and shit to be built. What a world. I was definitely productive after a 1.5 hour commute. That was great. More of that, please. Be grateful. I mean, hey, run a business from home if you like, but saying that you can do your job for a business remotely says to me your position isn't necessary anymore. It's a redundancy admission. What do you think that people just sit at home, like when they work from home, and eat chips and watch Netflix or something like that? People working in relative comfort as opposed to suffering is not a admission of redundancy. It's more an argument over where is the most suitable place for the worker, if they so choose. I had plenty of people when I used to work underneath me that wanted to go into the office because they liked office culture. And they wanted to go out for lunch, and they wanted to, on Friday, go out for drinks. And there were plenty of people like me at the time who had young kids and wanted to be closer to their family. I didn't want to fucking waste an hour a day traveling or more away from my family. I was more than happy, and I could easily do my work because it's on a computer from a remote location as opposed to being inside a building with other people. But like, hey, if it's about making people suffer, that makes a little bit more sense. 15-minute cities, increasing productivity, high density living, way of the future. My mate runs his Australian business from the poolside in Bali, but he's running a business, so it's okay. But if he's a worker, he should suffer and not be by a poolside in Bali. Jobs that can be done remotely will be done by bots soon. Fair enough. So we better make them suffer while we can until they're out of a job. I don't think they were working at the office either. If you don't have to be present, you're admitting goods and services are delivered without you there. I don't know. These people still work. It's just their location that's in question. Exactly. Great theory session, guys. I know a few people that work from home. Box checkers, basically. So you're concerned about their work, not the location of it. If they box check at work, that means that they're better box checkers than if they box checked at home. Like, it seems it's like just a bit of jealousy going on, to be honest. Get off your lazy ass CFO and do some work. And the AI wouldn't calculate correctly. Huh. Not straight away. Yeah, I'm going to need you to come into the office every day and then log into an online application and do your job. This is the future the Libs Victorian want. We hate the suburban rail loop. Fuck workers.
Is to request flexible working arrangements.
This new proposed bill would flip the script on that and give most employees a right to work from home unless it's not reasonable to do so, and then employers will often have to justify why it wouldn't be reasonable for someone to work from home.
The new legislation, which will amend the Equal Opportunity Act, will give Victorian employees a legally enshrined right to work from home for 2 days a week, if it's reasonable to do so.
This is the first place in the world that working from home has become a human right.
Workplace lawyer Dan Feldman is also a board member of the Victorian Chamber of Commerce and Industry.
Jealousy, really? I work from home for most of my life. Not box checking, though. Well, then let them work from home. If they're box checking, they're box checking at the office, they're box checking at home. Who cares? If you don't like them box checking, that's another conversation, though. Seriously. Why should we restrict workers other than the fact that, like, you just want to see them suffer and they deserve to suffer like everybody else? Like, why would you want to restrict workers getting a better working situation? Again, it's not for everyone. There's a lot of people that don't want to work from home. They love the culture of going to work. Like, come on. When would they realize that road infrastructure is tied to productivity? More people are willing to work when their commute is like 15 to 20 minutes quicker or zero. Send workers home to scrap office buildings, turn them into housing. Housing crisis solved. That's a fair point as well. Because, like, a lot of these employers don't want workers to go because they're actually in contractual arrangements with commercial building like landlords and companies, and they need to fill them out to justify their arrangements, and so do the commercial developers out there. Commercial construction industry does not want to see people working from home because that means less commercial and office space out there. They don't want people to not have to fill offices and office space around CBDs and stuff like that. They want those people there. It's bad for their business. Hence, again, why at the start it was Business Council and Chamber of Commerce type people saying that we're all going to be sent back to the Stone Age if we allow this to happen. This phrasing of is working from home a human right is shitty. Yeah. Well, like, it should be a right, a human right. It's a stretch. People are way more productive in a work environment. Like, again, based on what? It depends. It really depends. Like, I tell you what, you get a lot more distractions in an office environment because people want to just talk. I used to be able to get a lot more work done. Like, it depends what you mean by work. But a lot more paperwork, let's say, done. When I wasn't constantly being interrupted by people wanting to talk about, did you watch the footy last night? I work from home 9 out of 10 working days. I miss the office, but it means I can be with you all and see his bitch biscuit. Ah, man. That's all. That's why we all come here. It's for the bitch biscuit. Come for the bitch biscuit. Stay for the company. If we don't pay them a competitive wage based on KPIs, they won't work as hard. That is the convo, a human right. Poor babies, gotta go to work is a breach of human rights. Nah, okay. Well, let's not say human right then. Let's just say it's a right. Working from home should be a right. And it's like 2 days out of 5. It's not even like enshrined forever. Turn office buildings into apartments. Can't wait for them to be priced at $1,000 a week for a box to live in. I'd argue that you're way too productive working from home. If you do white collar, it's so easy not to walk away from your desk. Yeah, right. Yeah, and to switch off and to not switch off. If we don't make them work in an office, they won't work as hard. That's an interesting perception. Put bedrooms in the office. Morale boosting. All right. I'd love to sleep at the office.
Industry. He says the proposed change is absurd.
They're equating that right to work from home with what are other very significant human rights. If it's a genuine human right, how can it only be available for 2 days a week? Imagine applying that, saying an employee should be free from discrimination, but only 2 days a week. This is ludicrous legislation.
Mr. President, honourable judges.
Jeffrey Robertson is one of the world's eminent human rights lawyers. He says there are universal rights.
Well, there's a right to live. It's probably the most universal. The right not to be tortured, the right to... And we could go on with those personal rights.
And then there are legally enshrined rights.
I assumed he would have had a better list than that. Someone who's an international human rights lawyer, and so on and so forth. All of those things. I don't know. I've just been an expert in it for like the last 50 years. This guy is Geordie's Malcolm Turnbull impression.
It's like working from home 2 days a week.
Well, it's not a universal right, is it? It can't be for sheep shearers or stand-up comedians or gardeners. Some occupations require you to work away from home. So it can't be a universal right, but it can be a right, a new right, a lead for Australia or probably for Victoria in the pantheon of workers' protection.
The right is a right to work from home where it's reasonable to do so. So if you're a baker and you need to be baking bread, you're going to be in the bakery baking bread. You're not going to be working from home. But if you're the bakery's accountant, then you don't need to be sitting by those hot ovens crunching the numbers.
Employment lawyer Daniel Victory says the new legislation fills a gap.
The current system under the Fair Work Act provides a limited right to work from home with people with certain responsibilities or attributes. So you need to prove at the moment that you have caring responsibilities. You need to prove that you need a flexible work arrangement to do those caring responsibilities. And then you often have to have an argument with your employer about whether that's practical or feasible.
Under this proposed legislation, disputes involving employers and employees over this right would go to Victoria's Equal Opportunity and Human Rights Commission. And if it can't be resolved, it's then escalated to the Victorian Civil and Administrative Tribunal.
The laws are being introduced into equal opportunity legislation, so that makes sense. They already have a function to conciliate disputes between employers and employees or disputes involving discrimination, so they're already equipped to do some of that work. I think although this is a general right, I think it will really support people with caring responsibilities and other family responsibilities to be able to do their job.
The Human Rights Commission has a really important role in addressing what are breaches to people's rights. So dealing with sexual harassment, with discrimination on the basis of someone's race or their religious belief or their carer status or their sexual orientation. And here the Commission is actually being asked to decide whether somebody should be able to work from home on a Tuesday from their kitchen table or from their beach house on a Friday afternoon.
Why is it the Human Rights Commission's place to adjudicate disputes between workers, and why can't it be left to Fair Work?
Look, I think what we need to do is protect workers' rights and get that balance right between making sure that workers who are protected, but also we're supporting business to transition through these changes as well.
Why is it up to the Human Rights Commission to determine these disputes?
Industrial disputes are broad-ranging, and many of them can be heard in many a court of law, many a commission, and that's already the case.
But why is it the Human Rights Commission's place to adjudicate disputes between workers and bosses and not Fair Work, and who came up with that idea?
Pushing off consideration of the work from home legislation in the upper house for more consultation with business. We're committed to legislating from work from home.
The new Victorian Treasurer admits the bill still needs work, and with only 3 sitting weeks left before election day, time is limited.
So we're listening to business groups. I've met with the trade union movement as well. We'll take all of the views into consideration before we bring legislation back into the upper house for consideration.
Interesting. So like the big gotcha moment in this is just like,
House on a Friday
would
after.
you do it with the Human Rights Commission? Why is it their job? Shouldn't it be Fair Work Commission? All right, we'll change it to the fucking Fair Work Commission then. That's like it? That's all you're whinging about? Which commission gets to arbitrate over these issues and can change it? Come on. Change it then. Who cares? Why can't the company provide a remotely controlled robot so people could work from home? Then you could sit on your ass and check boxes from home or bake bread. Right for one, right for all. Not gonna lie. No, get used to working from home because you're gonna be unemployed anyway. Might as well get used to it. Savage. Savage. The Bakers Union needs to demand remotely controlled robots. Not gonna lie, it was horrible having to work and then go home to look after my loved one in palliative care, in-home care. They refused the time off. Meanwhile, they worked remotely. It's good for the goose, eh? It's good for the gander. All right, I'm gonna leave it there. I've got to go early today. Got to look after the kids. But yeah, thank you for everyone who's been hanging out today, everyone who's tuned in, if you've been lurking, if you're watching after the fact, if you've been interacting today. Covered some interesting territory. My God, we covered a lot of territory today. From Australia and Vietnam relations, New Zealand politics, Trump's security gaffe, his taco moment hiding out in a catering truck in Turkey somewhere. Still can't believe that happened. North Korea glazing and Theory Thursday. It's been a good one. It's been a very good one. Thank you, everyone. So many theories. Strokes master. Taco. Kids, get your priorities in line. Far Right Fridays tomorrow. Yeah, I have not got a lot of material for Far Right Fridays. So if you think of anything, let me know. I'm going to try and do some work on that tonight and tomorrow morning before we stream. But if you think of anything special that you want to do on Far Right Friday, thank fuck it's Friday. Clacton by-election. Oh really? That's happening when? Tomorrow? Oh, maybe we will. I'll scrape my algo. Tuck v Biden. You actually put that in there, didn't you? So do you reckon that's Far Right Friday worthy? That's today actually. Okay. I wonder if Count Binface is going to do it. He's going to pull it in. If you're watching this and you're on YouTube and you haven't already, make sure you activate the like button. All right? Don't go anywhere unless you've activated the like button. If you're new here, subscribe for more. If you're on Twitch, follow for more. You know how it is. Here is the invitation to Patreon. Go over there, become a free member if you haven't already. And here is an invitation to Discord. It's where we share our propaganda, etc., etc., etc. Come and join us over there. Hobo Joe, Captain Bucket, Ravy Baby, Spandonk, Blaz, Bandsaw Bandit, Spandonk, did I say already? 4IS. Who else we got here? Lop Jeff in the house today. Good to have you. Coming in and out today. Jag was in earlier. So was Voltateur. XNF. Han was in the house too. What else we got? I can't go back that far. Dilemmas, you're in here too. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you if you've been interacting today. I do appreciate it. And yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. I can't believe it's Friday already. It's crazy. We'll be on with some Far Right Fridays. Bin face for the win. Thank you, everybody. And like I said, if you're on YouTube and you haven't already, activate the like button on your way out. Please do yourself a favor. Do me a favor. And I will see you on the morrow. Until next time, as always, please remember, I am, you are, we are a mystery. Enjoy.